What is going on, NFL fans, Pittsburgh Steelers fans? Welcome back to day 2 of the Fans First Sports Network, Steel Curtain Network, and Draft Nation. Day 2 NFL Draft live stream. And we did this yesterday. It was a success. Was the Steelers were getting ready to pick amongst all the platforms that we're going out to. We're talking YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. We had almost 1,000 people watching as the time the Steelers picked at 21. And to kick the show off, because the draft does not officially start day 2 until 7 p.m., I wanted to bring on Kevin Smith, who was traveling back from a little spring break trip, wasn't able to join us yesterday. Coach, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, it was an interesting adventure for me getting home yesterday. took a couple extra hours, got crushed in Washington, D.C., I-95 traffic, but it made for an interesting way to listen to at least the first 2 hours of the draft. We had it on my wife's phone, on the little ESPN app, my son in the back seat. He was excited listening to everything. And then I was transcribing tweets that my wife was sending out. So it was a team effort, man.
The transcribing, I've been there. That is not fun. Not for my wife, especially based on the fact that half the time she doesn't really know what the hell I'm talking about anyways. But still, so you're in the car, you're driving back to New Jersey, and it gets to the point where the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock and pick number 21. Now, what was going through your mind as it pertains to, okay, who's available? Walk me through what you were thinking at that time.
Well, 2 out of the 3 defensive tackles that they had been linked to, Walter Nolan and Kenneth Grant, were off the board. So it was Derek Harmon, or it felt like they were going to go with the quarterback. And it was very interesting to listen to the national media people push the Shedeur Sanders narrative. Crazy. It was as though they couldn't understand how he hadn't been chosen, and then they had to link him to any quarterback needy team. So there are the Steelers. They need a quarterback. Logically, Shedeur must go to the Steelers. But that's really in the moment what it felt like. It felt like they were taking Sanders or they were taking Harmon.
So let me ask, because I did not listen to the national pundits, because when we're doing the live stream, like, everything's going crazy. Were they saying this not just when Pittsburgh was on the clock at 21? Were they saying the same thing at 9 when the New Orleans Saints were picking? Was this an ongoing thing throughout the day?
It was a nonstop narrative about him until you got to New Orleans. And then the consensus was once you got past New Orleans, that it would be Pittsburgh as the next logical landing point. So that when the Steelers went on the clock, it was weird. I don't ever remember a moment like this watching the NFL draft where the pressure was so intense for a player being selected 21. We're not talking about 1. We're talking about 21. And where there just seemed to be, whether it was Mel Kiper or even a few of the guys on NFL Network, that it was almost like they believed the Steelers needed to draft Shedeur Sanders. I think Mel Kiper had his own agenda, because the way that everything was unfolding was making him look foolish, because he had Sanders rated his 5th best player on the entire board. But it just seemed odd that nobody asked this question. Well, maybe they don't like him as much as they like some of these other players. This is the first round of the draft overall. And if you're being objective about Shedeur Sanders, he didn't play in a pro-style offense. He's going to have to be retrained when he gets to the NFL. And the first round is not an area where you take guys who are projects.
Right.
So I was a little surprised by their lack of objectivity.
Okay. So before I want to ask you some follow-ups to Shedeur Sanders, but I want to ask you, what was your thought of Derek Harmon? So the Steelers pull the trigger. They make the pick. I know you did a film room for SteelCurtainNetwork.com. That article is live right now. You can go read it if you want before the draft starts at 7 p.m. What was your takeaway? Is he a good scheme fit for the Steelers? Is he going to be an impact player in 2025, or are we looking at, kind of like you said, a little bit of a project?
He's a phenomenal scheme fit for the Steelers, because at 6'5" and 312 pounds, he's big enough to be able to anchor in if they need him to be a guy who just takes on blocks. But the way that they play their base 3-4 these days, they're in what's called a tight front a lot of the time, and that puts the defensive tackle on the inside shoulder of the offensive tackle, and his job is to penetrate. And Derek Harmon's a penetrator. I mean, his best skill is his get off. The way he gets off the ball and uses his hands means that he wins a lot of these one-on-ones, that he's hard to block. He does not stick to blocks. He gets off of blocks. And when I'm watching his film, that's the thing I'm most excited about, how quickly he gets into the backfield and how difficult it is for blockers to stay on him.
All right, Dave Schofield, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, I'm here. Sorry, I guess I can't say I'm here so I don't get fined. I'm probably fined because I was just a couple minutes late here. Great to see Coach KT.
What's up, Dave? How are you?
I mean, I listen to you so much. I don't ever feel like I get to converse with you nearly as much. So I'm really glad that you're on here right now. I'm super excited about this pick. Kind of crushed by the news of his mother passing away. My question is, he said his mom was on life support. The question was, were they trying to keep her, there until he was drafted? We might find out more about that. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's still to experience, both a dream and a nightmare at the same time is kind of tough, taking that from someone who just lost their mother recently. So I feel for the guy, but man, what a pick. The Steelers just continued to excite me with their draft picks since Omar Khan has taken over. And I'm not saying it's all Omar Khan. I'm just saying they've just happened to be able to do this the last few drafts. And I don't know if I should or not, because with Jeff,
I'm just starting this already.
I'm just gonna say I'm really happy that we didn't hear.
Oh my gosh, don't take Kenny Pickett. Don't take Kenny Pickett. You shut the front door. Gosh.
Not my finest moment.
And I know I had other names there. I will be 100% honest. I know Brian's going to be disappointed. I don't have more today. I'm dealing with a very sick teenager all day. So it's been a rough day. I didn't get to do that, do any more of those for you, Jeff. But it's really nice to be excited. And it's crazy to see. I mean, what KT was saying about the narratives. I didn't have ESPN. I had NFL Network, but of course I didn't have sound. But Jeff, did you see the cut up that was out there of Mel Kiper going on constantly and not really
minutes.
talking about people in their moments, just constantly talking about Shadur Sanders the whole time last night?
Yeah, he brought up Johnny Unitas.
Yes.
I mean, my God, man.
It was
are you serious? He brought up Johnny Unitas as like a comparison.
He brought up a litany of all of these guys who didn't get drafted and they missed, people in the league missed on. Johnny Unitas and obviously Tom Brady and about 10 other quarterbacks, Dan Marino, and he's going on and on and on. And Shadur Sanders is going to be on this list someday, and et cetera. And Dave's right. He's doing this as young men are having their NFL dream realized and are being called up to the stage, et cetera, et cetera. And I was shocked that ESPN allowed it to roll on and that nobody was like, hey, let's be respectful to what's happening on the stage here.
And that's why I am on NFL Network, because honestly, ESPN has allowed it to not be the NFL draft and not about these players. It is the Mel Kiper show. And I think it's gone to what happened last night. Granted, I had it all compacted into about 14 minutes worth of stuff. And there was 14 minutes worth of stuff. But that's why I didn't see it. And I mean, I just think that's a shame. I mean, you like a guy so much, you get mad that other people aren't taking him. People, the national narrative so much had been quarterback for Steelers. But that was not the local narrative at all. I mean, there's a few, people that are associated with the Steelers media that aren't really Steelers media. If just because they happen to be on a radio station, if you know what I mean, that they're out there. I mean, there's still people saying like, oh, look at, the Steelers have drafted these defensive players that have been great and they still haven't won playoff games. But look, last year, Jayden Daniels was drafted and he went to the championship game. That just shows you how much quarterback matters. The Steelers didn't have a Jaden Daniels to pick last night.
And Dave, if you believe that Aaron Rodgers is coming, and I'm in the camp that believes that the Steelers have a pretty good idea that he's going to be their quarterback next year. If you believe he's coming, why would you even take a quarterback anywhere in this draft? Your quarterback room is set. It's going to be Rodgers and Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. Why would you take even a Will Howard in the 3rd round if he's going to be QB3 when you know that next year you're going big game hunting for the quarterbacks in round 1? Why would you waste a premium pick when you already don't have a 2nd round pick? Like the national narrative is something that I think is for results. Shedeur Sanders is great for ratings because he brings in all that drama, and they want to push that narrative. And like Jeff said, man, or like you said, Dave, they don't do their work at the local level.
Yeah, and it's just, and I understand they can't. I mean, honestly, I had no idea what other NFL teams needed outside of the Steelers, but I would never confess to because I'm not tuned into what's going on with them. Honestly, what they really should have done, rely on your local people. Why does ESPN have somebody that is there with every team? If you're not going to listen, I mean, I know that the ESPN reporter has a lot to be desired, especially from Coach Tomlin. But I'll tell you what, she asked a phenomenal question of Coach Tomlin on Tuesday, turning it around and saying, okay, Aaron Rodgers doesn't affect what you're doing in the draft, but does what you do in the draft possibly affect Aaron Rodgers or other things you do? That was a really good question. So I want to give props there. But if you're not going, I mean, why have somebody cover each team if you can't then use them as a resource for some of your national stories? You would think they would have that a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Jeff, you're much more tuned into ESPN. I'm not a Plus subscriber, so I can't even read their stuff anymore, and I just don't bother. It's not unless there's a game on, I don't even turn on that channel. That was disappointing for that, and kind of taken away from the Derek Harmon great pick that it was, because it really was. And I know some people are like, oh, it was so boring. I'm sorry. Some people don't want to be offensive linemen because it's boring. You never get to touch the ball. You're so underappreciated. But if you don't have a good offensive line, your team sucks. I mean, that's what was going on in Colorado. They had an awful offensive line. So sometimes it's what people want to talk about, the boring part of football is what actually makes it, that's what you can live and die by with your success. All the skill guys get all the glory, but if those other people are not, if you don't have anyone to do those other jobs, you're going to be in trouble.
And rather than shine your light on the controversy that is partially fabricated, and shine your light on the prospect who's built himself a draft room and calls himself legendary, let's shine it on the guy who is taking care of his dying mother and is doing everything that he possibly can to care for her in order to keep her alive, and immediately leaves the draft so he can go say goodbye to her, man. I mean, that's a human story. Yeah. The other one is a media story, and unfortunately the latter often wins out over the former.
Yeah, and I want to ask you guys something. I can't remember who shared it, but I saw it on social media today. Did you see the clip of when he was in college when someone asked him, well, hey, what would you do with your NIL money?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that.
And he said about buying his mom a car. Oh, well, what did you get her? No, she's in a wheelchair. I bought her a vehicle that was wheelchair accessible.
Yeah.
Why weren't we hearing that before the draft? I mean, that just kind of tells you so much about this player. And the national media whining about, oh, the Steelers didn't take the quarterback that we wanted them to take, has really taken away from this young man and the season that he had and landing where he is. And you know what? I hope that his story is so much bigger than what we're even talking about right now. That he's just that he's someone that we're going to be, across the NFL talking about his play for years and years and years.
Well, let's bring up something that did come to light today outside of the fact that Derek Harmon's mother did pass away and she had been on life support, and he said that yesterday, and that's why there was no press conference today or anything like that. Like normally they fly that number 1 pick into Pittsburgh and they're taking pictures of the Franco at the airport and all that stuff. That's going to be pushed back. But Derek Harmon, it was announced, Jerry Dulac said this, that one of the reasons why a lot of people talked about injury concerns, and we mentioned this yesterday, both on the roundtable and on the live stream, was that an MRI showed that he had a partially torn rotator cuff. Partially torn does not mean injury prone. Partially torn does not mean that he'll have to have surgery per se. A lot of times those things can heal on their own, and some people can play through it. So that was the concern. That was the concern. I know some people said labrum. According to Jerry Dulac, it was a rotator cuff. Those are slightly different muscles.
And so those two kind of go hand in hand, because honestly, that's what I have. And I've had it for probably, I could even say at this point, decades, and it never really bothered me until I got older. So, but I was told, that probably happened when you were competing in college. So now, granted, this is the NFL.
Yes,
this is a whole different ball game. This isn't just some jabroni who was teaching and still trying to throw some shot put while he was coaching and things like that. That's a whole different story. But I mean, when you say partially, I don't know, Coach might even know about this, and Jeff being the health guy that he is. When you say partially torn, that could be the littlest, teeniest, tiniest thing, or it could be barely hanging on. There is a huge degree of terror with this, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I fully tore my labrum in college, got surgery. It ended my season, but I got surgery and I was fine for the next year. And this was in 1990 when surgery was medieval compared to what it is today. I was like in like a body cast basically for a freaking, torn labrum. Today they scope you and you do some rehab and he'll be fine, man. I have that would not scare me at all.
All right. So here we are 10 minutes until round 2 starts. First question I have for Coach is, do you foresee the Steelers in any way, shape, or form coming into round 2?
I don't know if they need to, quite honestly. Again, so much is predicated on what's going on with Aaron Rodgers, and we don't know exactly. But if the Steelers feel confident that he is going to be their quarterback, then I don't know if they necessarily need to move into round 2, because what then becomes their biggest need? In my opinion, it's running back. But this is a deep draft for running backs, and I think you're going to be able to get some good ones in round 3. And if you wanted to move into round 2 to get one, I think the price for Travion Henderson, who's my favorite of them, is going to be significant. I think he's off the board in the first 10 picks of round 2. So you're probably talking about moving up then to get maybe a second tier round 2 kind of guy, beyond the Travion Henderson back. And is that really worth it? I just don't know if the value is there in moving up right now.
Yeah, I know, Dave, we talked about this a little bit last night. Have you changed your thoughts on that at all?
Well, not maybe tweaked a little bit. I don't think they have the firepower to do it. If they move into round 2, you're going to the only way they can do it now is to move out of round 3, and lose more in this draft and next year, possibly. I don't know that it's worth it. And I know I'm in the minority. I think the Steelers are going to draft a running back in this draft only because it's a really good running back class. I actually like what the Steelers have at running back right now. Now, I wish they would have a bigger bodied guy that could be your third and short back, because I don't think they have that. They could get it in a rookie. They could still get it in free agency. So I think they'll take a running back because there's just so many out there to be had. But I'll be honest with you, I don't see any huge pressing need now like they had this, before last night and even last year at this point, because I feel the biggest thing that they really needed to address was the defensive line, because they lost a starter. They didn't really address it in free agency. That was a big one. But they're going to need to add, to me, they're going to add a rookie and a veteran quarterback, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or ends up being a veteran that's slotted in lower, whether it's a draft pick or an undrafted free agent in order to have a fourth. I think that's going to come out somewhere. I think they really should just be looking for their best value. I think Jeff's right about its. I think running back is going to be drafted at some point, and I would not mind if it was the next pick. I think Jeff's right that a sneaky position to look at is guard. Being able to have something there. But so those are my biggest two. And if they have a quarterback that they like, knowing that what you're probably taking at this point of the draft when it comes to quarterback isn't someone that you're penciling in as your guy that you want to be your starter eventually. It should be more of a guy who could, like Jeff keeps talking about on his various shows, be a long-term backup at least. And hey, maybe you actually hit on something bigger than what you thought. But when it comes to getting into that second round, I think Coach is right, because they don't need to have that one. But like I said, it'll cost you your third. But yeah, last year, remember, what happened when we started this, this night a year ago? You knew the Steelers still had a huge glaring hole at center.
Yeah.
And you had to have that second round pick ready to go. It's, if they don't get a center here, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? I don't feel that the Steelers are in that same predicament now. And that therefore not having the second round pick, because they did have a second round pick. They took a wide receiver.
Yeah. The only way that I would have that feeling is if someone said, we will give you a second round pick for George Pickens, and the Steelers take it. I don't think that would happen. I don't think that the second round pick, that they would give that up for George Pickens, not with his contract situation, et cetera. But then you would find yourself looking at the same situation. Okay, we need a wide receiver now. And so that's the only way. But Coach, I want to ask you a general NFL question here. Give me your prediction. Who's the next quarterback taken?
All right. Well, Cleveland's got two of the first 4 picks in the second round. They got to use one of them on a quarterback. They need a quarterback. They need a running back, and they've got some great options at the running back position. Yeah, I was with a bunch of the Browns coaches out at the combine, talked to those guys for a while. They didn't really say much about Shedeur Sanders. One of the Kevin Stefanski's points was, look, the evaluation process is just beginning. So it's really hard to be definitive about any of these guys. But one guy they did like a lot was Tyler Shough.
I think he's the next one.
So if I had to lay money on it, I would think, just based upon those conversations, that he might be their guy.
Brandon Weeden 2.0. Here we go.
Yeah. But see, I go back to Chris Winkie. That's who I think of when it comes to old quarterbacks. I want to know, are the Browns, believe it or not, because the Browns is the Browns, but are the Browns kind of doing what people were thinking the Steelers are doing? They need a quarterback, or are they content with what they have on their roster right now, saying, hey, this just isn't the class to do it. Now look at us. We've got 2 first-round picks next year. We could maybe do something. They could have the same kind of philosophy. And if they want another quarterback to fill out their depth chart, then they don't need to take it in the second or third round necessarily, if it's not going to be somebody that's out there. So to me, at this point, I'm looking across the board. I would say Saints need to have something, because my goodness, they could take a quarterback this year, would have no problem turning around and taking another one next year based on their situation. The Browns, I don't know if it's really that. It's because I don't think the quarterbacks are all that great in this class. And therefore, people say, well, you got to get a quarterback. Sometimes getting the wrong quarterback is worse than getting no quarterback. And I think that's what's going on at times here with teams. I said this before they drafted Kenny Pickett, not specifically about Kenny Pickett, but in that draft when I had people tell me all the time, oh, they got to take a quarterback no matter what. And that's the thing. The same people that were upset they didn't take Sanders, you've got to continually take the shots. You've got to continually take the shot. Why? Yes, you have to shoot in order to score. But that doesn't mean you have to throw the ball behind your head from half court because, hey, at least I'm taking a shot. Take a good shot. Work down the shot clock and get a shot that's in your favor. It really didn't make sense to take a first-round shot this year. And I don't even know. I mean, the Browns got 2 picks here, don't they? Like two of the next 4.
2 of the first 4, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so they could, but once again, why take a quarterback because it seems like it's what you're supposed to do if it's not somebody that you're really sold on?
2 things, Dave, real quick. One, about the Browns and what you were talking about. Are they executing a similar plan to what the Steelers may be? I think a lot of that would be tied to Kevin Stefanski's job security.
I'm getting Tomlin can do that. Stefanski's a whole different story.
Well, that would be we don't know what it is, but it feels like he's got, based upon the way they operated via the quarterback position this offseason through the free agent market, it feels like he may have a longer leash than some other coaches in the league. And as for Shedeur Sanders, two things real quick. One, the first 10 picks are probably going to tell the story because Cleveland's got 2 picks there. New Orleans has a pick. Vegas, who I think is a really interesting dark horse option for him, has a pick. If he escapes that top 10, and some of those other quarterbacks are still on the board, we might be doing this Steelers and Sanders thing all over again in round 3.
Schefter was saying that this morning. I saw a clip of him saying something like that. Exactly, Coach. And honestly, to me, out of everything, I get now why if someone would take a flyer on Sanders now, not in the first round, because you're like, well, maybe he does. Maybe he does have that lightning in a bottle and is really something special. But if he's not, it's not like you wasted a first-round pick. So he could go early here. I mean, and honestly, Cleveland, that would be a place to say, hey, we've got 2 picks right here. We take him as one of them. He works out. Next thing you know, he's the next, I don't know. I don't even want to try to begin to compare him to somebody else. And he's the answer. Then they look brilliant. And if he's not, then it's like, oh, well, we had lots of, it's not like they missed out on too much.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Coach, you're more than, you can stick around if you'd like. You can also go and watch the draft if you want. It's up to you. If you're going to stick around, that's great. I'll bring in Andrew Wilbar. If you're not, I want to give you a chance to plug what you're doing on your Call Sheet Daily podcast.
Yeah, man, we had a great week of shows. Today's show was about scheme fit. I think really the theme of the first round was about teams trying to find the guy who are the right fits for their scheme. I think that's a big reason why the Steelers passed on Shedeur Sanders is because, yes, there's a lot of other reasons, but you look at Pittsburgh's offense under Arthur Smith. They play under center a lot. They're in 12 personnel a lot. They're a big play action offense. They run the football. None of that is true for the system that he played in out at Colorado. It was all shotgun. It was 10, 11 personnel. It was up tempo. It did not have a lot of full field reads. It did not have a lot of play action. He's not a great scheme fit for the Steelers. So I think that really, when you're drafting at the top of the draft, one of the biggest things you got to be able to do is match guys up to what exactly you're going to ask them to do in your system. And the teams that do that the best are oftentimes the ones who draft the best. So that was our deep dive on the Call Sheet podcast today. If you haven't checked it out, it runs every Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. Wednesday is always Whiteboard Wednesday. That's the day where I'm talking to other coaches about X's and O's and scheme. We've had some great guests on. It's been a blast.
All right. Coach, thanks for your time, man. Enjoy the draft, and maybe we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody, man. Take care. Have a great night.
Okay, Coach. Take it easy. All right. We welcome Andrew Wilbar in. What's up, Andrew? How are you?
I'm doing well. Brought the mic back.
Yeah.
Ready for another day.
I don't want to interrupt Andrew, but we did get something from Jordan Schultz one minute
go
ago.
for it.
There's a growing belief that Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck has a legitimate chance to be the first quarterback selected tonight.
Very interesting.
It's what I did
I'll
in the
take
mock draft and the revised mock.
That's
Yeah.
right. You did. You did. I'll take this time real quick before we get started with the actual draft and the fact you brought up Jordan Schultz. For those that are watching, maybe they didn't catch us on day one. Here we are, day two. So the 2025 drafts live stream that we always do for the second straight year. Look at the disclaimer at the bottom of the screen. We are not waiting for the TV to announce draft picks. Okay. So if you're out there thinking, oh my gosh, they're 5 minutes ahead, we're telling you now, we're going to be 5 minutes ahead. So in that regard, we're going to let you know as we find out who's being selected and we're going to move on. So if that's not your cup of tea and that's fine, then by all means, you don't have to, you don't have to pay attention or anything like that. But Andrew, as the dust is settled, what's your takeaway on the Derek Harmon pick before we get flying here?
I like it. I think it's a solid selection. Obviously, I'm always a proponent of trading back, but I can't deny the value that the Steelers got with Derek Harmon in the first round. He's exactly what the Steelers like, that longer body type and that 5 technique role. He's a great penetrator. He really learned how to finish plays this past year at Oregon. He matured a lot this past season. When you saw him at Michigan State, very raw, it was a little bit late out of his stance. There's just a lot of technical issues in his game, but he got a lot of that fixed this year at Oregon. He was playing around a better team, which helped as well. But this guy's got heart. He's got character. Obviously, thoughts and prayers are with his family right now and what he's having to go through.
Yes, absolutely a tough situation. So not to just kind of, this is a horrible transition, but still, I want to bring up the draft order real quick. So for those that don't know, round 2 starts as of now or shortly in a few minutes. Cleveland has the first pick in round 2. Then the Houston Texans have the second pick. The Tennessee Titans have the third. Then the Browns are back on the board with the fourth. Then you have the Raiders at 5, the Patriots at 6, the Bears at 7, the Saints at 8, the Bears again at 9, and then the 10th is the Jets to round out the top 10 in round 2. So this is going to be interesting, guys. I'm really curious what's going to happen. Let's talk Steelers just for a second before these picks start to happen. Andrew, I asked Dave this already with Coach Kevin Smith when he was on. Do you think there's any way the Steelers get into round 2?
I think the Steelers might have a magic number with one of these quarterbacks, whether it's Milroe or Sanders. If he gets to a certain number, then they consider moving up. I think I was listening to some of what you all were talking about, and if he gets out of that top 10 picks tonight, after the Raiders have picked, which would make a lot of sense, after the Saints pick, if he falls past those spots, I think the only outlying teams that could potentially consider it would be maybe a Miami or Dallas with just the connection to the Sanders family, and then Miami with Tua's health. If you get to the middle of that first round, you pick 47, 48, and you have an opportunity to move up and you are sold that he could be a good fit for your team, I think there's a chance the Steelers would be willing to move up. I don't think it would be at a premium price, but if there's a team that's looking to move back, maybe they just want a greater number of picks and the Steelers aren't sold on some of the depth on day 3. I think there's a scenario in which they could trade up. We'll see what happens with George Pickens, but I could see a scenario where they do, but if they do, not putting Pickens away from this conversation. If it's just for trading up, I think they only trade up for a quarterback.
Okay. Very interesting.
I can see that. And honestly, I'm okay with that. If there's someone that, if they like Sanders enough that they think taking him in the second round, even to trade their third, and I don't know, what would it take? Their third and fifth, maybe, depending on how far they'd have to move up to do it.
They're going into the second. It would probably be a third and fourth without giving away future capital. Mm-hmm. But just because
I also wouldn't be shocked if they throw in a next year's sixth or even fourth. I don't know if they want to go that high from the next year, depending on how high they have to go. I would not. I'm not asking for them to do it. It's one of those things. It feels a lot better if you're like, oh, the Steelers drafted Shedeur Sanders, but he wasn't the first guy you took. It just doesn't have the sting to it. And then it's only because they like him. I'm not saying they should. It's a chance. It's a risk. And, there's going to be part of Steelers Nation that would love it and part of Steelers Nation that would hate it. But to me, like I said, they don't have to even draft a quarterback if they sign one and pick one up as an undrafted free agent to have the right number. But if they think that one's there that they would like to do it, I've got no problem with it.
Jalen Milroe falls. He's the guy that I would be circling. I understand he's a big risk, but when you're in a division with Burrow and Jackson, you got to find a guy who's got similar upside. And if he hits, he's the one guy who in this draft class who could potentially reach that level.
Yeah. And I've always been a proponent. I think, Jeff, that's because, no offense, Andrew, but sometimes it's because we listen to Jeremy. Will Howard just kind of seems like the kind of quarterback that could, how do I say it? It feels like a Landry Jones.
Yes.
That he could be the Landry Jones. He could be the guy that was your backup and could spot start and everything. And then who knows? Maybe he does turn into something more, but he would be a guy that if you took it would be what you were thinking.
I like Will Howard. I think the Landry Jones comparison is really good. And I think the only situation in which drafting a quarterback this year on day 2 or even early day 3 is bad for the Steelers is if that quarterback plays in some capacity this year and plays well enough for the Steelers to consider and maybe potentially foregoing a quarterback next year, thinking that he could be the guy. And then he turns out to just be more of a pedestrian mid-level quarterback that can't get the Steelers over the hump. That would be the one concern I would say with that type of scenario happening.
I got you.
But I understand what you're saying. I like Will Howard. I think would make a lot of sense if he's there in the 4th round. He or Kyle McCord would make a ton of sense if they fall that far.
Yeah.
All right. We welcome the good Schofield. What's up, Reg?
I love being referred to as the good Schofield.
There is one.
I'm glad that someone out there recognizes.
Well, I've played a round of golf with you. That's enough for me. So
There you go.
Jeff's played 2 rounds of golf with me, and that was too much.
It's a mental drain. No, I'm just.
By the way, though, Dave, we'll give you credit like Andrew did. I liked the comparison of Landry Jones. I think with a little more upside, though, just because if
But
you look at
it-
Howard, you look at him, his measurables, his height, his weight, his speed, and all that, there's a little more to it. But I think you were really in the neighborhood there with that comparison.
I'm talking about the role he could fulfill on the Steelers.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I figured you were going with there. But I think he's a Landry Jones with a little more upside.
Yeah.
So,
What was Landry Jones a 3rd round pick or is he later?
That's a really good question that I wish I could remember.
He was out of
Probably
Oklahoma.
before.
I know that.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll let you know very
I
shortly.
figured you would.
Yeah, he was in the 4th round of the 2013
Fourth.
draft,
Okay.
115th overall.
And by the way, the Browns are not trading pick number 33. They are selecting. So someone is going to be the Browns pick. We'll see if it's Tyler Shuck. That's what a lot of people are suggesting. Maybe we won't get the updates like we did last night, but we'll see.
It might take. Sometimes it might take it a little bit of time. I don't know.
Travion Henderson would make a lot of sense here as well.
I mean, the Browns pretty much have a clean slate. If they're looking at, okay, we want to do a skill position player that we really like, and then we'll get a quarterback with the 4th, because really the Titans and Texans, they don't need a quarterback unless a team like the Saints
Take
were to trade up.
UCLA linebacker Carson Schlesinger.
It's a good pick.
Who do you have saying that?
That's Ian Rappaport.
and it's come across on TV as well.
Oh, that's why Jeff doesn't know it, because he's still blocked, aren't you?
Oh, from Ian Rappaport?
Yeah.
I have to look on my list to see him. I don't know. That was a long time ago that he blocked me. I'm a changed man, Ian. Come on, man.
I've not heard this name, I admit. But I wasn't looking at players that would be around in the round 2 vicinity because the Steelers didn't have a second round pick.
Yeah. All right, Andrew, what do we know about this guy?
So Weston's a really good athlete. It's a tackle machine, got good size. He looks the part. He moves well in coverage. He can change direction well. He's got good instincts against the run. There's a couple instances on tape where he will overrun a little bit. He'll over pursue coming downhill, and sometimes he gets a bad angle. Opposing linemen can sometimes get him away from the ball and kind of create an easy hole for the runner. But typically maintains pretty good gap discipline. I like him overall. He's got that sideline to sideline speed. He was a late riser in the process, but just a guy who produced, not the flashiest guy. He's not going to be a huge sack guy. He's going to, be coming down on stunts all the time. But if you're just talking about the basics, being able to tackle, being able to run a defense, he has the instincts to drop into coverage and cover running backs and tight ends out of the backfield. He does all the basic things you need a modern day linebacker to do.
All right. So that means that the Houston Texans, who traded out of round 1 yesterday, are on the clock. This will be interesting to see what they do here. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think there might be some other.
I still have Roy's positions of need thing here. I
Go
gotta
for
find. Hold on, I gotta find it. Let's see. So for Jacksonville, he has their number 1 is corner, then edge, then safety. For Jacksonville.
This is Houston.
Oh, why did I say Jacksonville? That's who they got the pick from, right? Yeah, my fault.
So.
Yeah.
What does he have for Houston?
They got this pick from the Giants.
Oh, from the Giants. No, Cleveland got the one from Jacksonville. Man, I'm so confused right now. All right, Houston Texans. Offensive tackle, interior defensive line, and wide receiver.
Yeah, wide receiver, because what's his name? He's not going to be back here with the knee injury that was sustained at the end of last season. Yeah.
Do you think this is Luther Burden?
Could
Matthew Golden. Is Golden still available?
No, Golden went to Green Bay.
That's right.
Remember, those picks while we're doing other shows. Is kind of
you forget
to remember.
I wouldn't rule out Ariante Ursary from Minnesota here. They need help at offensive tackle, but I could see receiver as well.
Texans are selecting Iowa State wide receiver Jaden Higgins at number 34, getting another big-body receiver.
That's the guy, Rich. That's the wide receiver we took when we traded back and picked up a second-round pick. Yep. That we had the Steelers take him. So, good old Owen Daniels announcing the pick.
Owen Daniels, that's a name I've heard.
That's an old school fantasy name.
Yeah.
Back when Big Bro and I used to we used to calculate our own fantasy points.
Yep, back before all the online fantasy sites got popular.
Yep.
That's like the rotisserie league, fantasy baseball before it became fantasy baseball.
Oh, I hate the rotisserie leagues. Oh. But no, we trade. Oh, who traded?
Oh, let's see. Who was I'm
Seahawks are now on the clock. So they traded. Who was that?
I saw
trading
it just that quick. I forgot it.
The Titans are trading to the Seahawks.
There you go.
Titans. Okay.
Is this for a quarterback? The Seahawks are a sneaky team that could possibly take a quarterback.
Fine, take quarterback.
It could. I've been taking
Seahawks trade 52 and 82 to Tennessee for 35.
52.
So they traded the pick they got from the Steelers for DK Metcalf. They used it to trade that one and their third round pick up to 35. So they should still have another pick in this round then.
They do. They do. I see them looking down the line. Looks like
they're going to be at the very
12 picks out.
Yep. So the Steelers helped to make this pick, but is it going to be better than a DK Metcalf? Could this be Luther Burden, Andrew?
That's who I mocked in the revised mock draft as well as I think the normal mock draft. I give Luther Burden to the Seahawks here, so we'll see.
I mean, so they traded. So in other words, they traded Metcalf and their third, and then also wasn't. And then their sixth for a seventh and all that for Burden. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to. I'm doing the great big circle thing that I like to do with these trades.
I was going to say, you better write this down, Dave, because you're going to
Yeah.
eventually say the DK Metcalf trade turned into.
Yes. and then Tim Lyons here in the live chat. I'll bring this up real quick. Said Seahawks have 2 seconds and 2 thirds, so they traded one of their seconds and one of their thirds to go up higher in the second. So, yeah. If you that's the kind of stuff you have when you have multiple picks in a round that we're hoping we can maybe get with the Steelers next year. Yep, and now a lot of people are starting to say, hey, they flipped the pick that they got from the Steelers. So, yeah.
I hate when the Steelers don't have a pick in a round, unless it's the 7th, in which case I'm okay with it.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was telling my family, like, well, what time are you going to be done tomorrow? I'm like, last year we were done early. The Steelers didn't have a 7th round pick.
But we still had to kind of be around in case they made a pick or traded into it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But then when they did the press conference, you're like, okay, they're done. All right.
So we are not going way ahead like last night, but at this point,
Yeah, the NFL.
they took Nick Emenwari.
I was just gonna say that would be a great pick for them. McDonald with defense. He has
That's good value there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Someone mentioned that he could be a guy for the Seahawks because that would give him like his Kyle Hamilton that he had in Baltimore.
He's faster than Kyle Hamilton too, which is scary.
Well, good. Keep him in the NFC because he was honestly. He was a guy that if if all the defensive tackles were gone and the Steelers stayed pat, I'd have been fine with them taking last night. So,
yeah,
that makes sense.
All right. So that means that let's see here, the Cleveland Browns are back on the clock.
Boo.
Yes. Boo indeed.
Cleveland never rocked.
Now, do you think it's shuck it and run?
I don't know.
If they don't,
The Browns have selected Quinn Judkins, Ohio State running back.
They took Judkins over Henderson.
Yeah.
Andrew?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
The Browns are more of a power running scheme, aren't they? More of a straight ahead. At least
they like to think they are. I don't know that they really are.
They're off. They used to be when their offensive line was better.
Like from that perspective, I mean, if they're looking for more of an early down type runner, Judkins makes more sense. I think Henderson's capable of being an every down back, but Henderson's better more in space, whereas Judkins is just so good in between the tackles. He's got good power. I think he's more reminiscent of a Nick Chubb. Maybe they see him as that Nick Chubb type player, the guy can just hit the hole one cut with a whole lot of speed, a whole lot of power through that hole.
Judkins was available for us in round 3 of our mock, big bro.
Yep.
And we picked Scattaboo over top of him. So,
all right, so that means that the Raiders are on the clock. We'll see what they do. Potential.
So, what do you think? Well, I mean, with the Browns, with 2 picks, they're so close to each other. What do you think with what they did there?
I mean, so they went linebacker and running back, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that you knew this second pick. They were going to have to take an offensive player here because after going defensive player with those first 2 picks, they had to get an offensive player.
One would think. Oh, I am surprised. I got to be honest. I am surprised that Cleveland hasn't taken a quarterback. I mean,
they love Kenny Pickett.
They love Kenny Pickett and the eyebrow.
Yeah.
That's right. They got Flacco. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So think about it. If they draft anyone, they're probably going to start off number 3.
They still want to add Kirk
starting off
Cousins.
number 3. Yeah. What's that, Andrew?
They still want to add Kirk Cousins too.
See, that might be the dark horse there, is they might trade for Kirk Cousins. And I wonder if it would be a very Cleveland thing if they traded the first round that they acquired and put that in like with a deal, because Atlanta's going to trade him. It's not like they're just going to cut him. And so it'll be interesting. That's a good point, Andrew, that they could still be in the mix for that.
And honestly, people are like, oh, well, the Steelers should be on Cousins. You know what? I don't think he's got it left. I think he's a good guy. I think he's a good leadership guy, things like that. I don't know that he has much left. And yeah, if they're interested in Cousins, and that's a really good point. You could, because chances are, if you don't want to take on all that salary, the better you give them back in return draft-wise, the more likely they are to eat some of that salary.
Right. I don't know. We don't have the number one Raider fan.
Isn't it awful? I'm sitting here watching on NFL Network. So Cleveland, we have to trot out a little kid here to help announce this pick so that they don't get booed. What a Cleveland thing to do. Man, we don't want to get booed. We'll send a little kid out there. They can't boo a little kid.
Is Goodell still doing picks?
No, it's all former players. Like Joe Thomas is out there with him again.
If we only had the one Raiders fan on the podcast to talk about their upcoming pick.
Yeah, where's he at? He's leaving us high and dry.
Slacker.
Yep.
Hey, he's not here. We can badmouth him all we want, right?
We can badmouth bad.
But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where's Betts too? That's the question. He's MIA.
Mm.
He told me he was dealing with 4-year-old drama. Okay.
It's like, wow. No, it's not that he holds a grudge for that long. I assume he's talking about his 4-year-old.
Maybe his 4-year-old was upset the Steelers didn't get Quinshon Judkins being an Ohio State family and just took it a little bit personal.
But wait, they're a split family. Judkins went to the Browns.
That's true. Is she a Browns fan or a Steelers fan?
Yeah.
His kid is a Browns fan.
She's following mom.
Yeah, she always says to Jeremy, "You boo stinky Steelers." I'm like, dude, you were raising that kid in the wrong way.
Needs to be the man.
That's right.
No, you know what? Maybe it's the person that provides food for the family. Because if my kids said anything like that about the Steelers, they just wouldn't get any breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
No, my wife doesn't give a crap, and my kids like the Steelers. So
Yeah.
I only grill. So
Yeah.
I don't do much.
But yeah, but I'm just saying you have the option to withhold.
Dude.
Yeah.
Well, my kids just always knew if they wanted to stay.
Oh, Raiders just traded.
Oh.
My kids
Raiders
always knew
trade
if
with
they
the
just-
Dolphins for pick 37.
My kids knew if they wanted to stay in the
Miami.
house and not be out on the street that they had to stay Steeler fans.
Raise
My
them right.
kids, they don't have to be Steelers fans. They just have to be indifferent. Yeah. So don't have what it was yet. Sorry, you know who's get me this stuff first, Jeff?
Who?
It's Rappaport tonight. Is having the stuff first.
All right. So what are we thinking for the Dolphins here, Andrew?
Offensive line, there's not a bunch of great linemen available, but they still need a tackle. They still need a guard. And on the defense side of the ball, a lot of people thought last night they could look at safety. Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State still available. Xavier Watts from Notre Dame is there. I don't know why they would need to trade up for either of them, but they're definitely in that range as well.
What about Will Johnson? What do we think about him?
He's definitely the best player available. I mean, they could afford to add another corner. They're not desperate there. They have some pieces, but
The Dolphins are taking Arizona tackle guard Jonah
Savine.
There you go. That's who they're taking.
It's a good pick.
Oh, Andrew, I'm sorry. Your mentor Mel would strangle you here. You say that Will Johnson's the best out available because, I'm pretty sure that he has. It's got to be Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, I have to.
We talked about
with
that a lot before you came on with Coach KT.
I mean, I have to sympathize with him a little bit, considering 5th overall is the exact spot I had Malik Willis on my board a couple years ago. So I feel his pain right now.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, it's the whole quarterback thing. And I will say, people that said, so Jeff, I have a question for you while we're waiting for okay, here we go. Hold on. Miami traded their second and their 5th to the Raiders for their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So it was the Dolphins got 37 and 123 for and then it went away. I missed it.
Tim Lyons asked a good question. He said, where is everyone watching the draft? I'm not. I'm just following Twitter. I know Dave and Rich, you guys are NFL Network guys,
NFL
right?
Network. Yep.
Same with you, Andrew, or are you not watching either?
I'm ESPN.
ESPN, okay.
Are they showing Shitter Sander highlights right now?
They're not actually.
Oh.
What was your question for me, Dave?
The Steelers talking to Shadur Sanders, bringing him in for a 30 visit. Smoke screen or due diligence to make sure, with that being an option at 21.
Could the answer be both?
Well, that's up to you. You can give a Dave answer.
I don't think it's a Dave answer to say that. I
Because
think that
Jeff said it.
Kidding with that. They're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They're
Yeah.
putting it out there that they could be interested. But at the same time, if he does fall, you have to at least do your homework on the guy.
Yeah.
And so that's why when you look at, they brought in Shuck, they brought in Dart, they bring in Shador, and they talked to Milroe extensively down in Alabama. So those are pretty much the guys. Yeah, they did still bring in Kyle McCord. He's not a day 2 pick, most would say. So I think there is some smokescreen stuff that happens, but I think that they're doing their diligence, as you said, on just, okay, if this guy, we don't think he's going to be there, but if he is by chance, what do we think? Is he as good, as bad, and different as everyone says? So I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay. I'll just put that out there. Now people are like, oh, they're going to trade up. I'm like, or it's just a smoke screen. To me, it was like sometimes you bring guys in because you're like, hey, we've got to know a little bit more because if something happens and he's there, we have to know that we don't want to take him versus somebody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe the entire league suspected these guys to fall, and maybe the Steelers were looking at all these guys with similar grades on day 2 if they fall to 83.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, if they fall that far, there's a reason.
True.
Yeah, you want to know what the main reason is?
What's that?
They're not good
Nobody
enough.
picked them.
Oh, no.
That is the common denominator.
You see what I have to deal with every Tuesday night?
So who is on the clock now? Let's say the
It is the
Patriots.
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 They'd be a great landing spot for Luther Burden.
I was going to ask you what you thought there, Andrew.
They need receiver help bad. I mean, they've got Jalen Polk, Demario Douglas. I mean, they don't have much to offer at receiver at all. They need to help out Drake May. Did they add Stephon Diggs?
I think they
so.
did.
I think
so.
so.
They
Wait,
did.
I've got Roy's. I've got Roy's spreadsheet here. Let's see. I got to find it
They did. I completely forgot about the fact they signed Diggs, but they still need another receiver. So,
yeah. So it was.
I was going to say I wouldn't want to be rolling with those other guys Andrew mentioned as my number 2 and 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to bet, though, I would say Donovan Ezeraku, local guy, Boston College. They need an edge rusher. He's that longer-armed guy that Mike Vrabel seems to like. It wouldn't shock me there.
Maybe the Steelers are picking up the phone and saying, hey, you guys want a proven commodity? We can get you George Pickens. I'm just really bored right now waiting until round 3, so we're just trying to...
But once again, both these guys, I don't think we're on here when I was saying it to Coach KT. I'm like, the Steelers don't have a huge glaring need right now. Like I said, adding a running back makes sense based on what they have and the way the draft is. I mean, the amount of running backs out there in this draft. That's why I don't think it's a huge pressing urgency need. You got to get it right now, but I think they will. If you trade George Pickens, then you've just added yourself another urgent need.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
it's all about just keeping me
occupied. To get a second round pick that could be George Pickens or Juju Smith-Schuster, or could be James Washington.
All right, we bring in the 4-year-old whisperer, Jeremy Betts. What's up?
And the whispering was a little difficult this time, but we make it through. I'm doing good. Catch me up on some of the action. I know the Browns had a couple picks and there's been a couple trades, but
there has been a couple trades. The Houston Texans. Well, obviously, the Browns took UCLA linebacker Carson
Trayvon Henderson to the Patriots.
Who?
Trayvon Henderson to the Patriots.
Albert Breer.
Wow.
Yep. So we should ask the Ohio State fan. What do you think of Judkins going ahead of Henderson?
Run over Lowe's to grab some.
Uh-oh.
Stuff.
It might be good if you want to.
Where's your keys at?
What was the question?
I actually questioned Jeremy. I don't know if you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
What do you think of Judkins going ahead of Henderson?
Well, I mean, it stylistically makes a ton of sense for the Browns. If I had to pick a kind of like a Nick Chubb type back in this class, it would be Quinshon Judkins. He's just kind of a bigger, stockier back, but he's got some speed. If he gets out of the pocket, he's going to hit the hole hard, or out of the pocket, out of the backfield, he's going to hit the hole hard. So he's a good stylistic approach with what they already have in Jerome Ford as well, who's can kind of be their speed and third down back. Quinshon Judkins is kind of your bulldozer, if you will.
I was going to say, because I didn't pay attention to either of them when they were actually playing. So
yeah,
that's why I asked you.
That's a stylistic pick for me. Based on those teams, I think that's how it's going to play out for all these running backs. But I had Trayvon Henderson as the better player because he's more explosive to me. But Judkins will get you more 6-yard runs, and Trayvon Henderson will get you more 60-yard runs. So, what are you going for there?
Yeah. Well, let me ask this to the panel here. Would any of you all make a flyer, the Steelers that is, on bringing in Nick Chubb in 2025?
Absolutely.
I would prefer to make it a draft pick at that spot, but I wouldn't hate it if you leave running back alone. Then yeah, you'd be the guy I'd go after.
Isn't J.K. Dobbins still available too?
Yep,
he is.
So
Neither of those guys, in the famous words of Rod Roddy, if the price is right.
If the price is right, there you go.
Well, I mean, honestly, at this point, any of those guys, it would be for a cheaper price. At this point in free agency, wouldn't you have to imagine?
What's that, Dave?
At this point of free agency, and plus you would want to wait till after Monday, which I keep saying I'm going to look it up, and I keep forgetting to do it. I'm just assuming that's when the compensatory formula gets locked in. I mean, compensatory free agents get locked in. If you sign someone after that, it doesn't count, because they're not a compensatory free agent. So
for some reason, I thought that was May 17th. But
I always thought it was the Monday after the draft the last 2 years.
I think you're right, but I thought I saw somewhere May 17th, and that threw me off for all of these dates that we've got going on here. But Andrew, what do you think about Travion Henderson to the Patriots? I know that they need playmakers, they need explosiveness because they've got some singles hitters at wide receiver, and in the backfield, but they need some home run hitters on both sides.
Yeah, I probably would have gone receiver here instead of running back. And I mean, if you're the Bears, you might be a little bit bummed that you can't get Henderson here. But I mean, Bears still have Mike Green on the board. He'd be a great pick for him. But for the Patriots, they want to run the football. Vrabel wants to run the football, and he knows that a strong running game can help out his young quarterback. So makes a lot of sense. He's a good complement to what they already have in Stevenson. They've definitely got a two-headed backfield now.
According to AI, it's Monday at 4.
Monday at 4.
With the anything Monday after 4 would a player that would sign would not count in the compensatory formula. That's an AI answer. I haven't found it from an actual
Okay.
Yeah.
Source there. Yeah. Chat GPT or what's your go-to AI?
Just when I Google just the top AI.
So
answer.
here's the NFL's website. They say, keep in mind, players need to have been signed as unrestricted free agents before April 29th to qualify for compensatory pick formula. Players who were released by their previous teams are not eligible, so they're not included. So April 29th, and that's a 2025 article.
Well, that's Tuesday, so it's by the end of business after the end of business Monday. Yeah. So after
Luther Burden to the Bears.
I was wondering if he was going to go here soon.
Yep, Luther Burden to the Bears. That makes sense.
Wouldn't they do 4 p.m. New York time that day for all these deadlines? That's what it always is.
Yeah.
So it would be Tuesday at 4 p.m.
No, it would be Monday. After Monday at 4 p.m., nothing would be processed. It would all be on Tuesday that would be processed.
Okay.
So anything that happens on Monday would have to it has to be processed to the league office by 4 p.m. on Monday. So if it happens after 4 p.m., that would go in under Tuesday business.
Saints are on the clock. This to me is Shedeur Sanders.
Where are you?
I think they would take shot before Sanders.
Where did you see that pick, Jeremy?
It was Connor Hughes.
Just wait until someone else has it out there.
Yeah.
The Draft Network has it.
I haven't seen it yet.
The Draft Network has it now.
But it makes sense.
Costello has it.
Although, they could have gone running back there, right?
Dale Lally says it now too.
Yes.
And Ari Mirov says it. So
okay.
Yep.
Hughes is legit. He's a specific team guy, usually the Jets, I think, but he's I think he's with Sports Illustrated.
Daddy, can you take my Band-Aid off?
Uh-oh. We got 4-year-old problems again.
You need me to take your Band-Aid off?
No, I want to take it.
You want to take it off?
Please?
Okay. Don't cry about it.
There, it's officially announced, Jeff, on the television.
Okay.
With Luther Burden.
So the Saints are on the clock.
They're not too far behind.
Well,
they're not too far behind on the TV right now.
They're not, because even when Dave said I'd already had it for 30 seconds on the TV.
So, okay, this is interesting. The Bryce Young trade is officially complete. The Bears have selected wide receiver Luther Burden. So that was the last pick that the Bears got from the Panthers for Bryce Young.
Wow.
Yeah.
Burden's impressive. He could have gone in the first round. I wouldn't have blinked for sure. But some teams are really high on him. Obviously, I think the Bears are one of them.
Hey, you got the quarterback first overall last year. You got to get him somebody to throw the ball to. Make sure you got plenty there.
It's gonna be a fun offense to watch. Burden is so much fun to watch. He's so explosive after the catch.
He is, yeah.
With the ball in his hands, he reminds me of Antonio Brown.
That's funny. They were just showing a highlight of him, Andrew, and I thought the same. I was thinking the same thing. Just the way he caught the ball and then was moving, just his movement after the catch just looked a lot like AB.
He's shifty. He's deceptive. He's so hard to track.
He's thicker built too.
He's moving faster than what he looks like he's moving. All right, is this it? Is this where Shedeur finally gets off the?
I don't think the Saints are high on Shedeur Sanders.
I don't think they are either.
I agree with Andrew. I think Shuck is the pick if they take a quarterback at all.
Shuck's a better fit, in my opinion, for them. Anyway, I like Shadeur's fit there too, but personality-wise, I feel like he and Kellen Moore would clash a lot. Kellen Moore's got a personality of his own.
Just feels weird to be like, oh yeah, the Steelers have. Let's see, we're pick 40. They pick it
75,000 more picks before the Steelers.
I was going to say they pick it 83. So you have to take all of last night's picks. We're still not even halfway there.
Tyler Shuck is the pick.
I just got a text from Wesley Coleman saying Shuck. So
Yep.
Shucks.
Noah Strackbine had it first here. For me, anyway. And then Ari Mirov says
Ari
it too.
has it now.
I want to get Mel's reaction here on the ESPN cast.
He might have a heart attack on.
So nuts.
Yeah.
He might have a heart attack on the actual draft night. Can we just get Frank? Can we just get Frank Caliendo to do it?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I can't believe no one's taking Shedeur Sanders.
We got. Hey, everyone needs to remember where Mel Kiper is from, and it'll explain everything.
Yep.
He is from Baltimore. If you didn't know, he's a Baltimorean.
Yep. Oh, Jeremy doesn't live around here to know that that's a very common thing to say.
Baltimoreans.
Baltimorean.
Mm-hmm.
I've said it just as just by myself, but I hadn't heard it as like a thing actually.
That's pretty much what most of the rest of the state calls them.
Baltimoreans.
Yep.
I mean, it's just don't. If you can not go there for any stretch of time, it'd be ideal.
Sure.
I know you've been there twice.
Yeah, to games.
Oh,
Driven through it a couple other times too.
But from the stadiums to the inner harbor along the road where the convention center is, I haven't been there in a while, but not so bad. You go half a block away from any of that, and
it's bad.
No, thank you.
It's bad. Tyler Shuck to the Saints. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, don't go anywhere down near, the Preakness, or the horse track. You get a block away from there, you're in rough looking Baltimore.
I was given my keys to Paul and we
All right. So who's on the board now? The Bears again?
And it would be the Bears.
That's what I thought.
Is this a running back?
Bears. Is this a could be. Could also be an edge rusher.
Yeah.
My gosh, this round's going to take for years off my life.
Yeah, but like I say, if they're not, if you just look at from 8 o'clock last night, we're still not halfway to when the Steelers pick again.
Mommy,
Hey.
It feels like last night, at least in the early portions, teams were just making their picks. Like it was really quick. And then
It
Andrew,
did, yeah.
and Andrew said, "Boy, this is really going fast."
And then right after Jeremy said, "Oh, they haven't taken any defensive tackles."
Hey, I'd like to say still that the Steelers got their defensive tackle even after I said
You made us sweat it more. You made us sweat it out. That there was just
They did.
one for a while, but it was the right one.
yes.
I
was just that confident, you know.
I still think it would have been really interesting to see. I mean, I think I would hope that the Steelers would have taken Grant if Harmon was gone. What would have been interesting to see is who they would have taken if both of them were there.
Yeah,
but we'll never know.
It's the Jets that are.
I think they might have taken Harmon anyway.
The Jets are on the clock.
That's what I'm saying.
Trade. No, this is Buffalo.
And the
clock.
Bills
Buffalo.
have traded
Buffalo.
up now. Ooh. What is this, Andrew? What are the Bills trading
Could
up
they
for?
double dip at corner and take a Will Johnson? Or
Yeah.
I need to look at the big board and see
Mike Green makes a lot of sense for them.
Mike Green would make sense. JT Tuimoloau, that'd be a better stylistic fit. I think personally he'd be a better stylistic fit. You've got Trey Amos.
Okay, here we go. Here's the trade. The Bills gave up 56, 62, and 109
Whoa.
for 41, 72, and 240. So
okay.
nobody netted or lost any picks.
Interesting.
They just
swapping them around, huh?
Yep.
Damn.
I wonder if the Steelers would do a trade like that to move up. If the running backs keep coming off the board.
See there, if you're watching on TV, it's on. It's probably already off Rich's screen.
It is.
Yeah,
Just went off.
So it was Bills got a 2, 3, and a 7, and the Bears got a 2, 2, and 4.
Yep. Good trade for the Bears there, honestly.
Yeah.
That's something you don't hear every day.
No.
Yep.
Well, if it would have been with Pittsburgh, we'd have fleeced them.
Yeah.
Everyone says all the time, like, there's no way the Steelers would get a second for George Pickens. And I always have to remember, they got a second for Chase Claypool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how do I say this? Did you know that any of the problems with Chase Claypool?
I don't know if
I don't even know
anyone
what they
knows.
were, but obviously there were
Exactly.
some because he didn't stick. I mean, was anything of that really well known at the time that?
Yeah.
All right, pick
TJ Sanders is the pick for the Bills. Defensive tackle, South Carolina. He's a bully in the middle, and they did need defensive tackle help, so he makes sense there.
I'm curious about something.
Now
Yeah.
the Jets are on the
You always gotta look whenever a team jumps right in front of a team that's in their division. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, how bad did the Jets need a defensive lineman?
Yeah.
You think the Bills thought that maybe they needed to go there in order to get them ahead of the Jets? I don't know.
Very, very well could be. At least a division rival in the process.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, is it the off the field stuff for Mike Green? Why he's falling? You think? Oh, he's listening to Mel.
Yeah.
He's not hearing me.
Yeah.
He's listening to Kuiper.
Todd, Andrew.
Yes.
Were you listening to Kuiper?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was listening to Bell.
I know.
That's why I had it muted. I turned the sound up.
Okay. I asked why. Is it the off-field stuff that's keeping Mike Green on the board at this point? You think?
Yes.
Okay. Off-field concerns for him.
Yeah, I believe he has 2 different allegations against him. I think 2
Yeah.
different issues. So that has to be it because
Yeah.
he's one of the best pure pass rushers in this draft.
Let me ask you this then: if that's one of those players that's just going to keep tumbling down the board, does he make it to the Steelers in the third round? And would you take a guy like that in the third round if you're Pittsburgh that you didn't think would be there?
I would. You can't have enough pass rushers. He's that good. Mike Green with Alex Highsmith and TJ Watt. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't say that he's to the level where the Steelers should just all of a sudden be like, okay, yeah, we can cut ties with TJ Watt. I'm not going to say that because that would be the rumor that would be started if the Steelers took a guy like that. But Mike Green's a special player based on talent.
But is he even going to be with you?
Yeah.
Is he going to be there?
I will say it wasn't to the Bills, but I did have TJ Sanders going 41 in the revised mock.
Okay. Look at you.
So just so you know, so the Saints broke their streak that dated back to 1971.
Yeah,
which was the last time they used a first or second round pick on a quarterback. It went all the way back to Archie Manning.
Crazy.
That is crazy.
Door was not even the first Sanders off the board.
That's funny. I just put that in the knee-jerk reaction article. I said, and Sanders comes off the board. TJ Sanders, that is, to the Bills.
Mason Taylor, tight end to the Jets.
That's a great pick.
Great pick.
Tight end
I got
from
one right in the mock.
From LSU.
Okay.
You got that one right?
Yeah, we're going on a roll here, getting some day 2 ones right. That was in the initial mock.
Okay, good call. Good call.
Yeah, sometimes when we get to this phase, I don't always remember the players' names, but like ask Jeff, he made fun of me for years because I didn't recognize the name Deontay Johnson.
No, you said
But then when I found out, it was the wide receiver from Toledo, then it was different. Then I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Because sometimes I just remember.
You can check the tape. I'm pretty sure you said I hated this pick. So then we said, you hate Deontay Johnson. I can't believe you just said that. And then, of course, in Jeff's fashion, I just ran with it. Never let up.
Yeah. Which was funny because it wasn't even on air. This was before we had Slack. This was a text message. And my question was, I'm like, did they need to do this here? That was the only thing that I said about Deontay Johnson.
But you said you hated the pick. You didn't like them going wide receiver there.
No, I didn't say I hated the pick. I never said I hated the pick.
No, you said
you know that.
Dave, you said you hated the pick, and I don't know if you did or not, but I'm just agreeing with Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, because that's
where's
what the
Brian
joke was.
Davis? He'll remember.
No, that's the joke. Is because I never said that, and you guys tried to say that I did. That's what made it so funny.
Yeah. Well,
hey,
Go ahead.
I was going to interrupt with something totally different. So sorry.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Did Jason Taylor play for the Jets at one point? Because that's Mason Taylor's dad. I think he played for the Jets at one point too. So there's some family ties there. If so,
hold on.
I'm going to search that.
I'm looking. I've got you. Jason Taylor. He did. He played.
Okay, cool.
He played for the Jets in 2010.
I was going to say towards the end of his career,
which was his last year.
Yeah.
Well, no, he played in 2011. Jason Taylor played in 2011. He played for the Dolphins.
He did go back to the Dolphins
because he was Dolphins for forever. And
Yes.
then he went to Washington for a season. Then he went back to Miami. Then he went to the Jets, and then he went back to Miami. But with the Jets, what's interesting? Okay, here you go. Gotta love this.
Yeah.
Here you go. Jason Taylor played for the New York Jets the last time they appeared in the playoffs.
Oh,
In
wow.
the last playoff game that they've had.
Interesting.
All right, so the
And now his
49ers are on
son
the
is
clock.
drafted by the
Yes.
team, and they have not been to the playoffs since. And that game was against? I don't know.
Who was it?
All I hear
I
is singing.
can't focus on anything you're saying, David. All I'm hearing is ba 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 ba.
Hey, you. We can hear you on here.
Daddy.
What?
You guys don't know the last playoff game the Jets have played?
Yes,
Against
it was
the
against
Steelers.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
AFC Championship game.
Yeah, it was the can't wait game, right?
Well, the can't wait game was before that. That was gonna beat the
No,
Patriots.
meaning
But
he was saying
he's
can't wait
saying
until
it about
that game.
playing the
Yeah.
Steelers.
Wasn't it just? Didn't he say that to Sal Palantonio? I think after the game.
I think you might be right.
I think you're correct.
You ready to go to Pittsburgh to play the Steelers? Can't wait. Oh, man.
Sal Pal.
Who's the last player the Steelers drafted from LSU? I think I know.
I think I do too. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to think of his name. He was an offensive lineman,
Yes.
and his
Close.
I know who it is.
hold on, because I wrote this. You got to give me a second.
Well, while Dave's thinking, by the way, we're talking about the last time the Jets were in the playoffs. They have the
Hawkins.
longest.
Sorry, his first name started with a J. Can't remember what it was. Hawkins.
Gerald Hawkins.
Okay.
Yep. I don't know if it's the last one. They might have had another. But go ahead, Rich.
Jets actually have the current longest non-playoff streak in the league. So
Yeah.
that goes along with what Dave was saying.
By a long way, by a large margin. Because I remember, I think it was 2, maybe even 3 years ago, I proposed coming up with a different order to do the NFL draft. And my order was that you should be put in order of the number of seasons since you've been in the postseason. So you could have missed the playoffs by one game or on a tiebreaker, but you could have ended up with the first overall pick if you had gone the longest without making the playoffs.
So hey,
I'm not
listen
saying
to
it was
this.
the best idea. It was just something I put out there.
Yeah. Listen to this. Jordan Schultz says, and it's funny because we were just talking about Jason Taylor, right? In his 1-year stint with the Jets. You said that, correct, Dave?
Yes.
1 year. So Jason Taylor, this is what Jordan Schultz says, quote, Jason Taylor was a great Jet.
Yeah,
And now his son, Mason, heads to the Jet. A great Jet?
He
was
started
there
5
for a
games.
cup. He was there for a cup of coffee. He's a Dolphin. He'll always be a Dolphin. He's no one other than a Dolphin.
You ready? In Miami, 13 years in Miami, he had 131 sacks. 1 year with the Jets, he had 5.
Well, that makes you a great Jet.
He was
honestly.
a great Jet.
Well,
He
which
had a
explains
great thing.
why they haven't been in the playoffs in 14 years.
Yeah. You know what? You got to give it to him. He had a safety when he was with the Jets. That's
Was
pretty
there a
special.
trade or something that happened? And now the Texans and Niners have been fishing around a trade
Well,
up.
I mean, the Niners are on, or the pick is in for the Niners.
The pick is
Sorry, I
in.
was too busy looking up stuff.
I haven't seen who this pick is.
Well, Mason Taylor to the Jets.
Alfred Collins, defensive tackle.
Who is it?
San Francisco takes Alfred Collins, defensive tackle.
Alfred Collins. Why do I know that?
I had you edit him for me in my revised.
That's why. That's why that name sounds so familiar, Andrew.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that, by the way.
Name. That name. I've seen that name today. Yeah.
Yes.
So now the Cowboys are on the clock.
Shador to Dallas.
That's where a lot of people. Did you have him here, Andrew?
Did I? I might
In your revised.
I think in the revised one I did, it's just like, why not? Yeah, I did.
Because
That would be,
that was
such
where
a Jerry Jones move.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, that's. I've heard that from other. You weren't the only one to say that.
I pretty much did to the Cowboys what the rest of the national media did to the Steelers in the first round. Okay, we have no other place to put him. I don't know where to mock him to, so I'm going to just give him to a team that you could make some logical reasoning for.
Well, lots of clapping and happy people in the Dallas room, so they've got their pick is in.
Oh, really? I'm seeing the 49ers room.
Well, that's because you're behind.
That's because I'm behind. They're all clapping and tapping on Jerry's shoulder. Good job there. guy that's running this franchise into the ground.
Oh, and now we get a
Commercial.
Shadur. No, we get a Shadur Sanders thing going on here.
I think Dallas is another one of those teams that did a lot of homework on the Ohio State running backs. I wonder if they would consider maybe a Caleb Johnson here from Iowa, or maybe an RJ Harvey, someone like that.
Who's Eziraku?
Donovan Ezraku.
That's what someone in the live chat just said, who the Cowboys got. But I don't have anything official. Eric Askew in the live chat said that's who they took.
If I remember right, he is Skyfire 322. He's helped out with the BTSC back in the day, the BTSC big board, and SCN big board last year, I think.
Maybe he would have to confirm that.
See if he can confirm that.
He says, "Yep, hi all." Yep. Let's see. Still, I'm looking for somewhere to confirm that.
I was gonna say I haven't found anything yet.
I was gonna say, Eric, tell us where you heard that. He said he got it from Ari Mirov. I don't have him on my list, so someone else would have to. Jeff's not here, so. And Jeremy's muted, so if he has it, he hasn't said it.
Oh, I've been talking this whole time on mute. My bad.
Oh, really? You thought we were ignoring you?
I was like, what is happening here?
I just saw you scrolling. Is that confirmed that that's who the pick was for the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Jordan Schultz.
I just got it.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
Jordan Schultz.
Yep. I just turned on notifications for Connor Hughes because he is, wherever they're submitting picks, he is right there. He's the first one on all these today.
The Cowboys
He
are
got
determined.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are determined not to get skill players.
Yeah.
on offense.
That's because, wait a second, wasn't this the pick the Steelers were supposed to be choosing because they were the Cowboys were trading for George Pickens? It's already gone. I didn't even think about saying it beforehand.
Yeah, I don't like that pick for the Cowboys.
He's a good schematic fit. I just felt like they had bigger needs.
I can't believe that we are 12 picks into the second round.
Yep.
And Will Johnson is still out there.
Can't
To me,
explain.
that's the bigger shock than Sanders,
Yes.
personally.
Same.
Because, Rich, when we talked about him on the Mock Draft Monday recap show on Tuesday, he was the one guy that I'm like, no, that's a guy that I'm pretty sure the Steelers won't get because he won't be there.
Yeah.
We kind of dismissed him because I'm like, I only did that article then is because it was the one place that had him dropping that low. No one else had him going that low. And that was early in the process that I covered him. So I just never thought he was going to be around for 21, let alone, I mean, look, we're double what the Steelers did.
TJ Tuimoloau to the Colts.
JT.
And please say
JT, sorry.
Please say position in school. That helps too.
Edge rusher from Ohio State.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my computer
Jeremy, I
battery.
I didn't get a chance to ask you last night, you and Andrew. Were you guys surprised that the defensive tackle from Ohio State went in the first round?
I was pretty surprised that he went in the first. I thought he was going to be a day 2 pick, but there had been some buzz that he was garnering first round attention late in the cycle, so it wasn't as surprising by that point. But I think originally that was one of those ones I was not expecting.
I can't even remember where he went.
He went to the Lions.
Oh,
The
that's
Lions,
right.
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Because
They were heavy in on the Ohio State boys on the defensive front because there was some JT Tuimoloau talk for them too.
I'm going to tell you something. The Lions, they are a team that they
Yes,
don't
they are.
care what anybody else says and projects where people are going to be. They seem like they are more independent from everyone else,
Yes.
and it's paid off for them.
That
Yep.
it has. And you know what?
Like
Up to this
Laporta and Campbell.
could've-
And, oh, yeah.
Up to this point, they could afford to be unorthodox because that coaching staff was just so good. And who knows if that's going to be the case anymore. You lose both coordinators in 1 year. We saw what that did to the Eagles a couple years ago.
Yeah.
They were a mess by mid-season. So we'll see if that happens to the Lions. But I trust Dan Campbell to kind of pull things together.
I mean, my goodness, they got roasted for taking Gibbs.
Yep. They did.
Jack Campbell was off to a slow start.
Jack Campbell as well.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, Campbell, Laporta, all those guys that they're like, wow, they took these guys way. You know, when they could have had this other person and they took them. You know, they took it they wanted. Okay, what are the? Did we already get the
Traded up
Colts?
16 spots for Jamison Williams.
Yeah. The Colts and
we had
getting an edge rusher here. They paired Tuimoloau with Latu from last year. So that's a fun pairing.
Yeah.
Here you go. I love this. Nick Fairbaugh. Tyler Shuck is 1 month younger than Patrick Queen.
That's crazy.
Wow.
It's insane.
Queen's going on year 6. Entering year 6.
Shuck was Justin Herbert's backup for 2 years.
Yeah. Oh,
Aren't Tyler Shuck and Brock Purdy like best buds?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I'm pretty sure they are.
I will say this right now. If the Steelers, with the next pick, even the next pick, I'm not saying they are, but if from here on out, if they were to trade up to take Jalen Milroe, I would not have a problem with it.
Yeah. Okay. The
What if they
Rams
traded
get
up to
their
take
tight
Sanders?
end.
Oh, go ahead.
The
Elijah
Rams
Arroyo?
get their tight end, Ferguson,
Over Arroyo?
over Arroyo. Where to go?
That's a shock.
Yeah. That's Tyler Ferguson, or what's his first name? I can't remember. Terrence Ferguson. That's right.
That, I would say, would be the single most biggest surprise so far for night 2. Them passing on Elijah Arroyo.
He's athletic though, but
So is Elijah Arroyo. Elijah Arroyo is way
is
more
too.
athletic.
Terrence Ferguson, Oregon tight end.
Yeah, you're getting these way ahead of me.
Ferguson, I don't even know if I think I had Ferguson in like the 80s on the big board. But maybe he fell into the 100s, actually. Yeah, I had Fannin Jr. in my top 100, but Ferguson was right outside the top 100. But I can tell you what, he's going to be a good fit in that system for the Rams, though, in the way that he plays.
Yep. He's a pass catcher.
And isn't that really why sometimes guys move up and go earlier? Because really it's just the right team comes along, right scheme, right fit.
Usually that starts
that
more
guy
in the third.
But you know.
Yeah, but it still makes sense.
This
here.
is one of those where this guy means more to the Rams than probably any other team out there.
Yep.
He's probably the guy that they eye. And I mean, after them snagging Puka Nacua a couple years ago, and some of these other guys that they've taken, Cooper Kupp, their day 2 and day 3 radar is pretty good. They have a good eye. If you want the picks first, go follow Connor Hughes if you haven't found him yet.
I don't even know who that is. Who's he through?
He's with Sports Illustrated, I believe. But he is like their Jets reporter.
Jets and Giants, gotcha.
Yep.
I'm just gonna add him to a list for now. I'll take him off that list later, after the draft is completely done.
All right. So Andrew, who's coming up? Who's coming up that Shedeur Sanders could go to? I look at Las Vegas in a couple picks.
Miami, did Miami already trade up?
Yes, they did.
They took 7A, so he's not there. Seattle already traded up.
Seahawks are up next, or up here soon again.
The Raiders at 48 are a team to watch.
Yep, the Raiders are up next.
That's the only team I see taking them. I really don't see any other option. Maybe Detroit does. They took a swing on the Tennessee quarterback, what was it, a year ago, Hendon Hooker. If they're not happy with his development, maybe they try it again with Shedeur Sanders. But yeah, I think barring a huge trade up by some team in the third round, unless the Raiders take him at 48, I think there's a really good chance Shedeur and or Milroe fall out of round 2. And we were just talking a couple weeks ago on the Steelers fix. It would be almost a pipe dream at this point for Milroe to fall to 83 after we thought for the longest time that would be the range he would go. And man, this would be an ideal option for the Steelers. And after all of that, he might actually be available at 83. I'm honestly getting my hopes up just a little bit. I would really like Jalen Milroe in the third round.
What if Shedeur Sanders is there in the third round?
Jalen Milroe.
Oh, man. I mean, you start to wonder about these possibilities. Now, I did like a just for fun mock draft, a 3-rounder, and it did feel like that you would have some quarterbacks available in the third round that they're going to go off the board more slowly. They're not going to be rushed into taking quarterbacks, these teams. That's just not how they operate anymore.
Cardinals take Will Johnson.
So he's finally off the board at pick 47.
That's a good pick.
Yep, Connor Hughes just had that 42 seconds ago.
There it is.
That makes sense. I mean, my goodness. Who did the Cardinals take in round 1? Did they take Walter Nolan?
They took Walter Nolan. See, you have these are 2 key picks in terms of the secondary and the way that Jonathan Gannon wants to run the defense. These are great schematic fits for him. Very reminiscent of the type of guys Philly went after.
Yeah.
Well, he was there. You think of their defensive lineman. Walter Nolan would have been an ideal fit for Philly. And you think of Will Johnson, that longer body type that the Eagles always go after, whether it be in free agency with Darius Slay when they had Darius Slay, and even now, the different options that they've had. The one Georgia corner from a couple years ago, 4th round, they've been trying to develop him. This is very reminiscent of an Eagles-type draft.
See, to me, if you told me a team got both Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, I would have assumed that they made a pick in the first round and then also traded into the top 25 for their second pick. And they got those 2 guys without giving up anything. Because, sometimes you got to look at that. You're like, you look at the first round pick, you're like, yeah, that's all right. And then when you add it to a second round pick is when it can feel really like, honestly, last year I liked the Troy Fautanu pick, but you added that with the Zach Frazier pick. My goodness, that was really something.
The Cardinals get one of the steals of the draft right now with Will Johnson at what was it, 47?
47.
Yeah, that's incredible value. They needed a corner. They could have taken him in the first round. They wait, they still get him. They've got to feel pretty good about that.
Biggest
Jonathan Gannon, especially because of his the way he likes to play defense. The Raiders. There was some late talk that Shedeur could go to the Raiders in the first round, so maybe they come back and get him here in the second.
Yeah, or I saw Connor Hughes say that a little bit ago.
Yeah. I need to pull up the team needs list again here.
Reeds.
Team needs of who?
Everybody.
Yeah, I have
As
one
they
that
come up
was
here.
Roy Countryman's.
The Raiders don't go quarterback. Jeremy, what are you thinking for the Raiders?
So they went with Genty in the first round. Oh, they're not picking. The Raiders are trading number 48 to the Texans, per source. Jordan Schultz has that.
Well, I don't think the Texans are taking Sanders.
No. Would they come up for another offensive lineman here?
Yep, the Texans are on the clock.
There's not that many offensive linemen remaining.
Maybe Jared Wilson?
Could be Jared Wilson. I would say he'd be the best pick. I'm telling you, Nick Caserio does not sit still in the draft. He could trade every single pick up and down. He would find a way to do it if he could.
He's my kind of GM, honestly.
I know. He's never a dull moment. But you know the picks that you have. You are not keeping any of them.
Right? You know why Will Johnson doesn't need the 4.4 speed? I don't care what it is that he actually runs. He doesn't need it because his instincts are off the charts. He sees it coming before it happens. Ariante Ursary going to the Texans here.
Okay,
Yep.
I forgot he was
Good
available.
pick.
That's a great pick.
Good pick. Yeah, absolutely.
Position at school.
Offensive tackle, Minnesota.
Okay.
Wow. You guys are getting some steals here.
I'm still waiting to see what so the Raiders traded pick 48 to the Texans for pick 58 and pick 99. 99, is that's at the end of the third still, right? Isn't like because of
What
the
is the
compensatory picks.
Yep.
Is it like 102 or 103 or something like that?
Take you to like through 101 or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
What shocks me more than anything about Will Johnson is that at this point, the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh did not try to move up and just go and get him because Harbaugh knows how good Will Johnson is. If you watch his tape, like I'll still die on the hill that I believe this guy has 4.4 speed when he's healthy. Show me on tape where this guy's speed is missing. It's hard to find it. And if you go back to 2023, I mean, his tape in 2023, I would say was as good as any tape Sauce Gardner had coming out of college at Cincinnati. It was that good. So I don't know. I would still say his tape is just as good as Sauce Gardner's, and if he was healthy, he would have run a 4.4 time. The Cardinals robbed the entire NFL there.
Well, did it so much that they robbed the entire NFL, or just the rest of the NFL was asleep and allowed it to happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Connor Hughes was saying of all the teams left in the second round, the only team that might need a quarterback is the Raiders.
Yep.
So right now it's the Bungles that are on, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes, they are up.
What's interesting is that with the Raiders, the quarterback that they may have done more work on was Quinn Ewers from Texas.
Yeah.
That's why I said meal.
I know Steel Dog 88 just put that Rappaport was saying Johnson fell because of a durability issue. But it wasn't like he suffered a bunch of injuries in college. Like this one injury was the primary injury he had in college. He didn't really miss much other time other than that.
But that was knee, right?
What's that?
That was a knee injury, right? Because that's what they say he was falling. Yesterday
Yeah.
was a knee issue.
But must have seen it as a long-term problem.
It's just gonna go with you.
I'm still trying to figure out what Jeff's doing behind the scenes down there.
So, Andrew, do you think Seattle could make a play for Shedeur Sanders?
They could, but didn't they already pass on him once?
Yeah, I mean,
Twice?
They had Emin Worry there, which I understand that, but they could. It would be very much be one of those picks. Maybe he's the top player on their board, but they never had conviction about him to take him earlier.
yeah.
I really don't know. I really don't know about this one.
So, would the Raiders though trade out of the pick where they could have gotten him and take him later and risk losing him to Seattle or to a trade up from another team?
Don't you think if
I just
Seattle
don't
wanted
know.
him, they would have taken? I mean, they already traded up once and didn't take him.
Well, yeah. I mean, they really liked Emin Worry, it looked like. So, which is funny to me. It wasn't the Ravens that ended up with Emin Worry. It was Mike McDonald,
Yep.
who used to coach the Ravens defense.
He's getting his Kyle Hamilton.
He sure is.
They
Cincinnati's
haven't even
pick, I still
announced
haven't
the
seen
Houston
yet.
pick, and I'm waiting to find a report on the Bungles.
The Bungles probably go offensive line, right?
Secondary.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a lot of good corners there.
they'll
Savon
bundle
Revel,
it.
Trey Amos.
Yep.
They need corner. Pair him with DJ Turner. DJ Turner, the Bengals have no idea what they're doing with that defense. They benched DJ Turner last year, and you could argue he was the best corner that they had.
Yep.
I thought it was the hyphenated dude. That was
The
their
old
best
Alabama corner.
I'm trying to remember.
I know who you're talking about.
Who is it again now?
For the Bengals last year, their corner that's
Hyphenated.
the hyphenated last name.
Oh, Taylor Britt.
Yeah,
Yes.
Camp Taylor Brett, Nebraska.
Yeah. I
Callie
don't remember where any of these guys go to college, Andrew. Just-
That's the only way I can remember to try to set apart the different years of the draft, or else it all just meshes together.
Yep. All right, here you go, guys. We've got a super chat. $1.99 in the tip jar. Thank you very much from Brandon Diaz. Says, watch it be Sanders versus Milrow at 83. What are the chances of that, guys?
Right now, anything can happen.
Imagine the drama if Shedeur fell to day 3.
Oh, my goodness.
That wouldn't make sense to me personally. He's not a day 3 ranked quarterback.
I still think the reason he's falling is not necessarily so much because of him. It's that the team that drafts him doesn't want to have to deal with the Sanders family and all the drama that would come with it. I don't think it's just him as a player.
Here we go. 44 seconds ago from good old Jerry Dulac says, when asked tonight what positions the Steelers could address in the 3rd round, team owner Art Rooney II indicated on Fox Sports Pittsburgh. Running back, maybe quarterback.
Demetrius Knight to the Bengals, linebacker.
It's a little higher than I expected.
Yes, me too.
Hey, just leave it to the Bungles to bungle it.
Yep.
He's a leader, though.
Yeah. I will say this. The Bengals do not draft well. They just don't draft well. They pick guys in weird spots, and then, I don't know, they just don't develop these guys either. Burrow's the best thing that ever happened to them, and Jamar Chase, obviously.
See,
those
when
are
they
like
took
top
Chase,
5
I thought
picks.
that was not the good pick for them there.
Yeah, they could have gone O-line there.
Yeah,
Sewell,
I
right?
thought Penny Sewell was the better choice there, but you can't argue it now.
I think the whole AFC North is trying to play catch up with the Ravens based on the drafts that we've seen so far. They see their running game as a significant threat. You think of the Bengals, Shamar Stewart, solid run defender, can set the edge. And now with their second pick, Demetrius Knight, tackle machine in the middle. The Steelers with Derek Harmon. The Browns with Mason Graham getting their running back to run the football and then getting Carson Schwessinger, another tackle machine in the middle. They're trying to plug up these run defenses.
Yeah. I mean, it makes
Demetrius Knight
sense.
is the cousin of D'Angelo Hall.
Wait, I
got good size. He ran faster than what I thought he was going to run at the combine. He ran a 4.58,
Come
which
on.
is plenty fast, and he can play off the edge a little bit too.
Yep.
You say that he's the cousin. You didn't even read the whole thing. That's not the most impressive thing.
That's the only part that I cared
He's
about.
the cousin of R&B legends Gladys Knight and Aretha Franklin.
Yeah.
Whew.
Hey, they were cool on The Masked Singer.
Hey, look, there it's on the TV. Cam Taylor Britt. I would have
There you go.
remembered his name there. Yeah. So, I mean, the Bengals had to do something with that defense. I mean, if you're going to invest that much money in offense, you gotta pour top draft capital in. Oh, Seattle's pick was in fast. At least it says so on TV.
Yes, but haven't.
Someone's got to
seen
take Mike
anything
Green.
Yeah, somebody does.
This is ridiculous.
The pick is in, but they don't know what
For
it is.
Seattle. Where's Seattle going here?
Mhm.
Dark horse for Shador, but probably a wide receiver now. Jalen Knoll.
Could be. I think that's who I gave to them in my revised mock. Either him or Higgins. It was one of the Iowa State receivers.
Say who did Seattle take in the first round again?
They took Gray Zabel.
That's right. Okay.
Thank you.
So, you know what? I finally realized what Jeff was doing in the background. It seems like he got a telephone call. So, where did I
what's
see
this
Tyler
night?
Lockett signed yet? Like today or yesterday? Was that Tennessee or something?
Tennessee. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, what are these NFL rivalries jerseys that these teams are coming out with? What's going on here? You guys seeing that?
I don't know. Did you get what was it? The what? The
NFL rivalries jerseys.
I'm just seeing the video of where Judkins wasn't in the room when his phone rang, so his mom answered the phone.
Panthers are
Browns call it.
trading up with the Denver Broncos after Seattle.
Okay.
Okay. Shador versus Bryce.
They said people are reporting the trade, but they're not saying what the Seattle pick is. Shocking. Here, Rich. Matt Smith wants to know, Big Bro, any pick that would get you excited tonight?
What, for the Steelers? I tend to not get excited until we're pretty close to the pick, where I have a better idea what's out there. Because I don't like to get too excited too early, because then when it's out there, I don't want to be disappointed.
Okay.
Elijah Arroyo to
Yep.
Seattle.
I just got
Nick
that too.
Thornton to Panthers.
Yep. And the trade was officially Broncos.
51st.
51, 84, 122, and 208 for
Whoa.
57, 74, 111, and 230. Holy crap.
Good grief.
8 picks involved in that.
My kind of trade.
But the thing is, a net of 0 for either of them. So that's what I think is interesting.
I would have never thought, even a month ago, that we would actually get to a point where on my big board, Shador Sanders would be one of the best 3 players available remaining on my big board. I'm like, there's no way.
There's no way he would be there because he would be taken way ahead of what you had him.
Yep. My top three players are Mike Green, Darius Alexander, and then I've got a tied grade with pretty much Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. Depends on situation.
Yep.
For the Steelers, I would definitely take Milroe first, but wow.
See, I wouldn't.
What?
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think
Turn on all my notifications.
Sander, if either one of those
Take
two
from her and go.
has
go
the
to the
potential
iPad.
of an enormous ceiling, it would be Sanders.
Really?
Oh, out of those two? Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Milroe was not good this year.
At times, but go and watch the Georgia game. That was an incredible game.
Yeah, but you have to look at one incredible game and a bunch of sucky ones.
I was going to say, anybody
Right.
can have one incredible game.
yeah.
I could be a good quarterback for one game.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I agree that Shedeur is a more consistent. I would say he's more likely to have a successful career than Milroe would be. Milroe's a bigger risk. But if we're just talking about pure upside and a guy who I think has a chance to be elite, I just don't see Sanders ever getting to that point. Whereas with Milroe, I think if you put him in a situation where he is running the football a lot his rookie season, I think you get at least something similar to what the Colts got with Anthony Richardson his rookie season before he got injured. Not Richardson last year, but what he was before the injury when people were like, oh, man, this guy's going to light the world on fire. It took a lot of pressure off the passing game. I think you could get that type of system because if I'm being perfectly honest, Lamar Jackson was not any better passer than what Jalen Milroe was coming out of college. He wasn't. Mm-hmm. So that's what gives me hope to think that in the right system, very system-based, but I do think that Milroe has a chance to be an elite dynamic quarterback, whereas Sanders, I feel like best case scenario, he's maybe a Dak Prescott level guy.
But you got to remember the whole notion of he never had an offensive line or a running game and blah, blah, blah. That's what Mel Kiper's been screaming forever. So...
Well, Shedeur was sacked a lot, but when you go back and watch his tape, a lot of his
held on
sacks,
to the ball a lot.
As several of his sacks came on just holding on to the ball too long. There were a good number of instances. 2 years ago, his offensive line was absolutely terrible. This past season, I felt like it improved a little bit, and a lot of the sacks Shedeur took were more just not getting rid of the ball in time. I don't have a statistic pulled up. I thought I saw something. I don't know if it was next gen or there was some statistic out there based on the amount of time he had per throw inside the pocket in terms of release time. I don't have that in front of me. But if I remember right, it was significantly more than what you would expect for a guy who doesn't have a great offensive line.
And maybe you all can give me an example of this. Maybe the live chat can help. But I can't think of one because I'm not the big draft person that you guys are, except for Rich. I blow him out of the water. Yeah. Name me a quarterback who had a great next to last year in college, so much so he would have been a first-round pick, then had a poor year to finish college, and ended up being a great NFL quarterback.
Didn't Tua get injured his last year to where he didn't really play much his final season?
Trying to what with Oregon? I thought he
no
did.
With Alabama Tua.
Oh, yeah,
Dave, what was your question again?
I said, you might be right. Sorry, for some reason I had Mariota stuck in my head. I said, can you name for me a quarterback that had a fantastic next to last year? I'm not going to say junior, senior, whatever, because of all this crap going on now with how many years they've been there. Next to last year in college, fantastic. Really fell off their last year, destroying their draft stock, and then turned around and had an excellent NFL career.
Whew.
Because to me, that's Milroe. He was he was so much better the year before.
People may disagree with me. I like Jalen Milroe way more this year than what I did last year in terms of his ability to process. Mm-hmm. It was quicker. His decision-making still has to improve. But 2 years ago, Jalen Milroe, he just reverted to when nothing works, I'm just going to run. This year, Milroe, you had Milroe stay in the pocket longer. He navigated. He got through his progression much better. So
Tennessee's pick is in, and it's
like
Olu Oladejo. or
Did we
Oladipo.
did we even talk about Carolina's pick?
That's what I'm saying right now. Is Olu Oladejo is that how you say it, Andrew? Is the pick
Yeah,
here?
Olufemi Oladejo.
And yes, Dave, we had mentioned the pick for the Panthers because it came out pretty much the same time the Seattle pick came out. We mentioned them both together.
That's what I'm stuck. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that player that went to the Titans, that was the Steelers' pick.
Yes, 52.
So now's the big question. Now's the big question, everybody. If the Steelers would not have traded for DK Metcalf, or if they did it and gave up something different and would have been selecting right there at 52, knowing everybody that's out there, who would you have taken for the Steelers at 52 if they would have held on to their own pick?
Whew. I'm still taking Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa here.
Okay.
That's what I would pick right now. And then I would turn and look at the guys in the war room and say, Mike Green is still on the board. Should we do this? Or should we go with probably who our next highest ranked running back is, which I think is Caleb Johnson. But I think they would go Johnson.
I just thought it was a good question to ask at this point.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm back.
Guess who's back?
Yeah, sorry. I had to feel the phone call. Did you guys get this super chat by Brandon Diaz by chance?
Did.
Dave?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I was talking about you while you were off screen. I'm like, what is Jeff doing? And I'm like, oh wait, it looks like he had a phone call.
Yes.
Wasn't from the source, was it?
No, not football related.
Oh, bummer.
It's just my brother. That's all. So.
Oh, that's not important. So it's Tampa.
Oh, so the better of the Hartmans.
Yes, that's right. You can ask my parents; they'll tell you that too. The older brother. They call him the golden boy for a reason. So, all right. Where are we?
Yeah.
Tampa Bay, 53. Gosh, this draft is taking forever.
I was just thinking about how fast it was going, Jeff.
So
you
We're almost
serious?
into the third round.
Did you answer the question of who you would have taken here?
I would have double dipped defense tackle Darius Alexander from Toledo.
You'd have done okay. Oh yeah, he's still there, isn't he?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm totally cool with that, by the way. I'm totally cool with the Steelers, even in round 3, taking another defensive lineman. Let's do it.
Sure.
Except Jeff did almost forget that Logan Lee was still in the Steelers, but that was a 6th round pick. Yeah.
What are the expectations for Logan Lee? Seriously.
Cut.
I definitely don't have many expectations for Logan Lee.
No, but okay, so let's talk play style. Everyone's like, this guy's a Brett Kiesel. Is he really?
Don't know.
I don't think so. He's just a high cut white boy on the defensive line. So
I didn't even have him in my top 400 last year whenever he was drafted. I did, it was like in the 390s or something. I didn't feel like he's a difference maker on tape. He didn't disengage well to make tackles. He wasn't that great of a penetrator. Couldn't finish. It was just one of those things, like whatever.
Benjamin Morrison to the Buccaneers.
That's an interesting scheme fit. I wouldn't have predicted that one.
Yeah, cornerback. He kind of fell down boards because of injuries. He didn't play at all this last year, did he, Andrew?
Nope.
Yeah.
Or if he did, it may
his
have been like
2023 tape was really good. Yeah.
Guys, I have to yield to you on this one because this was Brandon Diaz that was chiming in on my question that I asked you guys. Said 2 examples of the quarterbacks are Josh Allen and Jordan Love. Did Josh Allen have a bad last year?
Yes.
Before he came out? Okay. Because
that is true. I don't know if he had a great season before that, though.
Yeah.
It was better. I believe he had. Let me see if I can pull up his numbers from the previous seasons, but I know that his last year was like a 56% completion percentage.
Yeah.
I'll look up his college stats.
And then Jordan Love, I don't remember anything from him in college. Where'd he go? I don't know where he went. Cal? That's right.
Does anybody else use sports reference?
Yeah.
Wow, Dave, can you believe, Dave, you just put that out there and who spit out where that guy went to college?
Big Bro actually knew that one. Yes. We got to take the win when you can get it. Right?
That's right.
Hey, Utah State.
Utah State? What do they say in Utah State?
I don't know.
That's where Jordan Love played, right? Utah State?
I could have swore he was Cal.
Aaron Rodgers was Cal.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, and I was thinking it was back-to-back guys, years and years
I have
apart.
no
but
idea.
I'm probably off because you know how much I follow college football.
Yeah, it was Utah
So
State.
okay, I'm
Okay.
not going to say too much, but that's interesting that both of those examples, which I'm sure if you guys say they're great examples, like I said, I didn't know the answer to that question.
So
Are from
Josh
guys
Allen,
from small schools, not from the number one powerhouse in college football over the last decade.
So Josh Allen's completion percentage was not higher, but he played more games in 2016, had almost twice the amount of passing yards, had better yards per attempt, 8.6 yards per attempt compared to 6.7. Had more interceptions, but 28 touchdowns, 16 touchdowns from 2016 to 2017. And he had a better passer rating of 144.9. Or wait a minute. That's not passer rating.
Oh, and sorry, Rich. I guess that means you have to take the L when you can get it.
I don't know why you'd listen to me anyway.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they just had the player that just went to Tampa. That was another player that was mocked to the Steelers early in when I did my mock draft Monday series. Morrison,
okay.
and he was one that we talked about. Rich, we're like, I don't think he's going to be a first round pick. So, yeah.
Couple names I'm still looking at this point. There's two Treys from Ole Miss that are good players, Trey Amos and Trey Harris, cornerback and wide receiver. Jalen Knoll is one of my favorite receivers in the entire draft, and he's still available. Kevin Winston Jr., the safety out of Penn State, is very intriguing. Big defensive back there. My boy Caleb Johnson. Jalen Royals, my other favorite wide receiver in this draft class, is still out here. Azariah Thomas, cornerback out of Notre Dame or Florida State, is still out here too. And he was the guy the Steelers had in for a visit. So there's a lot of these guys still available here.
For Milroe, his bad games they all came in like just kind of bunches. Like the Oklahoma game was awful, 11 26, 164 yards, 3 picks. But that Georgia game was a thing of absolute beauty. 27 of 33, 374 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had 117 yards on the ground. I mean, that was at the time when Georgia was the second-ranked team in the country. I mean, they were a good defense, and he picked them apart. He was calm inside the pocket. The South Carolina game, he was very good too. I know he had 2 picks, but neither one of them was his fault. The other one was not. He was strong against, I believe it was the LSU game. Yeah, LSU game. He only had 18 pass attempts, but man, he made the most out of every throw in that game, and he was dominant as a runner. So I think in some of the top competitions, some of the biggest games, Milroe showed up, and that's where it's harder to be a little bit objective about this one because I wouldn't give him the high grade that I gave Lamar Jackson coming out, but I wasn't even convinced Lamar Jackson would make it in the NFL as a quarterback. I thought he might have to move to receiver because his passing was so bad. I don't feel that way with Milroe. And, Jordan Palmer, who's a QB guru, and I was surprised he said this, but he worked some with Jalen Milroe. And he's like, this guy's got what it takes to be a really good quarterback. He's got the know-how. He has the mental physique to be able to handle the NFL game. And he said Jalen Milroe and Kyle McCord, these guys are going to be starters in the league for a long time. So that gave me a lot more time as well.
Anthony Belton is the pick for the Packers, according to the Draft Network.
That's a bad. Yeah, he's on the TV. They just announced it. That's a bad pick.
That's a reach.
And the Packers just drafted a tackle last year in the first round of Jordan Morgan.
They love their offensive tackles, these Packers. You know what they do? I was listening to the Athletic Football Show, and I didn't know this about the Packers, but they almost exclusively draft college tackles, and then they put them anywhere that they want to on the offensive line. They want the athleticism of a college tackle, and then they put them anywhere that they've got an available spot. So they will put him at guard. If they think he can play center, they'll move him to center. But they almost strictly take college tackles as their offensive linemen.
It's an interesting philosophy.
Chargers pick is in.
Oh, real quick, did anyone get Tim Lyons super chat here?
No.
Okay, he gave $2. Says
Okay.
Morrison. He's talking about Benjamin
5
Morrison, the
games.
cornerback taken by the Bucks. Played 5 games for my Irish.
I only watched his 2023 tape, so I did not see any of him this year.
Because there was some injury concerns, is what I saw here. They're like, oh, if he checks out good with injury, he could be a steal.
Absolutely, he's a good zone corner.
Trey Harris to the Chargers.
Once
good
again,
The NFL had that one first.
I was going to say, once again, position in school.
Wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Wide
okay.
receiver in school.
I get the names mixed up, but usually I can remember if I can pair it with a position in school.
Gotcha. Trey Harris is a great fit for the Chargers based on what they have at wide receiver already. He's the big body X field stretch type receiver. He would be their George Pickens. He's not quite that fast and athletic, but he's a bigger bodied receiver. So,
He played on the same high school team with Malik Neighbors.
oh wow.
He's not going to be. He is great outside the numbers. His body control along the sideline is amongst the best of any receiver in this class.
Mike Garofolo says the Lions traded up to 57, which is Denver. So Denver has traded back twice consecutively now.
Mike
'Cause the
Green's still
Broncos-
there, Detroit.
The Broncos sent an earlier one to the Panthers, and now they're sending.
Oh, does this mean that Najee Harris is
one
going to
back.
have to put an N on his jersey?
Yes.
To specify which Harris you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. How many Harrises do the Chargers need, Brian Baptist? That's funny.
That is hilarious.
Yeah. Rappaport
Have
said
you
the Lions
ever met
go
him?
over the Ravens and Raiders.
Have I met him in person?
Have you met any of the insiders in person? Anybody?
No, I've never even met Chris Carter in person. I've known that guy for years.
Yeah.
And we've had many a talk, long talks on the phone, not just about the Steelers, and I've never once met him. Next year draft, I'm sure I will. I'll track him down.
That'd be fun.
Okay, so the trade was 57 and 230 in exchange for 60 and 130. So 3 picks in the end of the second round cost you 100 picks later. But once again, a lot of these trades have not netted the team an additional pick. They've just been swapping stuff, swapping multiple picks. I'm putting that out there in case people are thinking, well, do the Steelers don't have any firepower? They don't to trade up. I mean, they could, and they could even keep their same number of picks. It would just significantly have to move where they were drafting.
Tate Ratledge to the Lions, offensive guard.
Yep.
Georgia.
I had that and I changed it. I had them taking Ratledge and I changed it to Jared Wilson. Ratledge fits Detroit, though. Kneecap biter.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bears. We totally skipped the Bears here, I guess. But they took.
I had that. I thought we had talked about it.
Mike Green.
Did we? No, it wasn't Mike Green. It was Ozzie Trapillo. Trapillo? Okay. That's a bit of a reach too, isn't it?
I don't think it's so much a reach as it was. Trapilla is more of a right tackle, and the Bears need a left tackle. They obviously feel confident in moving him to the left side. He has the length, but I don't think he has. I could be wrong, but if I'm thinking of the right guy, I don't know if he has the ideal arm length, even though he's like 6'8".
6'8". Oh, that's right. He was the tall one that I was looking at.
I had a.
What is Jeff laughing at?
My kids are showing.
What up, kids? Hey, Cal, you want to come say hi to Jeff's kids? Come here.
I turned my camera off to say goodnight to my kids last night.
There's so many of them. Stop it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'll go on the wallet.
Oh, jeez. I was going to say.
That's
The
enough.
kids are taking over.
Say hi, Cal. Anyway.
Yeah, that's 5. That's the mouse. Can I go watch this? Well, is it Daddy? What episode, Daddy?
Miss Timid over here.
Well, it's not even 9 o'clock. And what are we looking like? Like 10:15, 10:30 probably with the Steelers pick.
Oh, yeah.
What it's looking like is I'm tired.
For being,
so fast.
for being up way too late last night.
Jeff, how late were you up last night?
Who was making this pick for the Bears coming out with the championship belt?
12:30.
Seth Rollins coming out to make this pick.
Okay.
What did you say, Jeff?
Like 12:30ish.
Oh.
Not too bad.
You got the bet at 12:30?
Wow.
Yeah,
Why are you tired?
Oh, wait a minute.
When I
guess
normally
we-
go to bed.
I guess since we had all the kids on, Jeff's
Yeah.
hashtag pick Kyle. Hashtag
He's
pick
actually got
Kyle
4 for
right
me.
now is closer to Jeff and Dave and Bad than he is to me.
He's playing down here, isn't he?
Yeah, they've got games at Montgomery College tomorrow and Hagerstown on Sunday, so they're staying in Hagerstown the next 2 nights down near the mall.
Oh, at least those are nice hotels.
Yes.
Who's on the clock?
I don't
Chicago?
know.
Like-
The Bears
Like,
are up
for
there.
real,
I've,
or
I've never actually seen the Bears pick show up on my timeline.
I know, and the Bears and they on TV is still sitting at the
And
Bears.
if the Raiders,
and we know
the Raiders
Detroit's
took
already picked.
Jack Beck, or whatever it is. The Jack, is it Beck? B-E-C-H?
Yeah,
That's who the
Beck,
Raiders
yeah.
took.
but
Come on, Andrew, tell us something about him.
what's funny is we're getting reports now 2 picks ahead
Yeah.
of where they are. Almost 3 picks ahead of where they are on TV.
Isn't
Are we
that
talking
the
Jack
wide-
Bash here?
Yeah, is that the wide receiver
Yes,
TCU?
Wide receiver from TCU. His brother was the one who died in that
Yep.
terrorist attack in
Some
New
people
Orleans.
fed him to the Steelers in round 3.
I would have loved him if he would have fallen to the Steelers in round 3. He's a great compliment would have been a great compliment to DK Metcalf. But he can align anywhere. He can play in the slot. He can play out wide. He's versatile. Solid route runner. I would say above average. He's got incredible hands, some of the best hands. He's got good body control. Maybe not the most explosive receiver in the draft, but definitely has enough after the catch twitch to be able to make defenders miss. I really like Jack Bash. He's a clean prospect. It took me a while to warm up to him, but during the Senior Bowl week, he proved he had a little bit more athleticism to deal with some of these other really good athletes on the perimeter than what I ever gave him credit for. He really won me over during the process, and I think that's a great pick. And which team took him?
The Raiders. So Bad can be happy.
Shoot, we haven't even seen Brian yet, have we?
No, yeah, he's like, oh, I might be a little bit late. Yeah, Brian, you're like almost 2.5 hours.
Who else was supposed to come on? Let me look at the schedule here.
They're finally going to announce, because Seth Rollins took about 7 minutes to announce the Bears pick.
I feel like
So
Tom
technically,
Brady.
it's the Ravens that are on the clock, by what we're going with.
I feel like Tom Brady was the one who made that pick. It's a white receiver, middle of day 2. This just feels like a Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola, Eric Decker type guy.
Oh, Jeff, we had an answer as to where's bad.
Should have known. Gentlemen's Club.
Yep.
All righty.
See, I don't know. I always don't like whenever it's an AFC North team is picking because I'm like, oh, don't make.
So if the Raiders pick is in, that means
It's
the Ravens
Yeah.
are on the clock. Andrew's gone. Oh, he's back.
That point in the draft where it's like the big board just is not changing. The top available players are still the top available players, and they're just falling further and further.
Yeah. So, Andrew, is there a pick here that the Ravens could make that you'd be like, oh, no, not him going to Baltimore? Someone you would specifically really want them to not take here?
Mike Green.
Mike Green?
I would hate to face
I
that.
thought that might be your answer. Unless something, well, I mean, I would never wish that on a player that, then they get drafted and then are in trouble and can't play. But I'll also say this, if he did things that should get him in trouble, then there should be consequences for it. I don't know the story with what's going on with Mike Green. I have no knowledge. I don't even know what school he went to. So when I say that, I'm just
edge rusher from Marshall, led the FBS in sacks this past season. He's a great pure pass rusher. He's got heavy hands, converts speed to power very well.
Mm-hmm.
Darius Alexander, I would not like to see him either to Baltimore, but I would rather him than Mike Green. But either of those guys, home run picks for Baltimore, I would think that's the direction they go because they need help up front. The only other way would be offensive line, but these tackles have dried up really, really quick.
Man, we aren't even done the second round, and we're already I'm getting reports from people, and then someone's reporting somebody else, but it's really from 2 picks ago because they're all coming in at different times. Usually that's a day 3 thing.
Yeah. I will tease if we
the Ravens are selecting Marshall pass rusher Mike Green.
Oh.
That sucks.
That was Jordan Schultz 11 seconds ago.
Yeah, that sucks.
The Ravens always go BPA. Oof.
I had 2 different former students whose names were Mike Green.
What a small world.
Yeah.
Mike Green could be a very underrated pick for our defensive rookie of the year.
All right, so then that puts the Broncos on the clock. Did they trade back twice? Someone said? I don't know.
I think it's an amazing story it's an amazing story here for Jack Bash. I'm wondering if they're going to show anything here on air.
Yeah, so they're saying the Raiders pick. We already know the Ravens pick.
Got Denver on the clock now.
It's the time of night that I'm just yeah.
Has there been anything reported on any other teams reaching out for George Pickens?
Not that it's come across my Steelers coverage. So
That Mike Green pick is a killer.
So why did he fall?
2 off the field issues. Let me see if I can pull something up specifically. I don't want to.
Someone in the live chat, I don't want to bring it up, said that he would be best friends with Justin Tucker.
Oh, him and Deshaun Watson then.
I don't know if that's what it was.
2 sexual assault allegations.
Oh, geez.
That is the only reason that he fell to this point in the draft. Based on talent, you could argue he's a top 10 pick.
Huh.
Baltimore is getting a steal.
If there's not a bigger problem that has him unable to play.
True. Not like there's never been another Baltimore Raven player to not get suspended very long.
Yeah. So I guess he is. Yeah, like here we go. Says fit right in with the Ratbirds.
And
Which is crazy because wasn't their first round pick? Wasn't he like one of the most high character guys in the draft?
Malachi Starks, yeah, it's super high football IQ. Never really had an off-field issue.
Yeah.
In Mike Green's defense, though, I will say these are just allegations. We don't know for sure that he did do anything. So he's still innocent until proven guilty. So it's always important to keep that in mind as well.
That's what I was saying. I didn't even know what the allegations were in regard to. But let's just say this. It was enough for a potential top 15 pick to be taken at 59. So there must have been enough other teams in there that felt it was substantial enough to not want to pull the trigger on drafting him.
So
once ESPN gets to their analysis on this pick, because ESPN's still yet to announce the pick, I have a very strong sense Mike Greenberg is going to mention about 3 times how he shares a name with this guy and has every weird statistic about this type of guy. He has gushed over him throughout the draft process, primarily because he shares a name with him. They are showing Jack Bash a little piece on him and about him losing his brother.
Wow. Sorry. Nick Faribaugh posted a picture that was a Wang Harbs quote that said that the Ravens are a zero tolerance team, and that's why they handled Ray Rice the way they did. Which means maybe they've looked into it and they don't feel that there's anything behind the allegations. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't want to say one way or the other when I know absolutely nothing about the situation.
Beyond that, there's nothing that has been made public of there being any other red flags. It's just those 2 allegations against him. Other than that, there isn't.
Believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
We talking Mike Green to the Ravens?
Yeah.
That's bad for Steelers fans.
I hate that so much. They didn't even have to trade up, did they?
Nope. We went from wonderful story with Jack Bash getting drafted to now Mike Green is in the AFC North. What are you thinking for Denver at 60 here, Jeremy?
Okay, so Denver, I'm trying to go back and see what their picks have been so far. Just Jahdae Barron, is that all it has been for the Broncos?
It has.
This has to be an offensive weapon then. This is a running back or a wide receiver. So I'm looking at some home run type hitters at running back potentially. You've got Caleb Johnson still there, but
I wouldn't rule out
Dylan
Caleb
Sampson
Johnson.
makes some sense. DJ Giddens makes some sense. I don't think they go Cam Scatabo. I think Scatabo is going to be a Chief. He's their next attempt at the LSU running back. Hilaire.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah. The Broncos could go Jalen Knoll. They could go
Someone in the live chat said
Kyle
RJ
Williams.
Harvey.
I
RJ
love
Harvey.
that.
Yep. This would be a tad early.
The
for RJ
Broncos
Harvey.
get a running back. It's UCF's RJ Harvey at number 60.
So
Oh,
the
it's
Gates in the
man.
live chat had it. Yep.
RJ Harvey is a good football player. He is.
Didn't the
so
Steelers bring him
elusive
in?
the open field.
For a 30.
Yes,
I
they
feel
did.
like they brought in every running back that's an option in the draft.
He was one of the late 30 picks or 30 visits. Man, I can't believe that, honestly. This is early for me for RJ Harvey, even as much as I like him. I liked him more as a late third rounder, early fourth type steal.
I had him at 69 on the board. So to me, this is a fair area for him to go. Chris Sims was actually comparing him to Le'Veon Bell, the way that he runs with that patient running style, which he does have, and he's similar size to Bell. A lot of the same issues coming out, and I mean, it took Bell a little while to get pass protection down.
Yeah,
and but natural receiver out of the backfield. I like RJ Harvey a lot. He's going to be a good fantasy pick. If you think about that offense, he's going to be a great pick in fantasy and later rounds of dynasty drafts.
Yep, he is.
I think people are just concerned with like a guy like Dylan Sampson. Most people have rated higher, but he's just a pure runner at this point. Like he's still raw as a receiver. He can't pass block at all. I think that's the reason he's falling, not because of his rushing ability. Because based on just as a runner, you're talking a James Cook level type player from day one.
Jim Nagy has been tweeting a ton of Senior Bowl guys coming off the board here.
Mm-hmm.
So Washington is on the board, yes?
Yes.
Or on the clock?
Yeah.
They are on the clock. Yep.
One bit of information.
I still haven't got the Denver pick on anyone that I'm following here.
I had it on, I think it was Ari.
Gotcha.
Let me double check. Wasn't Breer. He's been behind.
Mm-hmm.
One bit
Yeah,
of
it's Ari.
information I got on Washington is that I know them and Buffalo both spent a lot of time with Landon Jackson, the edge rusher from Arkansas. So I would keep an eye on him here, as well as once Buffalo comes up on the clock. Both of them need pass rushers. He's that 4-3 type guy that'd be a fit in that defense.
Buffalo isn't up for a while.
Oh yeah, because they moved. They
traded.
moved up.
They did trade.
Yep.
With Chicago.
Chicago has that pick instead. So here they're coming out to announce the Ravens selection. I don't remember center Jason Brown of the Ravens. Anybody else?
Nope.
Jason Brown
From like 2000, drafted in 2005 in the 4th round? That's who's announcing the pick.
That's the best they've got.
That's how I'm going to say. I mean, yeah.
Just send Mike Green out to make that selection.
Yeah, I finally have the Broncos pick someone putting it out there. So I'm sure Andrew's going to get off and see what Mel has to say here about Mike Green.
Or Mike Greenberg.
Yeah.
Mike Greenberg would be the one that I would.
The Commanders are taking Ole Miss cornerback Trey Amos at 61.
Yeah.
That's
Good
a
pick.
decent
Good pick.
there.
They need corner help. I thought Amos could sneak into the first round. I had him mocked to Buffalo.
I just want to ask you guys something. The only two people that were in the green room last night that weren't drafted, was it Will Johnson and Milroe?
Yes.
Will Johnson was not there. tonight, right? They didn't come back. They did the Joey Porter Jr. thing, right? I don't remember.
That could
seeing
be
him come
true.
out.
I thought I saw him getting a hat and everything,
Oh,
but that may have been with his family. Now
I
that
can't
think
remember.
about it,
I
it just was
wasn't
a
paying
glancing-
attention there. Sorry,
glancing shot.
I just saw that on NFL Network. Just showed that clip of him at the Senior Bowl running over a tackle in practice. I remember seeing that during the Senior Bowl week, and I wasn't even paying attention to the Senior Bowl. So, yeah. Ugh. My goodness, this feels almost as bad as when the Steelers didn't have a first-round pick. They had to wait the whole time without anything.
I will say this right now. If Caleb Johnson is still somehow there at 83, that would be dream scenario for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I mean, are we getting into
man.
a place now if the Steelers really wanted someone, they feel like they could trade up for it without having to surrender a pick?
I think so.
Jeremy, who'd you say that you would be a perfect scenario?
Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa.
Okay, here's something that Albert Breer said about Mike Green. Said he had 2 accusations of sexual assault in college, was cleared, but came off a bunch of teams' boards. Some determined that even if he was innocent, the pattern of putting himself in bad situations was enough to pass.
Yeah.
That they didn't trust his decision-making of staying out of bad situations. Okay. Yeah.
Art Rooney II, some more of his comments. He said that if they draft a quarterback this year, it won't be to start this year. It'll be somebody to be developing.
That sounds to me like a team that's looking at taking a quarterback here.
Depends on how it falls between now and 83, honestly.
So we got Chicago back on the clock now.
Who did Washington take again?
The cornerback.
Oh, the cornerback. Yeah,
Trey
Amos. So Chicago, Kansas City, and Philly, and then round 2 is done, and we get ready for round 3.
I'm sure Kansas City would love to put Shador Sanders behind Patrick Mahomes.
For what purpose?
Like I said, when I asked a question about Milroe or Sanders, and I just said that I don't really care. I trust what the Steelers want so much more than what I'm thinking about. Really. So
The only area where I disagree was just the upside factor. I think Milroe's got more upside. So that was why I justify him over Sanders. That's just my opinion.
Which tells me that if Andrew would take one over the other, then the Steelers would take the other.
Exactly.
And we could see him lying on the ground upset.
Well, if Sanders goes in the 3rd round, you're not going to see me face planting into the ground like I did for Kenny Pickett. This is a 3rd rounder. I can justify it, but yeah.
All right, Corey Eckenroth joins second night. What's up, Corey?
How's it going, everybody? Y'all hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Someone's
All right,
TV is
sorry.
pretty loud right now.
Is my TV pretty loud? Let's see.
Mine's down pretty low, but I can
Yeah, mine's down low too. I don't know what's going on here. Well, let's do this.
There's gone.
It's gone wherever it was.
There we go.
I have this.
Corey. Hey, Corey, how's it going?
Liz, how's it going? Good to see you again.
RG Harvey had 22 touchdowns last year. I always forget just how efficient he was. Shamar Turner to the Bears.
Okay. So
Defensive line, Texas A&M, right?
Andrew's nodding.
Man, they had all the Shamars.
I had him as a target for the Steelers in the 3rd round potentially if he would have fallen that far. More that 5 technique body type, a little bit shorter than prototypical. In Chicago, he's going to be playing as that rotational 3 tech behind Grady Jarrett.
So, what's your overall impression so far on tonight, Corey?
I like some of the picks that I've seen. It's been very trying on my patience waiting for 83 to come around, but knowing that as round 2 has gone on and Omar Khan has once again, stolen a second round pick. So regardless of how we want to look at this, we got Derek Harmon in the first round and we got DK Metcalf in the second round. And that's a pretty solid draft already.
Knocks out 2 big needs, and now I feel like everything else is, like
Gravy.
I said, I'm the weird one with running back. That says
No, I agree with you. I think that needs to be something that they look at. Obviously, they've got this.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I think that if the Steelers had the running backs that they have right now, it's not the end of the world. But I think it would be dumb to go through this draft as deep as is at running back and not take one.
Yeah. I agree with that. I like Jalen Warren. I like Kenneth Gainwell. I think he's a great back.
I do too.
He's been in the back. He's been behind the scenes in Philly, sitting behind Saquon Barkley and some others. So he really had an opportunity to really come out of that. But I agree with you. They're going to have to do something to find that short down back. Do they look at Connor Hayward as that back?
No, to me they would add a free agent if they don't draft someone, but I think they're going to. I just don't think they're going to force it.
I agree with you.
It's not the glaring need like center was last year.
Sure. And the Steelers were thankfully patient enough to be able to wait for Frazier to fall into their lap like he did. I'm hoping something similar happens here at 83, although it's going to be interesting to see what position they actually pick there.
AR2 says running back or quarterback.
I'm okay with either one.
Which means it won't be either.
I mean, if there was like a really good guard that was there, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I would be fine with something like that even. But I don't know that player exists at this moment that I'd be looking at.
Sure.
And with the running back position, everyone has their own flavor that they're looking for. So it's hard to tell what running backs that are available at 83 might still be available at 123 when the Steelers are on the clock again, because it's all about style at the position. I mean, we just saw RJ Harvey go off the board before other guys that most people were expecting to go above, like a Dylan Sampson, someone like that. Who's to say DJ Giddens doesn't fall to the 5th round just because of a stylistic approach?
So if you had to find a best fit running back from what's left in the draft right now, who would you take?
Giddens.
Yeah,
Caleb Johnson. Get out of here with that.
I like both of those guys. I think they're both the best fit of what's left. But I was just interested in seeing what everybody's take was.
Yeah.
Now, for the record, in my initial mock draft, I had the Steelers trading the 69th pick to the Patriots in that George Pickens trade, because that was when there were rumors starting to heat up. George Pickens unfollowing the Steelers. So I'm like, why not? Let's throw it in there.
But he's done that like 3 times.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
But what I was making was I had the Steelers taking Caleb Johnson, and maybe the biggest takeaway from the commenters on the mock draft was no way Caleb Johnson falls to pick 69.
Yeah.
He still might not, but we're getting close there. I think Chicago could take him, but it's interesting.
Good
so who
Lord,
are we on
Ashton
right now?
Genty. Like, could you imagine if the Bears had actually gotten Ashton Genty and then went after somebody like Caleb Johnson? Because there was a lot of talk that Ashton Genty was going to go to the Bears before he ended up with the Raiders. Man, having a backfield with both of those would be nice.
They've already gone tight end, wide receiver. Do you think? I mean,
true.
Oh
Very
wait,
true.
and they got a tackle, right?
Yeah, Ozzie Tramillo. They have needs on defense, but like if they wanted to address it at edge rusher, they should have with Mike Green.
Yeah. But Mike Green's got all those red flags, though. I mean, major waving red flags.
But then
2 allegations. I'm not trying to minimize it, but
I think of some of these players that have come through in the past that have had some less than savory backgrounds, but teams have taken a chance on them. It never ends up working out well. Listen, sometimes it does, but it's a lot of risk involved for a lot of money and a lot of draft capital. And I'm glad I'm not a GM. Let's just put it that way. I don't have to make these decisions. You know what I mean?
So did we have we had the Bears pick, right?
Yep, Shamar Turner.
Yeah,
Let me ask about that, because to me, Shamar Turner is very interesting because he can play inside, or I think he can even jump outside a little bit. He's small enough to do that. But why would you take him over Darius Alexander is my thought here. Turner's maybe a little stockier, but the length with Alexander is incredible.
I honestly don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
Yeah.
As to why Turner would go this high. He has more special teams value. He's played some really good special teams. I don't think you're drafting that for that at this point in the draft, but I would say there's slightly more versatility. But then again, with Alexander, I feel he can play 3-tech, he can play 5-tech, he can fit either 3-4 or 4-3. That's one pick where I just am like, he's not a bad prospect. There's a lot of upside physically, but everything that you say is good about Shamar Turner. You have to say the same about Darius Alexander.
Yeah.
Picks are about to start flying in here with when it going down to 5 minutes.
Yeah, they are.
Pick time goes down to 5 minutes at 65.
Thank goodness.
Okay, what did I miss from the Chiefs?
They're announcing it now.
Norman Lott, Omar Norman Lott.
That dude is a plug. He's like
6'2", 291.
Well, technically 6'1" and 7/8, according to
Yeah,
NFL
yeah.
They said he's undersized.
He did really well in that Tennessee defense, though.
Finally, let's get this round over. Get this round with the Steelers didn't have a pick. One last pick, then it's done. Then I can feel like we're starting
with
again.
the Eagles.
So is it a surprise that the Steelers didn't move back into the second round? Anybody?
No.
I
Nope.
didn't
Yeah,
think they would.
I wasn't expecting to see it.
No. And like I said, if it was going to be a trade up. It wasn't going to be gain a second round pick and still be able to have your third. That just wasn't going to be in the cards.
Right.
At this rate, the Pittsburgh Steelers could still wait and to get their quarterback in this draft until round 4 with the number of players on the board here that I would still like. But I'll just go out on the record. I absolutely love Shedeur Sanders as a third-round pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. If that were to be what
the
happens.
value for the pick is absolutely massive at that point.
The value is fantastic.
Don't get Andrew started. He's going to tell you about how it's
Milroe would
Milroe.
be right next, right behind them there.
Milroe.
I don't know. Okay, so coming up in the third round, the Giants come up first. They've already got their quarterback. Cleveland, Las Vegas, they're the third and fourth picks. New Orleans is still there at the 7th pick here. Yep. And then the Jets could take a quarterback. I kept making the argument that the San Francisco 49ers should take Shedeur Sanders.
Ooh, Kyle Shanahan.
And not pay Brock Purdy and just trust the system.
I mean,
it worked
listen.
for Timmy G. It worked for Brock Purdy. I bet you it can work for Shedeur Sanders too.
Behind a terrible Colorado line, Shedeur Sanders is the NCAA career completion percentage leader. I mean, that's a stone cold fact, 72%. So
Andrew Makuba is the selection for the Eagles, safety out of Clemson.
So to have him in a Kyle Shanahan offense, you know, give him some obvious read plays. That's a dangerous combo.
Here's where I could see Caleb Johnson as a potential selection here in one of these next two picks, but the Giants and the Chiefs could add running backs.
Yep. Now, I don't think it's a schematic fit for the Chiefs, Caleb Johnson. And I think that's why he's fallen down the board, because he's more of a wide zone runner. And I don't the Giants took Darius Alexander, according to Connor Hughes. So he's off the board. Great pick for the Giants.
Darius Alexander, Abdul Carter. Boy, they really beefed that D.
Oh my goodness.
They already have Dexter Lawrence and
Right.
Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns.
Brian Burns.
Jeremy, I think that they're
That's
right up there with the Steelers. We were talking about defensive
Yeah.
fronts last night. They're closing in.
They are. They absolutely are.
Okay, here's the question. How many picks ago was it where we actually heard Big Brosco say something?
He's enamored with the commercials.
That's right.
No, wait a second. Earlier, someone wanted you to sing or dance.
Yeah, I thought about breaking into song, but yeah. I was going to go with, some Cotton Eye Joe.
You could do the Pittsburgh polka.
I love the Pittsburgh polka. It's just not right when they play it in stadium now because they just chop it up so bad.
Oh, right.
You've
right.
got to go with the original and just let it roll.
Yep. Boy, I am interested to see how that works out with Tyler Shuck.
A little bit of a reach for Makuba here, Andrew, for the Eagles.
A little bit. He's got to add weight if he's going to stay at safety. He's got a corner frame,
Yeah.
but he plays like a free safety. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Eagles try to morph him into a corner or if they try to keep him at free safety and he adds weight. He's got to add weight if he wants to become a better open field tackler. Just stronger guys, especially tackling tight ends in the middle of the field. They give him fits. He just gets out. He just out physical. But he's good coming downhill, addressing the run. He diagnoses well. It's just being able to wrap up and tackle.
And I said he was from Clemson, but I was wrong.
Initially
That's
Clemson.
Okay, he did play for Clemson. Okay, but
Yes.
played for the Texas Longhorns last year. Xavier Watts and Kevin Winston Jr. would have been the guys I would have taken in the second round.
I would agree.
Not Makuba.
Hey, so let's do this real quick before we start this third round. I know the Steelers weren't involved in it, but what's everybody's take? What's their most favorite pick per team in the second round so far? Or in the second round. Second round's over now.
Favorite pick in the second round?
Yep. Best fit for each team. For one team.
It's got to
one
be
good
Mike
pick.
Green to the Ravens.
Just in
Mike
the,
Green
just
to
in
the
the value.
Ravens. Oh, the value and the fit.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
they look for in edge rushers.
I actually put in my knee jerk that I hated it there because it's a value pick for them for their defense, and you have to give the respect there. But I also said I hate it when AFC North teams get good picks.
Well, then,
The Steelers.
then if you're looking at value, you also got to look at Will Johnson.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Will Johnson's
Yeah.
up there.
That
My
was Arizona,
favorite,
right? Arizona.
Yep.
Yep.
My favorite player to team fit might be Travion Henderson to the Patriots. That's a slam dunk pick, in my opinion, too.
Team to player, another one, Tate Ratledge.
Yep. And the one you got correct, Andrew, Mason Taylor to the Jets. That's a great
Love
fit
it.
there, too. Tate Ratledge to the Lions is a good fit.
So what do you think of Emin Worry to the Seahawks?
He's Kyle Hamilton from McDonald.
For McDonald, yep.
That's what I was thinking too, yeah.
The Texans took the most Nico Collins receiver in the draft in Jaden Higgins with their second pick.
I feel like I should be standing up and saluting.
I know. Same.
All right, Andrew, best available. Go.
Best available. Oh, you got me off. I gotta take down my mock draft and pick up the big board. So,
Okay.
got the big board
That's
up.
okay.
Okay, I've got it now. So now that Mike Green is off the board, we've got the two quarterbacks are the top two on the board. Shador Sanders, Jalen Milroe, right neck and neck, depending on team. Those are the top two available. After that, you got Savon Revel Jr., cornerback from East Carolina. I think he's a steal at this point. He has the chance to be a CB1, built very much like a Stephon Gilmore type player. And then I've got DJ Giddens, my fourth best player at number 47 overall on the big board, and then Caleb Johnson. So we've got those running backs and we've got those quarterbacks. Those are kind of heading way on the remainder of the big board. We've got following them Kevin Winston, the safety from Penn State, Ty Robinson from Nebraska. Has Jared Wilson been selected?
No.
Jared Wilson's still there, and Dylan Sampson, another running back, Xavier Watts. So we've got safeties, running backs, and quarterbacks kind of heading the way going into the top of the third round.
Like Andrew, do you just like try to sound like Mel Kiper there? Because like,
it's even the inflection.
Are you doing the impersonation, right? The inflection, that just everything was like, very.
We'll know if he goes with the Coke bottles and the hair flip.
I don't have enough hair to do that.
All right.
I have the bald spot is growing every day.
Here's my question. Now, keep in mind, the Steelers already have Derek Harmon, so you can do it post round one evaluation. What players went in round two that you thought would potentially be Steelers targets in round three? That one, you thought the Steelers would take them, and two, now they're gone.
Okay.
So these are round two players that didn't fall to three.
Yeah, these were or that you thought, oh wow, I thought the Steelers would that potentially have them at 83 and take them, but they're actually gone now before the round's even just getting started.
I'd have to say the first one that jumps out to me is Alfred Collins, who the defensive tackle from Texas. He's a nose tackle. He's kind of like if you wanted a discount on Kenneth Grant, he would be the player that you would go after. So I thought, maybe if the Steelers had gone a different direction in round one, that he would be a target of theirs in the third round. But other than that, Jack Besh could have been a third round pick.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Would you have said R.J. Harvey, or would you even had him maybe with the Steelers in round 4?
I would have said round 4 for R.J. Harvey personally.
Okay.
Although, well, I take that back.
Ashton Gelati with Chiefs.
He was.
Had we not said that yet, Ashton Gelati?
No, I had him pegged to the Patriots because of Gillette Stadium. But
I was going to say, so is that? Do you pronounce that Gelati like the like the dessert
gelato? Yes, it's Gelati. He is very much a Kansas City type defensive lineman. It reminds me a little bit of the guy from Purdue a couple years ago they drafted. Name's slipping me right now.
We're definitely in trade-up range now for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think if they wanted to come up and get one of the quarterbacks or Caleb Johnson,
why would you trade up for one of the quarterbacks? I guarantee one is going to be available probably at 83.
Cleveland's on the clock right here.
You've got the Browns, you've got the Raiders, you've got the Jets.
At this point, half the teams in the league, though, I would say would not be completely off the board. Even if a team was not looking at Shedeur Sanders, if they truly had a first-round grade on him, I don't think there'd be much to preclude them from taking him here. In a worst-case scenario, you develop him and then you trade him to get higher draft capital.
With the way that the Steelers have used their draft capital in this draft, with getting Harmon in one and having gotten DK Metcalf with their second-round pick, I think they're completely satisfied with just this draft, just letting it roll out. They're not going to move up for anybody. They have no pressing needs that badly that they need any player that badly. They need the draft capital for next year. They're already eyeing it up, and they're going to save every penny they can for that right now.
I'm getting reports about our AR2 on SNR talking about Aaron Rodgers. Said we're still kind of getting the same signals that we've been getting recently. He does want to come here, so I think we may get word soon.
Ooh.
Usually they don't say anything, and that's at least saying something.
That is something. Yep.
What do you think, Jeff?
I think he's gonna. I've always thought he's gonna be the quarterback this year.
Yeah.
But I mean, what do you think about AR2 saying something?
That's a whole lot of nothing.
Smart man.
It's a whole lot of nothing.
Steel Dog 88 put in the comment section. Rapport said Milrow and Ewers could go before Shador Sanders, and I find that interesting because the Raiders and the Saints. I know the Saints already took Shuck, but those two teams specifically have done a lot of homework on Ewers. So I am curious to see if the Raiders would consider pulling the trigger here on a guy like Ewers, who was, of course, this past year played through injury, and a lot of people thought that affected the way he was able to play.
Well, I know for a fact, talking with our source multiple times this offseason, he has said on more than one occasion, the Steelers really like this Ewers kid as like a late round pick.
I know there's a scout out there who's pretty controversial, Daniel Kelly, first round mock on Twitter. He has Ewers as his QB2 in this draft. So
I just
he's
don't
a
think he has the
former
arm
NFL
strength.
scout. We are waiting on the Browns pick. It is in.
I'm not seeing it anywhere on Twitter.
I'm not either.
Is this the point where that's usually about pretty even with?
That's to me, that's day 3. Day 3, it's like you don't have to check Twitter because you're just going to find out on the TV.
Yep. Because they don't even announce it anymore. They just throw it up there. And if they happen to be not on commercial, then they'll talk about it.
Yeah, usually by that point they're collecting 3, 4, 5 picks at a time, and then just kind of going through and saying, who's your best guy?
What's the one guy you've actually done homework on?
I know you guys said it, but I want to hear it again. This Louisville edge guy that the Chiefs took, how do you say his last name? Is Gelati?
Yes.
Gelati. Yep.
Italian ice with frozen yogurt on it. Right?
Reedus.
I see
That sounds
what
like
you
Reedus.
did there.
Is Rita's a local thing, or is that a local chain, or is that national?
I thought I remembered Rita's around. I thought it was around Pittsburgh. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm crazy.
There's Central Pennsylvania.
That's what I thought.
I've seen him in Pittsburgh. I've seen him as far east as
Browns
Philly.
take tight end. Harold
Fannin Jr., yep. The Lions traded up to 70
Yeah, just saw
with
that
the
switch
Jaguars.
So that was
And it
that
says they're on the clock. So
This is Lions on the clock at 70, but we don't even know what 68 and 69 are.
Yeah,
so the Raiders and Patriots picks are already in. We just don't know who.
Who was it
Who
said
they-
it? Bets. You were saying that the picks are going to start flying off. You were right about that.
Andrew said that, yeah.
Andrew,
Maybe
yeah.
the Cowboys and Sanders were in cahoots this whole time, saying, "Hey, we're gonna do whatever it takes to kind of give the bad vibe to the rest of the league. That way, you guys can get a discount and take Shador in a later round."
Hey,
take it.
Chestnut checkers, baby.
In the live
You're just
chat,
giving chest.
in the live chat, the important conversation is going on, which is where are Rita's located?
Yes.
We have Rita's in Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania. Rita's in Northern Virginia. Rita's
not have
in
Rita's.
Naples, Florida, and outside Atlanta. Wow.
We do not
we
have
officially lost Jeff in the NFL draft.
we do not have a Rita's here in Central Virginia in the
You
Shenandoah
lost
Valley.
me at the end of yesterday, Jeremy.
No, we lost you after Derek Harmon was the pick for the
Jeff,
Pittsburgh
well,
Steelers.
we used to have 2 Ritas, and the one close to Jeff's house is still there.
Yeah,
I've
it's
been there
open.
for forever. We used to have one close to my house, and it's now a used car dealership.
Oh, that's right. Virginia
I like
Beach.
Harold Fannin Jr. there.
You guys are going to have
Beach,
me
I
looking
can
it
tell
up
you
now.
Williamsburg, Virginia has one because it was right down the
The
street.
Draft
from us.
Network says that the
Williamsburg.
Raiders are taking Shador Sanders.
Really?
The
I can't believe
Raiders?
you would
No,
interrupt
they just
talk
they
for
just
Shador
announced their
Sanders.
pick as a corner on TV.
For the oh, good grief!
Who is running this draft? The Steelers PR department? What's going
Who is
on?
it? Darian Porter
Darian
Jr.
Porter.
Wait a second.
Who
who-
I
said
like him
Shador
a lot.
Sanders?
Like him a lot. He was the one of my mid-round targets for the Steelers if they went corner.
Wait a
you go.
second.
Rita's in
Lots
South
of
Carolina.
Yep.
Tim Lyons has a neighbor named Rita. Okay,
All
sorry.
right. All right. So here I live in Shenandoah Valley. The nearest Rita's I've got is in Fredericksburg, 3 hours away.
What is Rita's again?
Italian
Italian
ice.
Italian ice.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Tasty stuff. Good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Do they do ice differently in Italian?
You get all the, and the
In
best
Italy?
is the mango. You get the mango Italian ice. You get the vanilla ice, the gelati, the vanilla ice cream on the bottom, then the mango ice, and then the vanilla ice cream on top.
That mango is fire.
The only flavor that I think is close to it is strawberry, but they don't always have strawberry. Mango is they always would have mango.
Oh yeah.
I've only been there once.
They don't have tofurkey. Sorry, Jeff.
If you see my grilling thoughts, you can clearly know that I eat a lot of meat.
Meat is life. Hey, Andrew. Everybody's saying the Browns. Everybody on Twitter is saying the Browns are crushing the draft. Do you like the Harold Fannin pick enough to say they're crushing the draft?
Yes.
Even with Njoku there.
I love it because the Browns they use their tight end so uniquely. Not just with Njoku, like they can put him in the slot.
Guys,
but
I've got breaking news. The Pittsburgh Steelers name is now on the bottom thing.
I know. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was
like,
just about
holy
to
cow,
say that, Dave.
I was like, is there a trade?
TIT.
We were only 2 hours and 40 minutes into this draft until we finally see that.
All the draft nerds are going to go nuts because
I could
Kyle Williams, wide receiver.
Who's this?
That's a good pick. The Patriots took Kyle Williams, wide receiver. All the draft nerds are going to love this because he's been the favorite player of all these draft gurus out there. He's a Deontay Johnson type player, a little bit bigger.
All right, a quick update here. Carrie says that Rita's is in Edgewater, Maryland, near Annapolis. Rita's also, John said Rita's started in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. And then John Walter thinks that Rita should be at the SCN draft party next year. I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Let's
We're
go.
becoming the ABC broadcast of the NFL draft.
We're just gonna hijack it.
Just need to get Pat McAfee.
We're gonna
Just
walk
get
right up
cart.
on stage and just hijack
I wonder
it.
if they have a Rita's cart.
And then we'll throw Jeff in front of everybody and say, "This is our sacrifice."
So the Lions are on the clock with 70, right?
Yes. I love this draft for the Patriots. I think that they're killing it. They've got Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams. This is really good stuff for the Patriots. Backing up my thought that they're going to be a playoff team this year.
You know, the thing is about this, and I'm not bringing this back to Rita's not yet, is it's an all offense draft. I feel like the Steelers have done this in the past. I've publicly bemoaned it, that I just feel like you can't have all these, we're going all offense now and then all defense now and then all, it's just never balanced. Never balanced.
Yeah. The Patriots do need defense too, so they've got to get on that side of the ball at some point, for sure.
Lenker Dave says that they have a Rita's 5 minutes from their house, and you absolutely nailed the order. So congratulations, Dave. John says there's Rita's on Kent Island and can be mobile for parties. Nice. There you go.
Kent Island, nice place.
Rita's, hit me up. I might have to hit them up on Twitter like I did Oklahoma Joe's. Just keep pestering them.
Nice.
Well, it works.
Lions select. Do we know this yet?
Isaac Tesla?
Isaac Tesla?
Yeah.
No. You see?
Yeah.
Remember, the Lions are going to take who they want.
What are you doing, Detroit?
Use Alec Pierce 2.0. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah. Man, Detroit drafts differently. They just do. Who said that earlier? Who was talking about that earlier? They just
Dave.
they just do whatever they. I cannot believe that Shador Sanders is still on the board here.
Are
We
you
have to
ready?
go through this all over again with the Steelers.
Here you go. KT Smith's tweet 1 minute ago. Did everyone else see this?
I got a notey, but I didn't look at it.
Steelers' best option in round 3 as of pick number 69. Running back, Caleb Johnson, DJ
Yes.
Giddens, Cam Scatterboo, Dylan Sampson.
No.
Quarterback, Sanders, Milroe Howard. Wide receiver, Jalen Nolan, Savion Williams. And he said, Coach, you got to watch how you put these things out there. Jeff,
Between
Jeff,
Caleb,
Jeff, get ready for the answer when I say it. Give me Johnson all day.
so
Give me
between
Johnson
Caleb
all day.
Johnson and
That's what
the
she said.
quarterback, Jeremy, who are
I
you
said
taking?
it. I
What?
said it.
I
What
didn't
now?
say it.
Andrew?
He said that's what she said.
Yeah.
Between quarterback, either of the quarterbacks, any quarterback of your choice or Caleb Johnson, who are you taking?
Caleb Johnson. I'm
Caleb
taking
Johnson.
Caleb Johnson over the quarterback. I think now I can wait till the 4th round to get Will Howard. Nobody needs quarterbacks.
No.
Everybody does until they don't, and then stuff doesn't happen and all that. I'm getting
like
good at
the-
the Mike Tomlin stuff too, where you don't say anything.
You like Will Howard more than you like Kyle McCord?
Yes.
Why is
Vernon
that?
Broughton to the Saints.
It's not the Ohio State thing, is it?
No.
I mean, they both played for Ohio State.
That is true.
And I always thought McCord just
Gave up.
there was just something off in his game all the time. There was
No,
no
I
confidence
just-
to me.
I felt like he
Um,
just gave up, and
yeah.
he had the opportunity, just gave up.
I like Vernon Broughton to the Saints. That's a good pick for them. He's a disruptive interior defender. He's got length for days too. He's not super athletic, but he's really strong. He's a bull in the middle of the field, middle of the defense.
All right. For Andrew and Jeremy, Kathy Ford gives us $2. Will Shador Sanders be there at 83? If so, what if?
If he's there, he's
He's a
on the
Steeler.
table.
Yeah, if he's there, he's a Steeler.
But I think they like Milroe better. Personally, I think Andrew's on board with that too.
Yeah.
If they didn't take him in round 1 at 21, then I think that they would have other guys ranked higher.
I rarely believe that the Steelers agree with me on just about anything. But one thing I will say is that I do get the sense that they would see the Milroe upside as the one thing that they might potentially give him the edge in this situation is their version of Lamar. But this is where Jeremy and I start disagreeing on players. He said Vernon Broughton is, one of, he thought was a good fit. I have Vernon Broughton 216 on the big board.
That's significantly different.
Steel
Okay.
Dog 88 gives us $5. Says, is this the beginning of where almost every NFL team has a quarterback starter that they begin the fall and drafts in the future?
I'm trying to figure out exactly what question.
Yeah, I'm kind of missing this.
You
little
say
bit.
this is where the quarterbacks will continue to fall because people have theirs?
I think
Or
that's
is he
what they're
sa-
saying.
Or is he saying that this is the point where
I think it's
teams
the
that
point.
have quarterbacks would actually possibly take one at this point because of depth or whatever? I'm not sure which question it was.
Yeah, clarify that, Steel Dog, and we'll get it up. You don't have to give another super chat. Just clarify in your next.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe that not every team necessarily has a starter in place or at least a long-term starter in place. There's still a good number of teams that are still out there that aren't.
The Jets.
Azariah Thomas, yep.
Yeah, Azariah Thomas, cornerback out of Florida State.
He's a good pick. I like him a lot. I think he's very good, like press cover corner. There was some chatter about him going in the first round late to teams as well at one point.
It was the 40 time for him, 4.58. I will say
Yeah.
pronunciation for this one is Azariah.
Azariah.
Cool. I'm missing some
Grammar
picks here.
Nazi.
So I think what
My
Steel
mom
Dog was
was a
trying to
grammar
say,
teacher.
I think what Steel Dog was trying to say is that is this the year that this starts really a trend where the quarterbacks in drafts in the future are going to start to actually get valued correctly or start to fall because not only in this draft but with Pickett, like we saw a couple of years ago, the quarterbacks have actually not been valued to where you had 3 or 4 going in the first couple of picks.
Jeremy's been saying that for a while on the picks, and the fact that that trend may have already started for the past couple of years.
Mhm.
Yep.
No, I
When-
definitely agree
Stop
with that.
valuing quarterbacks more than what they are just because they're quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
You mean teams are
Exactly.
actually just
Yeah.
appropriately valuing them
Here-
instead of
that's what I
and
mean.
here's what I
do it. Yeah.
here's what I think it is that teams are tired, or not teams.
Steel Dog said yes. That's what he meant.
GMs and head coaches are tired of getting fired for reaching for quarterbacks in the first round.
Preach.
So
Yep.
if you take
Exactly what it is.
if you take Tyler Shuck, or say it's it were the Browns and they took Shedeur Sanders in the third round as opposed to in the first round, Kevin Stefanski's not going to get fired if Shedeur Sanders doesn't work out. So Miami too. So a team with a coach on the hot seat, the Jets, or the Giants. Those guys might get fired for trading up for Dart, but they had contingencies in place still too. So
Daddy?
I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
Daddy?
Yes, kiddo.
I feel like I'm missing some picks here. Okay, here we go. So the Jets just made their pick. So the Broncos are on the clock, correct? At 74.
Yes. I mean, the Jets pick hasn't hit TV. They just hit the Buffalo pick on
Okay.
TV, but
Nate Van Slyke just said that got back from watching Revenge of the Sith, back in theaters for the 20th anniversary.
Bet you that was nice.
I because of the draft, I have to wait till Sunday to go watch it.
Ugh. I went and saw it today. It was awesome. Best thing ever.
That's the first ever midnight movie I went to see.
Are you being serious, Jeff?
Oh my gosh, Jeremy.
No, he's not. Jeremy! You serious, Clark?
I was like,
yeah.
you went and saw it in theater for the first time tonight?
I've been
Next you'll
somewhere
be
around
watching
this
Andor.
computer.
I mean, you will be.
Yeah.
Next you'll be watching Andor. That's a good show.
I will.
Landon-
Hey, Spaceballs coming back in theaters. I'll go see that.
Hey, wait, Bets. What are you chewing on over there?
Oh, a McCrispy chicken sandwich.
Nice.
The Landon
Super
Jackson
fun.
rumor did turn out to be correct. Buffalo took him there with that pick.
Mm-hmm.
At pick 73, we had the Jet. Wait, we're past 73 with the Jets, right? We're waiting on
Broncos.
The Broncos.
Denver 74.
yeah.
Jets took
They're on the
Azariah
clock.
Thomas.
Who did they take?
Jets took Azariah Thomas. It just posted.
Okay, that's right.
Now is when all the picks start to run together.
Pat Bryant to the Broncos.
Who's
Position
that?
in school.
I mispronounced Azaria Thomas's name as well, and then he corrected himself.
No.
Who did the Broncos take?
The Broncos took Pat Bryant. I had him going in the fifth of the Steelers in my
Position
mock.
in school.
Position in school, please. No one knows who this guy is.
Wide
Wide receiver,
receiver, Illinois.
Okay.
Mm. That Pat Bryant. Okay.
So I was looking this up earlier. The Steelers have never actually picked at slot number 83 before in any draft. This will be their first time.
Pat, every time that I've announced like a discrepancy between me and Jeremy leaves. He did that last time. And I'm like, oh yeah, Vernon Broughton's 216 on my board. Well, Jeremy, if you can hear me, I've got Pat Bryant at 289 on the board with a 7th round / undrafted grade.
And he's gone.
He did not want to hear it. He said, "Nope, I'm out."
he ran off to pout somewhere.
That was
He
me.
did not
Hey,
have
that
that
was
the
me
week.
shuffling the screen. I did the
Oh,
screen,
okay.
but he turned.
Broughton and Bryant were two players that Jeremy and I disagreed on day 3, and they ended up going on day 2.
And as soon as you
Did you
finish
hear that,
it, come
Jeremy?
back.
Yeah, I heard you. That we disagreed.
Yeah, Vernon Broughton 216 on the big board. Pat Bryant
Yeah.
289.
Yeah.
Tiger said had to go vomit after eating a McChicken.
Hey, it's not a chicken. It's a crispy. There's a difference.
That's tomorrow, not tonight. It happens tomorrow. You puke tomorrow.
Day 3. Jeff, you can't afford for me to puke tomorrow. I gotta carry your live stream since you'll be in and out so much.
Yeah, probably. Roy's
This was
going to be.
actually
Roy,
having
hey,
fixed.
we'll tease it. Roy Countryman's going to join us. He'll be
Let's
here
go.
just before
Nice.
before day 3 starts, and he's going to stick around for a few hours. And he's a wealth of knowledge as well. So that'll be great coverage for all you fans out there. If you're looking for frozen ice commentary, I will be around a little bit tomorrow. So I could also talk about Dairy Queen and my favorite order there. I mean, we can go anywhere you want.
Well, okay, Jeff, let's do it.
Are we talking
Draft?
blizzards or are we?
Do your draft of the best frozen desserts. How are you drafting those things?
Well,
Yeah?
give me some options and then I'll narrow it down.
Okay. I don't know. Blizzard.
I want to know what's Dairy Queen order. That's what I want to know.
Well,
Yeah,
my
let's go
mind
there.
was blown in my 30s when I found out because my parents never told me this that you can get more than one topping put into a blizzard, and you could also get chocolate ice cream. I had no idea. They're like, Jeff, you didn't know that? I'm like, no, my parents said I could get
If
one
you're
topping.
going basic, Reese's, not Reese's cups, not Reese's pieces, not get that garbage out of here. Reese's cups and chocolate ice cream. That's the best basic one you can get.
So give me a Reese cup and Oreo with chocolate ice cream. Oh, that's my jam.
But
right
when
there.
you're talking specialty, it's hard to go. It's hard to not do their brownie brownie batter blizzard. There we go. Finally got it out there.
my dad,
That's my favorite, Dave.
my dad to this day orders off the menu and gets a Georgia mud fudge blizzard to this day. They don't even have on the menu anymore, and they still make it.
Yeah.
It's got the nuts in it. It's pretty good. Up, John says DQ peanut butter parfait, which I can't hear.
Okay.
I usually get the
Oh,
chocolate.
Everybody likes
with the Butterfinger.
parfaits.
That's what I'm saying. The Shrek line.
Yeah.
You know what else
It
has those?
is-
Parfaits. Everybody likes
I love parfait.
Does parfait just mean it has yogurt in it? Is that all that means?
They're
What does that
layers.
mean?
That's just the layers,
Layers.
man. It's the
Oh,
layers.
wait.
Onions have layers, but everybody loves a parfait. Parfait's got layers. Tell you have a 4-year-old. She's ever
Yes.
seen Shrek?
Yeah, she has all the time.
Okay.
All the
Okay.
time. Do we have the 49ers pick?
I keep forgetting to look.
I'm not seeing
never
anything
take
since
it
the
in?
Jets.
So there's the Bills.
The Broncos picked where'd he go?
Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant, he was the one that went.
That's right.
Oh, that was Pat
Pat
Bryant.
Bryant.
That.
I was too busy looking at the big board to see where he was at.
Steel Dogs got it right. In the morning, I'm making waffles.
That's right.
So you like the Reese cup blizzard, Jeff? You
Yeah.
said chocolate ice cream
Oh yeah.
and add the Oreo to it. I can do
Like
that.
my wife and my kids will say there's things that like such a thing as too much chocolate. That doesn't exist with me.
Right. No.
Yeah. I didn't even know Jeff ate ice cream.
It's not all the time, but I do.
Yeah.
You got to enjoy this life while you're here.
Yes.
Jeff, you seem like the type that you go to the gym a lot.
I do exercise a good bit, yes. But yeah.
Well, we all know about the golf swing videos.
Oh yeah. Well, I love golfing.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Don't be so humble. Go ahead. Shamelessly plug your Fairways and Dreams podcast. Go
Oh
ahead.
well, I mean, if you like golf that much, that you want to listen to a podcast, sure. I do 3 a week.
Glad I can help you.
Well, I will say that my bets have been. I've been doing I've had a hell of a season with picks and in golf for gambling. So I will toot my own horn for that one.
Did you get that Justin Thomas win from last week?
I had him top 5 plus 360 odds. So yeah, I did hit that one.
Nice.
and the freaking Zurich, which is a team event. I had no
Yeah.
clue. I took the Hoengard brothers, and I have them top 5, and they're almost like plus 450, and they're I think second last I checked. I didn't see how they finished today, so blind squirrel finds nut every now and then.
Yep. The Panthers just traded up with the Patriots from 85 to 77, and they gave them 146 to get there.
Like San Francisco's coming across there. Do we have San Francisco's pick?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
But they haven't. They're getting all secretive
They
on
take
some of these now.
Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State.
Okay.
See, there's somebody
who's
that gives
on that
you
one?
position in school.
Thank you.
That's because he has no clue who any of these guys are. So
Well, the broadcast is basically getting it to us first at this point. So,
and then we'll jump ahead and get like 2 or 3 in a row on social media, and then we'll get nothing.
Oh shoot,
go to
Tim
commercial.
Lyons. Tim Lyons asked me a question. What's the last thing you smoked? It was actually a turkey. I cut a turkey up and smoked a turkey.
That's not what I thought he was asking.
Oh,
That's why
dang.
I didn't
Hey.
bring it up.
I haven't smoked a thing in my life.
Seriously, that's
Never
not
smoked
what
a
I
thing in my
asked.
life. If you're talking about that smoke,
Good.
that's no.
a good Cuban cigar, right?
No.
turkey roll, Jeff. Turkey roll.
Big Brosco with the save there.
Seriously, I until you answer the question, that's what I thought the question was. Oh.
Not the smoked food, not the devil's lettuce. That's
But look, that was the only one. Kathy thought that's what you were being asked. Okay,
I do have to go back to the Pat Bryant pick from the Broncos. He was the wide receiver from Illinois.
yeah, that.
And
That
Andrew, does this tell you that the Broncos are probably going to move on from Cortland Sutton at some point? Very similar stylistic players.
They are similar in style. I'm still getting over the fact that he's off the board. Like,
Yeah.
I did not see him going anywhere near
Dallas-
the top. I thought 5th was the absolute ceiling. I thought you were a little crazy mocking him in the 5th.
well, we got a pick.
Siobhan Revel,
Siobhan
quarterback
Revel.
from East, yep,
Went to
Good
Dallas.
pick.
East Carolina to the Cowboys.
But
Again,
the Cowboys
they
still
still don't
don't
have a-
want playmakers.
They still don't have a receiver or running back.
So, that's actually a name that I knew.
Good for
If
you
that guy
guys.
could stay healthy, if Revel could stay healthy, he's going to be good.
He could
We're
be
getting
Stephon
into
Gilmore.
I don't know who these people are range.
Oh, sorry. Cornerback, East Carolina.
Oh, the Steelers are so close yet so far away.
Starting to get more people in the live chat.
Yeah, they're gearing up for it.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
6 picks away.
I agree, Nate Van Slyke.
So, Nate Vance, like, I'm hoping for Milrow over Sanders. I'm hoping they don't take a
Well,
quarterback.
you know what? I'm hoping for Andy over Nate. In
Is
terms
there a
of
chance-
Like, so
Is there a chance? the
Andrew, tell me
Panthers
who's
take a
going to take
quarterback
Caleb
here?
Johnson ahead of the Steelers here. Who's going to take Caleb Johnson ahead of the Steelers here?
Okay, so
Nobody,
we've got
right?
what?
Nobody, right?
Arizona's not. Does Houston still have pick at 79?
Yeah.
Houston could. That would be a stylistic fit.
Okay.
New Orleans, do they have? No, that was part of a projected trade I had earlier. New Orleans doesn't have pick 80. Indy has it. Okay,
Princely
so-
Umanmielen to the Panthers, edge rusher. They go defense.
You know what? Okay, I'm bracing for this. Do you know what's going to happen? We're going to be on like the Colts pick on TV and X, not knowing what all the picks are in between, and we're suddenly going to get the Steelers are on the clock from all the Steelers reporters. So we're going to still have like 3 people that we don't know are off the board, and they're going to say the Steelers are on the clock.
If Caleb Johnson is there, even though I would prefer Milrow, I believe that he would be the pick.
Say what now? Milrow?
I'm saying if Caleb Johnson's there, I think Caleb Johnson's the pick.
Okay,
Did we say the Carolina pick? Princely, you're
Yeah,
wherever
come on,
you
Mullen.
like.
Yeah.
Come on, Milan.
Love
Come
it.
on, Mielen.
Does anyone know if Jalen Milroe is still in the green room or did he leave?
That's why I asked if Will Johnson was there when he was picked. That would have told me if anyone stayed. They haven't showed anyone in the green room.
Someone had said that Milroe disappeared earlier today.
I mean, remember when Joey Porter Jr. wasn't picked in day one, he went home.
Guys, if I'm the Steelers, I'm not picking my quarterback here. If Shador Sanders and Jalen Milroe are still on the board, that means you're going to get a guy that you like as a mid-round pick in the fourth, in my opinion. So I'm not taking.
You're saying with the number of quarterbacks that could, like, if Shador is still there, you're saying because so many are still there, still
I'm
wait.
waiting. Yeah.
I can 100% get on board with that.
It would be hilarious to see Shador fall to day 3. It would be hilarious.
Oh my gosh! Did you
Oh,
see-
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm afraid that
Did you
Mel
see Papa
Kiper
crying?
would die of a stroke. I really am.
Mel Kiper's 5th overall player falls to day 3 of the draft. That would have so many headlines.
That would be the time that he should know that he should retire.
No, Corey, no, that's blasphemy.
Corey, I always say that Mel Kiper's not famous because he picks guys correctly or ranks these guys correctly. He's famous because he's a divisive character on TV.
Did you guys
He
see
plays
this
the game.
Texans pick?
He plays a great heel.
What you see?
Jalen Knoll.
The Texans, Jalen
They
Knoll.
They took the teammates from college, Jaden
Mhm.
Higgins, wide receiver from Iowa State, and then they come back in
Did
the
we
third
get
and
the
take
Cardinals pick?
the teammate,
No.
Jalen
No.
Knoll.
So we didn't get the Cardinals pick, but we got the Houston pick.
Yeah,
that's-
I'm noticing a lot of the guys on Twitter are jumping all around. There are only guys are just announcing picks here and there instead of every single one, and it's kind of annoying.
Corey, when you were talking about Mel for a minute, I think the biggest thing is just what the impact that he had in making the draft of what it was today.
Yeah.
Is I think
absolutely.
that's the biggest reason why. Because if it's not for Mel, we don't have what we're doing today. He's the one who
Right.
kind of made it the event that it is now. So for that reason, I think that's what it is. I mean, I understand.
It's
Like
the
I like
personality.
him.
Yep.
I like his personality. I like, the way that he just breaks everything down. I think he's very underappreciated in that role. But like, I understand that he's not going to be everyone's flavor. But I think the biggest thing is just what he did to make the draft what it is and make it. I mean, even the people that don't like Mel Kiper are still always like, who does Mel Kiper have my team taking? Like, he's still that type of personality where people still, even though they may not like him, they still want to know what he has to say.
I'll say this much. I grew up with Mel Kiper watching him, and the guy's a legend. And I appreciate everything that he's done for the NFL to bring the draft to what it is. And you're right, Andrew. Like, it's not what it is without him. And to see what he's done every year, like he has, and it's been nice to see him continue it. It'll be nice. It'll be interesting to see how long he continues on. I know that with Dickie V in the college games, they brought him back this year. He's been battling some health issues and things like that. I wish him the best, but I'm hoping that Mel's humble enough to find his exit and go find his beach and have some drinks.
Yeah. The one thing I will say that bothers me about ESPN's draft coverage leading up to the draft is they are trying to morph Field Yates into Mel 2.0, and I absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
They're talking on the half their podcasts are just talking about his new hairdo and how he's not cutting it and he's slicking it back like Mel, and they're calling him Mel Kiper Jr. It's like they're doing all of this stuff to try to morph him into Mel. It's like, let the man be his own personality. He's not even a draft guy. He's a fantasy guy. They turned into a draft because he has a personality. I like Matt
Peterson
Miller.
Announces the Cardinals take
Cardinals.
Yep.
Jordan Birch.
Steeler great, Steeler legend, Pat Peterson announcing the pick there.
Jordan Birch.
He was on earlier announcing pick.
I will say this, guys. How long was the draft on last night? About 3.5 hours?
Yeah.
So we're about 6.5 hours into this thing. We have one Steelers pick.
Yeah, but we've got a lot of other picks, Dave. We've got a lot of other picks.
7.5 hours of the live stream coverage between the two nights, and we have one Steelers pick.
It's like, the number of drives we have to watch before the Steelers score a touchdown.
Yeah.
7 drives.
That was a really good one.
That's a good one.
Since I do want a quarterback, I would, if they're both quarterbacks are there, I would love to see the Steelers trade back here.
Yeah.
If a team wants to move up for someone.
That's definitely an option.
So we already had Houston's pick.
Yep, Houston.
One, right? That
got
was
the
the
other
other wide
receiver.
receiver from Iowa State.
I'll say this now. I think Noel's going to be better than Jaden Higgins when it's all said and done. More impactful, at least, for the Texans. Why wouldn't the Colts take Shedeur Sanders right now?
Because they take Jalen Milroe.
No, they ain't doing that again after Anthony Richardson. I just don't see that. You go with the total opposite.
When I heard Jalen, I got a little scared there.
Yeah.
The TV.
So
So we got Colts then Bungles, right?
So Houston got both Iowa State receivers.
Yeah, we said that.
yeah, that's what we've been saying.
Yeah, so Colts, Bungles, Titans, Steelers.
I had to
telling
check
you,
to see if I was muted again, Andrew, because I've been saying that for a while now.
I am waiting for any second for there to be an announcement from the Steelers beat writers that the Steelers are on the clock and that we just don't know the ones in between.
The Colts pick is in.
Okay.
Shedeur to the Colts, maybe. I think that if there's a place he's going to go before Pittsburgh here, that's it.
If Shedeur Sanders goes to the Colts, do the Steelers blink and take Jalen Milroe?
No,
Probably.
it's cornerback Justin Whaley, Minnesota.
Okay.
Oh,
Justin Wally goes early, man. Early.
that's really early.
And he's worth it too after watching his tape.
You think?
He's worth it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was undervalued by a lot.
All right. I'm trying to get ready because I got to do a breaking news podcast once the Steelers pick. So, Jeremy, tell me, what is it about Caleb Johnson that you like so much that you really like him with the Steelers?
Caleb Johnson would be
Ashton
Okay,
Jeanty
so-
light.
no. I think he's Bijan Robinson light. He plays super fast to the line of scrimmage, but he's got great vision and patience, and he's a one-cut guy who knows how to get out in space. He's very fluid, and when you're just talking about schematic fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers and being something a little bit different than what the guys they have on the roster, that's the man right there.
One of the
He's
things
got
that
size. He's Le'Veon Bell-like in how he approaches the line of scrimmage and then the explosion he can get going through the hole.
Well, one of the things I was about to say is that one of the things that I think of whenever I think of Caleb Johnson is his contact balance, his jukes and his moves, his acceleration after those cuts and moves. He plays well in tight space, and I like that he's got the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield as well as he does. That's tremendous value, especially when he's playing for the Steelers.
I think the
Steelers are on the clock.
There it is, Dave. You
Steelers
called
are
it.
on the
I
clock.
told you that was going to
Just
happen.
announcing
you
the
called it.
Bengals pick.
All right, I'm scrolling now.
You said
Bengals take
Steelers on the
guard
clock.
Dylan Fairchild, Georgia.
Oh, and nobody. Cool.
No.
What?
Now Fairchild's pretty good actually. He would have fit in well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I read something.
It's not the
Christopher Carter says breaking Steelers select Iowa running back Caleb Johnson. Let's go. Let's go. Chris Carter's got us.
Hey, can
Yeah,
someone-
said that too.
someone put it in
I am
the,
more excited
Co-
about this
Coach-
than I was about Derek
Coach
Harmon,
gets his
people.
Johnson all day long.
I got you. Jeff, I got you. I'm putting it in preview just because
Yeah.
that's where I'm up.
Is it Caleb Johnson with a K?
Yes.
Yes. Is it
So-
Caleb Johnson with a K? Ugh,
So Jeremy's excited about this one.
this is fantastic. Oh my goodness. This is
Well, I'm guessing Coach.
Wait, I
Coach
want to hear
is-
Mel go crazy on ESPN that the Steelers still didn't take Sanders.
So
wait a second.
last year
What?
we had Shannon all sorts of
Wait a
excited
second, what?
about the draft.
Chris Carter pulled that tweet.
Oh,
Well, Faribault had it too.
Fairball has it.
Oh, he just made a new version of it. Okay. New version of the post. I tried to retweet it and it wouldn't work. So I was like, what is happening?
If Fairballs is still there.
But Shador. But Jalen
Sources
Milroe.
inform. Pittsburgh PG. Oh. Andrew, I know you weren't as high on
Still-
Caleb Johnson, but in the third round here, it's good value. And he's a really productive running back and is a glove fit for the system.
I
They're
still
respectable.
can't believe that people thought the Steelers were taking Sanders at 21 and they didn't take him at 83. It's just
It's Johnson's a respectable pick based on fit, like you were
Yeah.
talking about. It's not one that I'm gonna be, I'm not on cloud 9 like you are about it. Just kind of like about Derek Harmon last night. I like Derek Harmon pick a little bit better than this one, but I mean it's a running back.
Yeah.
As long as the running back has vision and you give him an offensive line, he's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Like it's the easiest position to succeed at in football by far. So I think Caleb Johnson will be a solid fit for the Steelers. He's NFL ready. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. He's got natural hands, rarely drops a pass. There's a lot of things to like about Caleb Johnson. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not jumping up and down because I really wanted a DJ Giddens or a RJ Harvey. I wanted to change the way the Steelers approach the running game in general. But I can live with this pick.
Okay, but now we have a job for Andrew. Andrew, your job now is to.
All right, Dale Lawley just put it out there.
Andrew, your
Yep. So
job
did
now
Jordan
is to
Schultz
hop-
as well.
yeah.
hop
Connor
over to
Hughes has it.
ESPN.
Carter Hughes got it.
So, Andrew, we want an update on Mel Kiper's meltdown of the Steelers not taking Shador Sanders once this pick happens. So,
Once this pick happens, I will give you a full update and try to
Okay.
replicate it the best I can.
because he's not going to be a happy camper.
No.
He's not going to believe it. He's going to say how this was a terrible draft for the Steelers because they.
Well,
did
he'd be
this.
grading it against every other team too. It wouldn't be just the Steelers.
This is awesome.
So a lot of people in the live chat are saying, so does that just goes to show that really I asked before, was it a smoke screen or did the Steelers really need to know if Sanders was there at 21, if they'd be willing to take him? This goes to show you more that they didn't take him at 83, that it was the smoke screen. Or that it wasn't necessarily, but things did not go well when they met with him.
Or they're just all in for next year. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
They probably don't love him or hate him, and that's
don't
why they're
think
waiting for next year.
He brings
Or they think they can get him in the fourth.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Yep. Man, we have to wait till tomorrow to get the Steelers' next pick. Come on.
Yes. This is the only one they have, unless they trade up.
Come on.
I know I got to do my breaking news, but my goodness, I'm trying to. Actually, I wait until it's actually on the TV.
Rich Eisen just said the Steelers' pick is in, and if it's not Shador Sanders, we're really going to have a conversation.
This is gonna be interesting.
Kevin Winston Jr. to the Titans. That's a great pick
Ooh,
for
good pick.
Tennessee. Great pick. That's your guy, Corey.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've really wanted the Steelers to get him. 6'2", 215. He's a heat-seeking missile. That guy blocked a whole bunch of kicks on special teams. Really good special teams demon.
Nope, zero ball skills though.
I mean, yeah, you can work on that though. You can work on that though. No, good player
Highlight
though.
packages I watched of him, it was all tips, no picks.
It is. It is. Yeah, I mean, you call him Ike Taylor Jr. You know.
Yep.
Rappaport's talking about.
I can't believe Jalen Milroe's still on the board. I can't believe Shador Sanders is still on the board. But I'm sure happy that the Pittsburgh Steelers have the 2 picks that they have. Lynn Swan.
Here comes.
Let's go, Lynn. Had to wait a while, but he's here.
Here we go with the.
There it is.
Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson. Love it. Love it. I love how this draft is setting up.
All right. I hope Andrew's ever listened to Mel Kiper,
Because I'm on NFL Network.
This is my RB3, guys. Going to the Steelers in the 3rd round. I'm so excited. Oh man.
Who's your NFL? You said he's a. What about how'd you compare to Bijan Robinson?
Just the way he gets, the way he lines it up for the blocking, and then just gets north and south quick.
Bleacher Report's pro comparison was DeMarco Murray.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I still think he's kind of he's a mix of like historically like a Le'Veon Bell type player because he's just so well-rounded.
Hold on a second. They're showing the Steelers room, and I'm like, that's why I don't think we saw Tomlin before. Him and Omar are so far on the side of that camera shot, you can see where you could miss them. So, all right, guys, I'll be back. Maybe I've got to go do a breaking news podcast. So
try to get a hold of Brian while you're out there.
I was gonna say I'm recording. You try to get hold of.
Okay.
So all right,
want me to text him, Jeff, and just be like, Bet, are you working tonight, or are you just?
He's actually here. All right, Dave, go ahead. We'll bring Brian in now. Oh wow!
Yeah,
nice.
Madman's in the house,
everyone.
Yeah,
3
I
hours
was
in,
going like this.
almost 4 hours in, he decides to show up. Very
It
good.
has been a cluster of a night for BAD, but
Been a bad night, bad?
It has been a crazy night.
Crazy.
So, anyways, I am here, ready to go. I have. I'm not trying to break down the fourth wall, but I've Dave's stuff set up, so we're good to go. But so now I'm thrilled with the Caleb Johnson pick. I didn't think he would last. Plus, he looks good in black and gold.
That's right.
The Chiefs just traded up. They're on the clock.
Bad. Were you out getting Ritas?
Oh, I wish I could get some Ritas. I love Ritas.
So
we had a whole large discussion about Ritas earlier. So.
And where they're located.
What's that?
And where they're located.
Yeah, I mean, it's close to me.
Well, no, meaning like I didn't know if it was a national chain or if it was a local franchise.
I think it's
Patriots just traded up.
Yep.
You draft nicks are always trying to get the conversation off of Rita's and back to the draft. It's driving me insane.
I know.
So y'all need to knock it off.
I forgot we were on the Rita's Frozen Ice live stream here.
Probably be more entertaining for me.
Brought to you by Draft or Rita's Nation over here and
Rita's Nation.
By the way, I was watching the ESPN coverage. Mel Kiper did not say one word about Shador.
Really?
He's over it now. He's over.
Oh,
it.
he's taking a beating.
He's just stewing in it, probably
sulking in silence.
But when you're comparing him to Montana, Marino, and Tom Brady,
Unitas.
Come on. Unitas. Yeah.
He said Unitas. He said Johnny Unitas. Like, really, we're doing this?
You know, You know who, when Johnny Unitas was in Pittsburgh, you know who his main competition at quarterback was?
Dick Shiner.
No.
Shit.
Sorry, that's my automatic answer.
I know it is. I know it is.
Daniel Milton Rooney.
Oh,
They were
okay.
number 1 and number 2. Rooney was number 2. There's a little something you didn't know, and there's 20 seconds you ain't getting back.
That's right.
You guys know who absolutely loves Caleb Johnson is Derek Bell from Steelers Now, and he's one of my go-tos for like checking up on my analysis if I'm in the right place, because he film studies like nobody else. So when I was getting the vibe from him that he loves Caleb Johnson, I was like, yep, we're in lockstep there. He's a good player. We should be extremely happy here.
All right, so let's talk real quick while we're still.
I'm sorry.
What's up?
I saw the comment for Brandon Diaz that said Mel Kiper stopped talking because the check was approved.
Oh man,
It didn't bounce. It wasn't made of plastic. So what are we thinking for the Steelers now going into day 3, assuming they're not going to go back into round 3?
Yeah. I think this is where you start to see the quarterback conversation really come to focus. And they're going to take somebody in the 4th round, probably at quarterback, in my opinion.
But at this point, do you need it? Like, that's my question.
I mean,
well, you don't necessarily need it, but I go back to
Never
Omar
mind.
Khan at the podium talking about it, and they were going to add 2 more quarterbacks. So I think that they are bent on doing that at some point in the draft, and the 4th round is shaping up to be good value at the position.
I just don't see the Steelers keeping Skylar Thompson. I don't see him making the roster. So the Steelers are going to add 2 more quarterbacks. If one is a free agent, whether it's Rodgers or Cousins, that still gives you the freedom to add 1 more for the future as a future long-term backup. So if I still would say I would be okay if the Steelers trade up right now to go and get Jalen Milroe. But if he still continues to fall, I mean, I don't know how you not take a guy with that upside. The 4th round pick, nobody's going to give a rip at all if he never plays it down in the NFL. He's a 4th round pick. But if he hits, you have a guy who has the most athleticism we've seen a quarterback since Lamar. And I'm not just saying that to say it. Like that, he's legit the most athletic quarterback we've seen come out since Lamar. I think he's worth the risk.
Or if he has one good game, you trade him like Joe Milton. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the guy had one good game.
Yep. Play him a lot in the preseason, see what you can get. And then to kind of answer the remainder of day 3, I think you're looking at corner, wide receiver, and another defensive lineman as maybe the next positions up. Safety could be in that mix as well.
Milroe's a little bit stockier than Lamar, but one thing I will add is that just the value and having a guy like that to practice against with that pure speed and elusiveness, he runs a very similar way to the way Lamar runs the football. So that in of itself is value for the Steelers, having that guy even in practices to go against for certain packages and how they want to run things, having someone like that. I know they brought in Dobbs and they've had other guys, but a guy who can legit match Lamar's athleticism, that's a value just to have in practices when you're preparing for the Ravens.
Yep. Changing the subject here, I got a great quote from Lawrence Taylor. He says he will not let Abdul Carter wear 56. I know he would love to wear that number, but hey, I think it's retired. Get another number. I don't care if it's 00. Make it famous. That's Derek Thomas or Lawrence Taylor. You got to love it.
This is like Jeremy's dream draft so far.
It really is. I did not think that Caleb Johnson would be here. Otherwise, he would have been the guy I would have mocked to them.
Yeah,
But
I had said it last night. I thought if they were gonna have to get Caleb Johnson in round 2. I definitely didn't think they were gonna get him in 3.
I think the reason he falls is because if you take him out of a wide zone concept, he's not going to be as good. That's just all he's ever done, but he does it really well. So if you're not a wide zone team, you probably didn't like him as much.
Jamari Caldwell.
Oh, to the Chargers. That's a good pick. They missed out on Kenneth Grant, so they go for the run stuffing nose here.
Harbaugh might have actually tried to get him to come to Michigan. I can't remember. I believe one of the Oregon D linemen, he had tried to recruit to Michigan.
Well, Derek Harmon is from Michigan, I believe.
That's correct. It probably was Harmon.
Well, he went to Michigan State.
Yeah.
Originally.
Yep. Yeah, but yeah, Jeff, this is my dream draft so far. Absolutely. From here on out, I don't have like a preference on where they go. These were the two big needs to me, and they nailed it with guys that if Derek Harmon hadn't had the injury concerns, everybody was saying he probably wasn't there at 21. And then you get Caleb Johnson in the third round. That's incredible value at a position where you needed some help. And so I love it.
Now, before I came in, were you talking about other running backs at this position? I mean, at this area, was Caleb Johnson the best here?
Jeremy
best
thought
of the
so.
rest, yeah. Andrew, you thought DJ Giddens, right?
Yeah, I had Giddens rated higher. RJ Harvey was already off the board, and the other guys, I would have had Caleb Johnson higher then, but my big thing was that I didn't think the drop-off was significant enough to justify passing on a quarterback with as much upside as Milroe when you could get a Donovan Edwards on day 3 who has the chance to be a 3-down stud in the league. So that would have been my argument against running back here, but I don't doubt how that Caleb Johnson is going to be an upgrade from what the Steelers have had.
What does this mean for Cordero Patterson? Does he
the hard-hitting questions on this show.
Does he just not make the club at this point?
No, Bab. We were talking about Rita's.
Oh.
Who went 86?
Just kidding.
I missed one pick of either 85 or 86.
Noel Williams went to the Chiefs.
Savion Williams to the Packers.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's a good pick.
That's
That's two receivers for
87.
them now.
Who was-
First three picks.
Was Noel Williams to 86?
No, Noel Williams was 85 to the Chiefs.
Okay.
Caldwell was 86 to the Chargers.
Noel Williams is a great pick for KC. I think I had that in my mock.
Big Bro, you doing a knee jerk for this?
I am. I just wrote in it that I'm going to stick around in it just for a few more minutes, just to make sure that the Steelers don't come back up.
Sure.
I really don't expect them to, but I would hate to send it off to you and get it already, and then suddenly, look, the Steelers came back.
That's fine.
The third round.
Not a problem.
Yes, and as Jeff, you can probably guess, my knee jerk has a lot of complaining about the waiting around we had to do to get to the Steelers back.
Packers are going to have like 20 receivers in their receiver room.
That after not spending any picks on receivers that early for how long?
I mean, you've got Jaden Reed. I know Watson's going to be out for this year probably, but you have Reed. You've got the guy that played a little bit at the beginning of the start of the year. He was kind of up and down, but he was a late round sleeper pick in fantasy. I can't remember his name right now. Dontavian Wicks.
Yeah.
You got Wicks. You got Bo Melton.
Ty Melton, his brother's still available in this draft.
KT coached against all the Meltons. He was
Sorry,
very
didn't mean to
high.
interrupt you there.
He was very high on Bo.
Yeah, Bo Melton.
So how do you feel that Aaron Rodgers feels looking at this draft, knowing they didn't spend any capital for that dude for how long as he was the quarterback for the Packers, getting a receiver, and now here they go. They've got one in the first round and the third round.
Crazy.
He's probably a little miffed. saying why.
It's like, I had Devontae Adams.
I mean, he had him again the other year. Last year, it didn't work out too well.
He's probably in an asteroid field somewhere in his mind. So I think he's fine.
In the darkness.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's leaving us all in the darkness while he's waiting on that decision he's making.
Caleb Ransaw for the Jaguars at pick 89. Solid pick.
I was going to say, I like that pick.
He's raw, but he's got the tools.
Yes.
He's going to be moving from safety more or less. He played a lot of safety in college as well.
I think he had one of the top times in the 40.
4.33.
That's quick.
At his size, too.
Yeah. And now they got another pick, back-to-back picks here for them.
We're also seeing how all these like second through fourth round picks, we have all these surprises, but all these guys are graded so similarly.
All right, so I've got a Steeler-related question. So I'm guessing some of you probably saw where Ryan Clark went off when the Steelers didn't take Shedeur Sanders yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you think his reaction is going to be when they didn't take him when he was still available in round 3?
Well, I think here's the thing with these people is that none of them ever admit, maybe I was wrong. Maybe my evaluation was off. And that's something that's, I think, is a common thread amongst draft nicks everywhere, is that whether it's Mel Kiper, you could go down the gambit of those type of people, and no one ever says, there's something that I missed. I don't know what it was, but I was obviously wrong because all 32 teams passed on this guy multiple times. They'll never say that. And so instead they'll just continue to use different narratives, and it's ugly and I hate it.
I know, but Ryan Clark actually more and more as a commentator, is getting under my skin for the way he trashes at the Steelers. Mainly here, he's like, he really hit Mason Rudolph hard. And then he's like, and then Aaron Rodgers, you're waiting around for Aaron Rodgers. You're letting him hold you hostage. It's like, what do is he becoming, Andrew, is he becoming the Mel Kiper that says things just to stir everybody up?
Who?
Brian Clark.
I don't think so. I mean, Ryan Clark is, obviously he has ties. He knows the Steelers organization, but I think he also, Shedeur Sanders put up big numbers this year. I mean, he had by most accounts, a really solid season. He's got the NFL bloodlines. Typically, it seems like players that played in the NFL and played with guys and were influenced by guys growing up. I mean, just Primetime Sanders' background and what he was, the position he played. I'm sure there's another defensive back. He was a player that Ryan Clark looked up to. And just his story and his background, I think, gives him a little bit more credibility in his eyes, and that just being that legacy type pick. I think that appeals more to a guy who's played.
Yeah, but for Ryan Clark, I think he's missing the boat here a little bit because, you think about how he got over to the Steelers and how they kind of, saw something in him. You'd think he'd be like, got to trust the Steelers that they're going through their processes and they're doing things right because they did it for him, but now he's upset.
I think it's just him exemplifying the level of frustration a lot of fans have with the mediocrity the team has had for a while. And his main thing is, okay, you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. You say the standard is the standard, and the standards become mediocrity over the past decade. I think that's where he's coming from in the standpoint of, okay, this is not, as a player, as someone who's played for the team previously, this shouldn't be the expectation. The expectation should be much higher, and you've got to make sure you get the quarterback situation right and do whatever it takes to get it right. So take a swing for it. I think that's where he's coming from. I'm not saying I fully agree with him in every aspect, but I understand him from the standpoint he's coming from.
Okay.
I mean, he also has the advantage of having played beside Troy Polamalu for a couple of years too. So, he gets to speak from a position quote unquote privilege that a lot of other players don't get to.
Yeah. Did Jacksonville have back-to-back picks there? Because I just saw that they took Milam.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I
think
didn't
they
have
did.
the teams messed up.
They go back to back, and then here in a little while, you get the Raiders go back to back.
Did the Rams take a quarterback here? Or Baltimore just drafts Milrow to put behind Lamar so that they can run the same offense if Lamar gets hurt?
My best friend just told me that, shot me a text and said the same thing.
Yeah, but they just signed Cooper Rush to like a 2-year deal. That wouldn't add up, I guess. But
I don't know why they would sign Cooper Rush. It's the total opposite of how they run their offense.
I mean, Cleveland at number 94, if he hits down there, I mean, at that point, oh my word, the value is just, it's just too much to pass up, is it?
This would go down as maybe the biggest. This is right up there with Michael Penix going 7th overall last year to the Falcons. If Shedeur falls to day 3, like it's that level of surprise. Like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, Wilbar, there's 100 too. Pick 100. The Niners, they could take Sanders, like you were talking about earlier.
Yep, they could. They could. I'm still not completely sold that Brock Purdy is the guy there.
who was it that wanted Wyatt Millum or whatever his name was? I heard someone say that. Was it you, Andrew?
I didn't want him, but I mocked him to the Steelers because of the local ties. They'd shown interest.
Okay.
I didn't want
I
him.
knew I heard it, read it somewhere.
Yeah. I had him going to the Steelers in my before I revised my mock draft the morning of. I had the Steelers with one of their trade back scenarios garnering an extra 4th round pick, and with that 4th round pick taking Milam.
And he was a visit.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was a local, but he was a visit.
Mm-hmm. I think he moves inside to guard at the next level.
That's what he's labeled as.
Yeah.
On ESPN, at least.
Yeah. He played tackle in college, but he's way too stiff. Way too stiff.
Is the big boy from Florida going to get drafted, y'all think?
I hope so.
Jenkins? No. Is it Jenkins?
Steelers in round 6. Let's go.
I can't remember his name. Is it Jenkins, Wilbar?
Desmond Watson.
Watkins.
Watson.
Watson.
Yeah.
He makes Dan McCullers look small.
Maybe in width. I don't know. Dan McCullers was pretty tall.
Speaking of big guys, is Charles Grant still around, right?
He is.
Yeah. I just want to see whichever team drafts him. I just want to say this team selects Desmond Watson, tush push stopper, University of Florida.
That would be an interesting sight to see, though.
He's a monster.
Yes. He did commit to losing weight going into the NFL, which he had to, but to be able to run like a 5'8" or 5'9" or whatever he ran at his pro day at that size, that's impressive.
Yeah, but if your only claim to fame is that you can stop the tush push, like you're going to be in demand no matter where you go, no matter who you play for.
That's still value as a 52nd guy on the roster, 53rd
even
guy.
if it's for one play.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's an interesting thing about Caleb Johnson. If I could go back to the Steeler here. Now, if you go back to 1933, there have only been a handful of picks from the Iowa Hawkeyes. The highest was in the last year, Logan Lee at number 6. He's tied with Mike Humple from 2009 or 2010, excuse me. So when you look at all of that, Caleb Johnson by 3 rounds is by far the highest picked Steeler Hawkeye of all time, even though they have uniforms that favor each other so much.
Andrew, real quick question. What do you believe in? How do you weigh RAS score in your evaluation?
I mean, RAS score is simply just putting all the athletic numbers together. I mean, it depends on the position. Like, I don't necessarily care about certain traits at certain positions. Whereas, like, I'm going to weigh the 40 time more with a corner, and I'm going to weigh maybe a 3-cone time more with an edge rusher. Like, even if they don't have an elite 40 time and their RAS score is lower, I still value like their 3-cone time because it can show how quick they can turn the corner, what type of bend they have around the edge. So I don't use it as, I mean, I think it's a cool thing that they put together, but I don't use it as like, oh, he had this RAS score. Man, they need to take him because he has this high of a score. I'm more intrigued by, okay, what caused him to have the score he had? Was it a certain athletic trait that is needful for his position, or does it not really matter as much?
Well, I'm going to see you on the other side.
I guess I have to as well.
I will be getting out of here soon myself. I volunteered the family to help with the marathon tomorrow, so we're going to be handing out cups of water, and then the boys have lacrosse games the rest of the day.
Just don't hand out coffee by accident.
Well, I was actually going to grab coolers full of ice, and then I thought better of it. Most of the time, marathon runners don't really want that freezing cold water.
Jeff knows what I'm talking about here. Seinfeld.
Yeah, Seinfeld reference.
I missed it. Sorry.
He's holding coffee, and the marathon runner grabs it and starts screaming.
Jalen
Nice.
Milroe to the Seahawks.
Oh,
what?
Yes.
Jalen Milroe
No!
To the Seahawks.
Before Shador.
Yep.
All right, I got to jump in on that.
I bet
here's the
the
Saints.
Browns. I bet the Browns take Shador at 30.
I was going to say Saints or Browns because they could take a run here with quarterback.
Well, the Saints just took Shuck. I don't think they're going to take Shador.
Did I miss that? I missed Shuck.
Who's?
Oh no, that was way earlier.
That was like second round. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, did I miss a pick in there? I'm like, oh wait, that was forever ago.
Who's the backup in New Orleans?
That would be
Spencer
Rattler. Spencer
Rattler.
Rattler.
Yeah.
Who went 91?
Or Derek Carr, one or the other. Whoever you choose.
Emory Jones, the tackle.
And that was to
the Ravens.
Ravens. Okay. It's a good
Tackle
pick.
or guard?
Tackle.
Guard.
Because they said guard on NFL Network, but on NFL.com they say tackle.
He played tackle in college. There's no way he's playing tackle in the NFL.
He was guard last year. So
6'5",
they
315.
They'd specifically put up on TV that he played 13 games at guard.
All right, Dave and Brian, I want to see the Browns pick, and then we'll go and do our round table.
Yes, I'm
All
fine
right.
with that.
Jeff, I will send you a message on Slack. I'll put it out on Slack when I finish up the knee jerk.
Sure.
Glad I
wait for
stuck
that
around
Browns
because I put in about Milroe. So
Okay.
Can put in the knee-jerk reaction, Andrew Wilbar proverbially face-planted without actually face-planting into the ground.
What, the Milroe's gone? Or?
That Milroe's gone.
But did you really want Milroe over Caleb Johnson?
Yes.
You did, but
I
Betts
did. Yeah.
did not.
I think it's a waste at this point. I mean, unless you're talking about like a Landry Jones type. So we're talking if it's a Will Howard, Kyle McCord, I think it's a complete waste. So go with who you have this year. I hope Aaron Rodgers signs, and then get your guy in 2026. That's my thoughts.
You know,
Just
the
get
more
the right guy in 2026.
the more that I see the Browns waiting and not taking Shador Sanders, it makes sense because of that trade they made in the first round. They've got that extra first rounder next year. They've got 2 first rounders to move up and get their guy. They don't have to push, they don't have to make a move that they're not comfortable with the quarterback.
I know, but they're the Browns. They should anyway.
But we were
But they
actually
already
talking
did.
about this before the draft started when we were on the very beginning of the stream. It was Jeff and Coach KT Smith and I. And it was, yes, they could do that for next year, Or what was the other thing, Jeff? They could use that picks that they've established for next year if they really wanted to trade for Kirk Cousins this year.
Yeah. Ugh.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, the Browns and Kirk Cousins have been linked for months now.
They did sign Joe Flacco, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so the Saints are still on the clock.
It just said their pick is in, so it's coming shortly.
Do.
And some of these people that were announcing picks on Twitter, like they've been asleep for
They've just
almost an hour.
Saints take safety Jonas Sanker from Virginia.
Huh.
I don't know. Shadir Sanders posted on X 6 minutes ago.
What'd he say?
He said, "Thank you, God, for everything."
He's going to the Browns. Is that what that means?
I don't know. People are like, "Please be Cleveland."
It could be.
Could it be Philly?
It could be Philly.
I don't even know who's actually on the clock.
Who's the backup in Philly with Pickett gone?
DTR.
DTR.
They traded
that's
Dorian
right.
Thompson Robinson there.
That's right. Yeah, that would be interesting.
So here's the question.
That's
Shadir Sanders. Some people had him predicted to go top 5. He's holding
I
on
want to bet.
to go top 5 quarterback.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? One more quarterback goes before him, and he doesn't even get the top 5 quarterbacks.
I just, if he doesn't get taken through round 3, I'm emailing the student I had the bet with on him who said he would go in the top 5. And I'm going to be like, top 5, he didn't make it the top 105. All right, just short of 105, but close enough.
Yeah, and it's funny because there are some things, that are out there on the social media that they're like, yeah, the Steelers, oh, sure, they had a running back, but you're still missing a big part of this equation about quarterback. Do you really think a 3rd round quarterback in their rookie season is your answer this year?
A 3rd round quarterback is a 6th round running back.
Yeah.
Maybe a 5th.
Yeah. So it's the whole point of you don't draft a quarterback in the 3rd round thinking he's going to be your week 1 starter. You don't do that.
Unless you're the Browns.
Browns are going to Browns.
So for Steelers fans, Brian Batko says this: with Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson in the fold, that's now 11 of the Steelers' last 16 picks who were pre-draft visitors.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose we should keep an eye on these 2 quarterbacks right now. And he says Shadir Sanders and Kyle McCord. Of course, most of their 2025 visitors were defensive linemen and running backs. So take that for what it's worth.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Here you go, Connor Hughes. The Browns are taking quarterback Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
What?
Jeremy's in there too.
Wow.
Jeremy's talking to the cat. I think his cat's going crazy.
All right, well, I'll get out of here so Jeremy can come in.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, gents, we'll see you.
Kabali says somebody really needs to check on Mel now.
He just
This
went
is
on
the most hilarious thing to me.
Took Dylan Gabriel in what, round 6 in our mock draft? So, I'm sorry, I stuck around for that because I was waiting for Jeff and Brian to go do the other show. Guys, I got to roll. I don't know if there'll be any picks up by the time we're done for me to come back, but if there is, I'll sneak back over. Wow, I mean,
Sounds
that's
good,
the
Dave.
only one I've seen. Hey, so there we go. Officially, Rich, you should now cash in on that bet again because he didn't even go in the top 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
This is unreal. I mean, it's just unreal. Dylan Gabriel, I mean, now we're just playing games. Now we're just being ridiculous. Before it was funny. This is just ridiculous.
This makes me think that the Cowboys are purposefully getting him on day 3. Like, he told every NFL team, you can't draft me. Like, this is how ridiculous it's getting at this point.
I think this tells you that attitude and arrogance about the process means something.
Yeah,
I'd agree.
Because he wouldn't throw at the combine. He wouldn't do the Senior Bowl.
They have nothing on him.
Yeah.
They have no information. So what are they basing their decision to draft him on?
Yep.
It's ironic. Right before this pick, they haven't announced the Browns pick. On ESPN, they're showing the rooms of Dylan Gabriel and Quinn Ewers. They did not show Shedeur Sanders.
I bet he turned his camera off.
Oh, all right. I bet he did too.
See you guys.
See you, Dave.
Have a good one, Dave.
Yeah, I'll bet you solid money that Shedeur Sanders is not even watching anymore. He's just waiting for a phone call. He is, I mean, I'll go on the record that I think he's a way better quarterback
that
right
draft
now
stage is so
than
silent.
Gabriel, for sure, and Milroe, like right now. So I don't know I don't even know if there's upside for Gabriel. Get out of there.
He would have been a great backup for Tua. And the way they play the game, they're both left-handed, would have been a perfect fit for Miami.
Yeah. Maybe that's all the Browns were going for is just a backup quarterback, you know? But I just think they couldn't handle I just think they didn't want to handle the Shedeur Sanders experience like every other team out here, but still, it's pretty insane that this is happening. This is the worst fall. This might be the worst fall in draft history.
It could be.
It's up there.
I mean,
I'm trying to think of anybody
potential.
that's similar. I'm struggling.
Malik Willis was somewhat of a surprise, but he's fallen further than Malik has.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to know who is telling all these reporters that Shedeur wasn't out of the question at number 3 overall.
Okay, I'm listening to Mel right now. Greeny can't believe it.
Well, it's like I hear them talking there, Bets, and it sounds like they're trying to give props to the guy that was picked, but you can almost hear the tone of their voice that
backhanded compliments.
Yeah. You can almost hear them saying he's not as good as this guy that's still out there.
Right.
This is Bryce Young without the upside.
Yeah, I'd say it's a good comp.
Patriots just get Jared Wilson. That's a great pick.
That is a great pick for the Patriots. The Patriots, I'm telling you, are murdering this draft.
Yeah, they're having a sneaky good draft.
I'm not sure what to think about Kyle Williams yet. Some of his tape I liked. Some of it was just, I don't know. Couldn't get a good read on him. He's a good route runner, but where do you play him? Do you play him in the slot? Do you play him out wide? He's kind of a tweener. And they already have that in Jalen Polk to an extent. Polk's a little bit bigger, but Polk struggled year 1.
Dylan Gabriel broke the combine record for the fastest miles per hour on a throw ever. Faster than Mahomes, who had the record before him.
Interesting.
He throws like a 75 mile per hour football.
So he's got arm strength.
It's really quick snap.
Well, fellas, I think that's going to do it for me for this evening. I am going to try and get on here tomorrow, though, with you guys to close this thing out.
Sounds good, man. We really appreciate you jumping on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, as
Oh,
always.
good pick for the Falcons here before you go.
Oh,
Xavier
Watts.
Good pick for the Falcons here. Good value.
That's a great pick.
Yeah,
Boy,
schematic
they've
fit
got-
too.
They've got two new
This is
linebackers, new safety now.
Yeah.
They've really
This is
revamped their
Jesse
defense.
Bates again.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually that's his pro comp would be Jesse Bates. But that's a good pick. All right, fellas. I will see you tomorrow. It's
Sounds good,
been
Corey.
fun sitting on here with you. Been great chatting with you. I will see you guys on the flip side.
See you on Sicko Day, Corey.
Take it
J3
easy, guys.
Sickos Day.
We'll see you.
See ya. Big Briscoe, Andrew Wilbar. We're the last ones here.
Yes,
Still
sir.
holding it down.
We're sticking it out. And Rich, I don't know how you felt about how things went after the Steelers pick. Because I wasn't on earlier, but Jalen Milroe going to the Seattle Seahawks. Did Andrew lose his mind on us when that happened?
It was a pretty big O, and you could tell there was disappointment, but it was not full blown meltdown.
Okay, Andrew,
I was
Tell us
internally
about it.
melting.
you held it together for our live stream
We
audience.
knew he was up, but I announced it because I had it first, and I
Okay.
announced it, and I was waiting to see Andrew's reaction. You could tell it was disappointment, but he held it together nicely. I think it was the microphone. He feels really professional and held it together.
Yes.
That's
Well, see,
what it
I
is.
felt like I could improve our ratings probably if I did do the meltdown full blown on camera. I feel like that would probably up the ratings a little bit more.
Jalen Smith, corner, USC to the Texans.
At 97,
97. Yep.
At 97.
I don't know why they would need to move up for him, but
Yeah.
I had a late day.
He's a
3
slot
grade on
guy,
him as
right?
well. He
He's a
can
nickel?
play on the outside, I think.
Okay.
All
He's
we're going
physical.
Back to back Raiders picks now. Do we see Mr. Sanders coming off the board and with one of these two picks?
Please, yes. Just to end it. Give us something to talk about here. What pick did Malik Willis go, Andrew? Do you remember?
I want to say it was something in the 70s.
Okay.
Well, you're going to make me look it up.
No, it was early third round.
This is compensatory range now.
Yes.
Yep.
What was the first compensatory? Was it 91?
No, it was Minnesota.
would've been-
That was the first compensatory, 97.
97. So the Texans took the first
Malik Willis was
Compensatory.
86th pick.
86th overall.
Okay.
That
A
would
little
have
later.
been Chargers pick here in this year's draft. The Raiders, it makes a ton of sense to grab Sanders at this point. They could also use they could still also use some defensive help in the secondary specifically. Trying to see.
I think his dad would approve of this landing spot too.
Yep. So they did take a corner. But they could go safety here. they could go offensive line here. They don't have an offensive lineman yet, so I think an interior offensive lineman would work for the Raiders here. And if I'm looking at available guys, who's your next offensive lineman? Andrew, is it like Charles Grant?
Pull back the big board out.
Marcus
I believe
Simbo?
you were correct. No, Cameron Williams from Texas is still there.
Cameron Williams, yes.
Cameron Williams is a solid pick. I had a mid-third grade on him, 69th overall on the big board. Charles Grant is at 76, also mid-third round grade, very similar in grades. And then Marcus Bowe from Purdue is still there. I'm surprised he's still hanging around.
The Raiders take Caleb Rogers with the 98th pick.
What?
Caleb Rogers, offensive tackle, Texas Tech.
Caleb Rogers did not make my top 300. Good job, Tom Brady. You're definitely the GOAT. I would never say otherwise. The Raiders do have another pick here at pick 99.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to play with Shador, we're going to take a tackle that Andrew Wilbar has an undrafted grade on, and then we're going to draft you, Shador.
Or Quinn Ewers.
Mentioned that earlier. They've done homework on Quinn.
Yep. If it's Ewers, it's just an all-time snub. It's
Troll.
just an all-time snubbing here. Major troll. I'm waiting for it.
Tommy Myers says Grant would be a good get for the Steelers. Which Grant are we talking about?
Charles Grant.
Charles Grant. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. I'm like, were we talking Kenneth Grant or Charles Grant?
Charles Grant. I've liked Charles Grant throughout the process.
He would be a great fit for a team like San Francisco in their zone blocking scheme.
Yep. Well, and that's what the Steelers have too these days.
Yeah.
It's a lot different than it was even just 3 years ago, the Steelers blocking scheme here. This is just unbelievable stuff.
Here's the Raiders' next pick. I'll quit talking and just get to the pick already.
Full TV exposure.
It's Wisniewski is out there making the pick, and it's like, come on, dude, you're talking. He's still sitting there jabbering. All right, let's see. They take Caleb Rogers, guard, Texas Tech.
Okay, that's the one we knew already.
Is this guy going to be announced in both picks?
I hope not, because, man, he sat there
I'll
for...
bet.
He has full-blown story of his life.
Yeah. Right, so we get the offensive lineman. Will we go with the second one? If not, then really, Andrew, then it could come down to, right, it was you or it was saying San Francisco could maybe do it, go with Sanders. They've got the next pick after the Raiders.
So if the Steelers don't go quarterback in the fourth round, what position are you looking at this point?
I'm looking at another defensive tackle or a guard or a wide receiver
In that
or
order.
safety.
Yeah, pretty much in that order that you is the way I'd look at it.
I'm surprised Josh Farmer's still sitting on the board. He had a really good pre-draft process in Senior Bowl.
And we're going to trot Wisniewski back out there.
Whoa. Charles Grant is the second pick for the Raiders. So they
go
went
offensive line back to back.
Yep.
Wow.
I think they're going to play Rodgers at guard, though.
Yes, probably.
But the fact they have him rated higher than Charles Grant makes no sense to me.
Connor Hughes
Oh, Charles Grant.
says
From
Got
my
Shador
former
Sanders is
employer at William and Mary. All right.
Yeah. He's a good player. I like him a lot.
He is.
The Raiders have passed on Shador Sanders 5 times. That's crazy.
Wow.
I can't believe this, man. I can't. You're right, Andrew. It's an all-time troll. It's unbelievable.
I just wish we could have a camera right there in Shador. I just want to see the Sanders household right now.
I feel bad for him at this point.
Yeah.
He's not a bad kid. He's just
He carries the name.
yeah, very much.
But Mel Kiper did say one thing that I think is interesting. It is true. Even though Primetime had his own personality, it was never a question with him in terms of work ethic or the teams just didn't like him. It wasn't like he was a locker room cancer. He was outspoken. But the players that he played for in both baseball and football, they loved having him in the locker room. He is a great locker room guy.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is the point where it gets like, okay, I understand there's going to be drama, the LeVar Ball effect, per se, with the dad overlooking it. But when you get to this point in the draft, if it gets to a point to where it is a cancer, you can easily cut ties.
I've got another question about this whole thing then. Does it hurt Shador at all? Not only that Dad is who he is, but Dad was the college coach.
Yeah. I think so. And another thing I've been thinking about for weeks now, what does like retiring his number at Colorado do for him? You know, other than make everybody feel like that, again, he's too big for his britches. And so I don't know if there's a world where he's like, this is the Sanders brand is going to be bigger than our team in his opinion and in his mind. So what do we do with that type of player?
It's very much a self-validation type move by the Sanderses, by Colorado. It's like, oh, look at our guy. You're not giving him enough attention. Yeah.
Shador Sanders had another year of eligibility. Should have taken it at this point.
Yeah.
Well, did he come out because did they look at the draft classes and try to figure they want to have him come out, where he could maximize it? I don't know.
Yeah, like in a bad class. Could be.
There's still a good number of players on my board from the top 100.
Yeah. There's a lot of good players left. We keep talking about Sanders, but Jalen Royals is still there. Joshua Farmer.
We're at pick 100. And let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm 26 players still in the top 100 available.
So over a quarter of your top 100 still available.
Yeah.
We've been talking about how, especially in certain areas, this draft was really deep. Not so much that you had a lot of top 20 guys, but there were a lot of guys that folks would rank in that top 100.
I think the way that I've been putting it is because I didn't like the depth in this draft like in any level. Like a lot of people were trying to pump up day 2. I feel like day 2 was the gold in the swine's snout, for lack of a better term. It was better than day 1 and day 3, rounds 2 through 4. But I think they still grade out as subpar even for day 2 picks this year. I think that they, on a level, in most years, the guys that were taken in rounds 2 through 4 here would be rounds 3 or 4 in a normal draft, and they all grade out similarly. And because of that, you have these guys that are just, they're just kind of interchangeable here for the rest of the draft.
Niners go Upton Stout, cornerback, Western Kentucky.
Another guy who can play some safety.
Yep. The Broncos traded up to 101 with the Eagles. So they're on the clock next. And the Vikings close it out after trading back with the Texans, who moved up for Jalen Smith. Also, at this point, do we have to award Jalen as the most popular name in sports?
Probably.
And there's a million ways to spell it.
Yeah, just say if you are in the live chat, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you're not subscribed to the FFSN channel, to SCN, to Draft Nation. Make sure you hit the bell icon so that you get notified whenever we have new content coming out. Just got to plug that a little bit there.
So, guys, yesterday, Shedeur Sanders tweeted out just the word legendary. And I reposted and said he's predicting his draft slide. And boy, has that held true. Oh, man.
Yep, Denver's traded back up.
Draft slide. It really is.
Eagles have traded the pick to the Denver Broncos.
Back up. Yep.
Wait, so it won. Okay, I just had to update that. So San Francisco is Upton Stout. And then, you got Minnesota. And then, of course, the Lions already traded that pick to Minnesota. Outside of Shedeur, what would you say is the biggest surprise on night 2?
Dylan Gabriel?
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to Isaac Tesla, to the Lions. Who was it, Andrew, that we were just talking about? It was Caleb Rogers, right?
Yeah.
Not even in your top 300 here. Consensus board had him higher. But like a good surprise, couple good surprises. Caleb Johnson to the Steelers is a good surprise. Jalen Noel lasting to the 3rd round. You got to be happy about that if you're Houston.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns have to feel ecstatic that they get Harold Fannin Jr. in the 3rd round. And the Giants with the very first pick in this round with Darius Alexander, that's a home run for them too.
I thought Philly would have tried to bring in Harold Fannin Jr., considering that they brought in Bowling Green's coach.
Yep. Savion Jones to the Broncos, edge rusher out of LSU.
Saw that.
Minnesota's got the last pick in, just waiting on the announcement.
I wouldn't be surprised if they move Savion Jones inside and play him more as a 5-tech. But he can play
280 pounds, yeah. 280 pounds.
Could be a LT Walton.
Yeah.
I miss LT Walton. He was a nice little wrinkle the Steelers had there for a while.
He was a fun rotational piece.
Well, this is 2 nights in a row. The draft has come to a close relatively quickly compared to most years. Trying to do the skull chant.
Wide receiver Ty Felton, Maryland.
Ty Felton.
Vikings are like, defensive needs? Nah, forget it.
And it looks like, Shedeur Sanders falling to day 3.
Incredible.
He is gone into day 3. Who's going to pick him at this point? Who's going to do it?
Dallas. Dak gets injured this year. They decide to cut ties with him. They trade that massive contract. They fire Brian Schottenheimer. They hire Prime Time, and Shador becomes the next quarterback. That would be
They
fitting for Jerry Jones.
just traded for Joe Milton too this year. So I don't know.
They did.
I
So
don't think that's going to be it, but I could see it, I guess. I think it's going to be one of these teams that's like we could use a backup with some upside. I think here's what we should do. I'm going to go to spot track here. And I'm going to find I'm going to go to whose contracts are up in the next 2 years here.
Mike Greenberg is honestly making a bigger deal of Shador falling than Mel is.
Yeah, he is. Greeny's the ultimate clickbait manager.
Yeah.
He's whiny.
Yeah.
So if
I miss Trey Wingo. Trey Wingo was the GOAT.
Yep.
Yeah, Trey Wingo was awesome. I still like Rich Eisen a lot, but
that was the perfect cast between Wingo, Mel, and Todd on the same one. If you wanted some sparring, but with a great moderator that added his own personality, that was an awesome three. And then throw in Lewis Riddick. I loved watching Saturday, day 3 of the draft with those 4.
the Rams and Shador Sanders would be a good match at this point. Matthew Stafford's contract is up in 2026. The Baker Mayfield and the Bucks, 2026. Justin Fields' contract is up in 2026. Let's see here. Anybody else? Other than that, the 2027 contracts are Lamar Jackson, Sam Darnold, but they just picked Milroe. The Raiders, Geno Smith, the Panthers and Bryce Young.
So if you're still hanging in the live chat, people, what pick? What are you saying? Who's your target? Name for the Steelers in round 4. Who's your target?
Give it to us.
And where would you two go? Position or player?
I'm either going D-line or guard. I'm still building the trenches.
I do like that. I'm going to look at some available players here as I go into this. I don't like many of the wide receivers left. Although a guy like Elik Ayumanor is an intriguing name.
Yes.
For round 4. The way the Steelers play.
He's got great hands.
Yeah.
Ball tracking.
Yeah. I mean, the best value, though, Rich, probably agree with you, a defensive line. I mean, listen to these names still available. Joshua Farmer, Ty Robinson, J.J. Peggies, Aeneas Peebles.
Peebles and Peggy's, I think it's size. I have major concerns with them with size.
6'3", 310 for Peggy's.
For Peggy's, but his length, he doesn't have. I don't think he has very long arms.
C.J. West,
Indiana.
Yep. And then
I know that
offensively, Marcus Bowe would be a great fit for Pittsburgh.
You would. I know that we're all, satisfied with the Caleb Johnson pick, but just to look at the other running backs that are available, you still have DJ Giddens, Cam Scatteraboo, Bashal Tootin, Donovan Edwards, LaQuint Allen, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez, Jaden Blue. Those are just in the top 100. And then outside the top 100, you have Ollie Gordon, Trevor Etienne, Rashard Smith. I mean, the running backs, Jordan James. It's incredible. The amount of guys that are still available that have the potential to be starters in the NFL is absolutely insane.
It is. Sneaky couple positions are in the secondary for me. Safety and corner.
Phoenix 55 HD said either D-line or corner. Steel Dog 88 Farmer if he's there.
Yeah.
Some good guard prospects. Yeah, we were talking about Bo. Frazier, are we talking Miles Frazier here? Or
Yeah,
Za
I think
Frazier?
we are.
Miles Frazier would be the guard. Za Frazier would be the corner from UTSA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Ty Robinson from John Kotwicka.
Yep. I would love Ty Robinson, but I think he's that 5-tech role again. You're doubling down there pretty much with the expectation. You're drafting Harmon to start this year, and then you're drafting Robinson to replace Cam Hayward.
Yep.
I still think, though, I am fine if the Steelers select Shedeur Sanders at this point. Are any of us upset with that?
If the Steelers take him?
Yeah.
No. I'm not upset with that.
Not at this point.
I'd be okay with Kyle McCord, too. I could live with Will Howard. There's still some good quarterback options, which is crazy to think of after all this talk about being a pretty bad draft class at quarterback.
I'm going to list one wide receiver that really, really intrigues me at this point that I skipped over. Who is it, Andrew?
XR?
Huh?
XR, Restrepo?
No.
Oh.
Torrey Horton out of Colorado State.
Okay.
Long body control, outside weapon, speed for days.
He's 99 on the big board.
His college production is off the charts. Over 2,000 yards from scrimmage, 167 receptions.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't fully healthy this past year, but before that, talking about a beast.
His highlight reel from 2023 specifically is really fun. And he would be a George Pickens type.
I still love the fit of Restrepo in Pittsburgh. I agree with KT Smith on that one.
Yeah.
Dante Thornton, my guy. Still there.
Yep. I'm going to say, too, that if they land Will Howard in the 4th round, I will be ecstatic about that as well.
Steel Dog 88 mentions, what about Horn Jr. toward the end of the draft? He's undersized, but he could be another slot option. To me, he's a slower Calvin Austin. So for that reason alone, I don't think the Steelers would probably take him. But he's an interesting name to bring up. I like that name.
I like Arian Smith if you're going to go with the faster, small receiver.
If you want to give some competition, some more slot competition, Quincy Riley. That's another good name to put out there.
Are we intrigued by any of the linebackers, Andrew? Danny Stutzman?
Smile Mondon.
Still available? Smile Mondon?
I like me some Mondon. He's rangy.
He could play safety, or not safety, but like a dime backer in the box.
Barrett Carter's a little undersized, and he's not like the quickest guy in the world, but he's got really good instincts, and he's smooth when he drops back into coverage. So either of those guys, they were both in my top 100. I'm just looking beyond that into some guys at the top of the second 100 list.
Clemson
Johnny Cornelius is an interesting name. I've got him at 151 as we get into the middle of day 3. He's an interesting name to watch. I wouldn't be opposed if there's a team that wants to move up this year. I wouldn't be opposed to just trading one of our 5th or 6th round picks for that exact pick in next year's draft. Because I have a feeling that some of this depth is going to run out pretty quick because the depth is at the positions that the Steelers have already drafted. And I don't think the Steelers have drafted 2 running backs. And that's the biggest position where there's the depth is significant going into day 3.
Rich, that's why I think defensive tackle's on the board again as soon as round 4.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Better players there.
Yeah. Carson Vincent is available on offensive line.
Oh yeah, he's a fun watch. He'd be a good fit too up front there.
Yeah. Steelers don't usually go for those smaller schools, but he's got some impressive tape.
Yeah. Let me just say this about Barrett Carter and Clemson. The Clemson Tigers, they must recruit the same 6 foot tall, 230-pound linebacker in every class because they just pump these guys out on repeat.
One player I'm excited to see go off the board, Barron Sorrell from Texas. He is in Green Bay, and he is going to walk onto the stage because that was what he dreamed of doing. And from the sounds of it, regardless of where he gets drafted, he is going to walk out onto the stage like a draft pick typically would. He had the option to stay there. I don't know if he's staying in the green room as a later round pick or what, but because it was, his desire, he stayed in the Green Bay area, and he's going to be there for when he's selected.
Oh, nice.
So I'm happy for him. I like guys like that. I would love it if every draft prospect had to be there at the draft. I think that would be awesome.
It'd be a ton of fun. I don't know how you'd accommodate it, but
or at least the top, 100 guys or something like that. That would be intriguing because then you're gonna have some guys still there on day 3.
I would say like the teams do for combine requests. Just have them put in their requests and then take the top 100, 200 guys and stick them in there. I think it would improve the draft coverage to have all these players come out,
It would.
because half of them don't even have the cameras set up at their home as well. So
the one thing I don't like about the TV coverage on day 3 is that a lot of it is just recapping the first 2 days. And I know that the resources that they have, they could break down each of these players, pretty deep, but they'll kind of brush through them really quickly with their quick highlight reels. But I mean, they've got the information accessible to them. I'd love to see a little bit more in depth on that. And, we have the remainder of the summer to talk about the results from the first 2 days.
right.
Let's focus on the players that are still there and are still good prospects on day 3. It's a marathon. It's a lot, but it's a fun day.
Come on, Andrew. You know what drives that.
I know. We need to have a diehards network though for just to stick to the pick type stuff.
It's driven by the money.
That would be ESPN Plus should do something like that, Andrew.
Shift Mel to that.
Yeah.
Or do split the ABC coverage and ESPN coverage for that. Have that day 3 where you have maybe a Field Yates on ABC, but you keep Mel on ESPN because I know Mel's capable of rushing off a bunch of information on these guys as they rapidly come in.
Yep.
You keep Mel on there, you keep Lewis Riddick on there, and then you maybe add one other guy, throw in Matt Miller on there, another guy who can rattle off a lot quick.
Yes.
I think that's a great crew to have for a just prospect, stick to the prospect type aspect.
Yeah, Jordan Reed as well, kind of the true junkies in there, and then just turn that on. Yeah,
let me go on there for day 3. I'll go on.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll spar with Mel like Todd used to. That's what's missing since Todd McShay's left. There hasn't been anyone to spar with Mel, and they need to have somebody there.
Yeah. Well, gents, should we wrap this thing? 5 hours and 2 minutes in.
5 hours and still a good number of people watching with us.
I think it's time to wrap it because tomorrow's going to be a long day.
Yep.
I will be in probably 4:30 tomorrow. So
okay. Does it start at 1 Eastern tomorrow?
Noon
Eastern. So we'll probably be back. Listeners, if you want to hop on with us again, we'll be back around 12:30
or 11:30
p.m. tomorrow. 11:30? I'm sorry. 11:30. I don't know what I'm talking about here. 11:30.
Yep.
So 12
11:30. Roy Countryman will be joining at that 11:30 slot. So
I'll be there. Andrew will join us a little later.
I'll probably be a little later in the afternoon as well.
Okay. I'm sure Jeff will help get us started tomorrow. I'm sure Dave will be here. So
and maybe
stick
Bad
with us,
will
guys.
join them.
Maybe Bad will join us this time. Maybe. We'll see. Hopefully he has a better morning
Better
than he
day.
did
Yeah.
than he did an evening. All right. Let's just go real quick. Final thoughts. You guys, Rich, go ahead. Final thoughts on the Steelers and what you're looking for tomorrow.
All right. Final thoughts on the Steelers so far. Couple things to point out. Stayed put. Didn't move at all. Just took their picks where they had them. I think they made the most of them. I think they got the guy they wanted in round 1. I think they got a really good pick, and you knew they were going to go running back in probably either round 3 or 4. They went ahead and did it in 3. Like the pick. Tomorrow, though, will be the day Omar earns his money.
Yep.
So,
absolutely. Andrew, your final thoughts on the Steelers and the rest of the draft?
It's hard to complain about the first 2 picks. I would have liked to seen a little bit more movement, maybe trade back, get a little bit more value, or of course tonight I would have loved to have seen Jalen Milroe. But Caleb Johnson's a good runner. He's a good, solid prospect. He's going to fit well in this running game. He adds an extra element the Steelers need. Hard to be super disappointed with that. There's still a lot of good players there on day 3. It's not a strong draft, but there's still some solid prospects there at positions the Steelers could target. And I'm looking forward to being here. I wish I could be here for all of day 3. We've got some stuff going on early on in the day, but hopefully for round 6 and 7, I'll be around. And I look forward to talking more about it then.
Good stuff, you guys. I could not be more pumped with the Steelers draft so far. 2 of my favorite players in the draft process this year are now Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm just absolutely pumped. I'm excited for tomorrow. I think the Steelers have a good plan. I trust this front office to make good picks. And I think even Andrew would agree, even if it's not like the exact names that maybe he would hope for or some of fans would hope for, you can't argue that the process feels much more sound these last couple years, and they're taking good value players where they're getting them, and they're addressing needs at the same time. So I have been impressed, and I will continue to be impressed, I believe, throughout this process. So very high on what the Steelers have done, high on what they could continue doing. Appreciate all of you guys who have tuned in all throughout this with us. Whoa, good stuff, Steel Dog 88. Andrew, or who popped that up here?
I did.
Andrew, yep. Pirates win, and so maybe we move over to that. Take a look. So, all right, that's going to do it for us on tonight's stream, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Talk to you later.